no problem at all. It's great to have you with us, and hopefully this won't be the first or this won't be the last video that we have you on. Of course, it will be the first. You're relatively new with us.
S.W.Frost 1 is now
like I said,
live.
you've been on a couple of the gameplay
Streaming
streams
games
and,
plus demos,
answered some
still
questions. And
maidenless.
you've appeared recently in the anniversary video. But why don't you, so our community can kind of get to know you a bit, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. I've been making computer games and video games for about 25 years. Started on PC games back in the late 90s with MechWarrior 4 and did a bunch in that series. Went to Mech Assault on the consoles, and then the bulk of my work since then kind of stayed in that competitive PvP shooters. I've worked on a bunch of the Call of Duty titles, ranging from like Black Ops up through Advanced Warfare. Did a Call of Duty Online product in China. Then went over to Halo, did a lot of stuff with them around Halo 5 and what they were doing for their multiplayer live services and the online engagement, and have then made my way over here to be working on the Hunt franchise.
Wow, it's a pretty extensive background that you've got there, and I for one can say that we're very glad to have you on board of the team. It's great to be able to tell our audience exactly what is it you do and what is your role here at Crytek at the moment.
Yeah, sure. So as the general manager for the Hunt franchise, I have direct management of all our department directors and the leaders kind of across the board. So all those different departments that make the game happen, make what the game is, and then get it out to all of you to play. All those folks have some form of lead or director, and then that table of folks reports up to me to make sure we're all kind of pulling in the same direction and following a goal and a roadmap like we're going to talk about today for where we want the franchise to go over the years to come.
Awesome. Okay. And I think the most important question out of all of this is what is it about Hunt and Crytek that made you want to join the team?
First, I was curious about this game and kind of notably growing what looked like a small audience on Steam, and year over year it was putting out cool trailers with these horror monsters and cowboys shooting them up with guns. And then when I started digging...
We're rich! Falcon Nitron!
Welcome to Gunner, the only dwarf on Hoxie's that might actually have some prior combat experience. Sorry to disappoint you drillers, but burning down all the orphanages in Chicago doesn't count as combat experience. Anyway, Gunner is by far the most team-oriented class in the game. Both your movement and utility devices can benefit the entire team, and as such, everyone will be telling you how to play your own character.
Using a minigun? You're disgusting.
All of your zip lines will go unused, and someone will always be
digging into the data is like, wow, no, it's a real steady climb with more and more players engaging it every year. And so having done service games and done a lot of shooters, I was really curious why was that, what was going on there. So it started out as kind of a professional research project, but then I very quickly fell in love with the game. And where I used to have those 3 to 4 shooters that I would play on rotation each week just to get through all the different battle passes or all the different seasons that were going on, I quickly became obsessed with Hunt and kind of pushed all those other ones to the side.
Wow. Okay.
That kind of led to, like this conversation of like, okay, so, I make these games for a living. I love this one, and I want to see it go on, and I want to see it get bigger, and I want to smooth out some of the rough edges, but I also want to preserve this, beating heart that makes it so amazing and awesome. So that started the conversation with Crytek about everything I loved about the product and a roadmap for where we could take it as we go forward with it. And then that became the position of general manager for the franchise. I've crossed about 1,500 hours playing the game, so yeah, I'm pretty deep into it.
Wow. Okay.
I 100%ed all the Steam achievements and did that. I only have like a 0.89 KDA. I bounce between 3 and 4 stars on the MMR, so I'm a very dedicated but also a very average skilled player. But yeah, just enjoy the heck out of it.
That's really cool. Thanks very much for talking us through that. And I've got to say, with like in terms of the amount of hours, I mean, you're kind of up there with myself with the 1,500 hours or so. And I mean, I know you did a lot of that before you even joined the team, which is really great. So knowing that you have that kind of knowledge already coming into it, which is really cool. I always think it's really awesome to see. And hot take here, you're saying you're hovering around 3 to 4 stars. 3-star games are the best star games. So just totally putting it out there.
That's what I read online. So.
Okay, so before we move on anyway to talk about 2023, I think it's really important that we kind of do a quick recap over 2022 and some of the important things. I mean, we always have to kind of look at what we've done in the past to make sure that we can learn from them going forward. So one of the kind of the main things throughout the year was the trilogy of Moon events that we had. So ending there most recently with the Devil's Moon, which also brought with it the introduction of the Battle Pass system. Do you want to take us through that, those events, the Battle Pass, and how the impact that they ended up having, and how well they went for us this year?
Yeah, sure. So we're very happy with the sentiment that we've been reading about around the evolution of the events and the Battle Passes that came through Trader's Moon and Serpent's Moon and Devil's Moon. Was a great trilogy there, and the data shows us a lot of players engaging with it, a lot of folks going further with each one. We learned lessons on each one about what was popular and what was not popular, so we're continuing to make adjustments. We learned quite a bit in the Devil's Moon experience there too, so that'll be applied to future things as we go. Also, the challenge system that was driving that and the underlying pieces there, the Dark Tribute system that gives you the daily rewards just for engaging on any given day and doing some of the activities that it puts in front of you, like all of that's had a positive impact on player engagement, retention, and just the sentiment for the product.
So it's interesting you mentioned look at the Dark Tribute and the challenges and everything like that. So because we have made some significant changes with challenges and also the introduction of quest lines within the year.
Yep.
One of the main focuses of these, as we mentioned in one of the videos last year, was we wanted to put a big focus on retention. It was one thing that we found was people were not staying around. They were playing for a while, but they just kind of would drop it for a bit. And we wanted to put a bit of a focus on that, and that's where the challenges and quest lines came in. So talk to us about how that's been going for us since their introduction.
Yeah, so we have seen that solid engagement and the excitement for both systems, and we see it not only with posts and sentiment, but in the data. So we can see that players play longer sessions than they do when those things are not available. So that's good engagement that way, and we can see that month over month more players are coming back to play. We call that retention.
Alicidra.
And that also improves.
Welcome to my channel.
Mechanics like this to give people things to chase and rewards to go after, and just more ways to play the game. So the return of Billy's Story and those Halloween quests that we had released there had a lot of good options and rewards for the players, and it was a nice thing to have between the major beats of Serpent's Moon and Devil's Moon to have those quest lines as another smaller chase line for people to go after. We do also, because we can get a little bit ahead, have some more of these quest lines that will be coming up in March, and we can talk about that later on as we go through.
Awesome. And when we talk about like the events and the quest lines and everything this year, one of the points that actually did come up was we actually broke our peak player numbers yet again, which was something what we've been able to do year on year, which has been really great and an awesome motivation for the team and showing that what we're doing and the work we're putting in has been really awesome. So, like, how have you been feeling about the numbers? I know you mentioned the data has been showing that it's been good. So, like, how overall have you been feeling about the numbers from everything that's been going on?
Yeah, the numbers are good in that regard. Like you said, the concurrent numbers of players, anytime concurrency is up, it always helps with the matchmaking and finding matches, having good lobbies, having good options to get those filled quickly. The monthly new users keeps going up, showing there's more and more people discovering Hunt for the first time. And those engagement sessions, like they're playing for longer and more of them are coming back for the second month and not walking away in the first month. Those are all the metrics that we look at just to say, okay, is the game healthy? Is it growing? Or is it off track and going downhill? So with all of those going up, with each of those events to break the records of the event before, we're very encouraged that we're on the right track. We have a great community of players. We have so many online influencers who are engaging the game daily. We have these Twitch streamers and YouTube creators. They engage their communities. They give them tips and tricks and advice for overcoming the challenges. And it is a very challenging game. We recognize that. So we appreciate all the people who are curious enough to keep going, even if it feels rough at first, and then look to some of these heroes that are out there online, showing people how to play, showing them how good it can get when you do master all the things that we have out there, or even if you don't master it, at least you get a little bit better at making things happen while you're out there hunting.
Yeah, I mean, it's been really, really amazing kind of seeing all of the content that's out there at the moment with around Hunt, especially with the anniversary just finishing up, the Twitch drops and that have been going on through the anniversary. It's just, like you said, it's just been amazing to see so many people sticking with it. And it's, you know, as I said at the start, we really want to thank everyone for sticking with us for throughout the last 5 years. The next thing would probably be just to kind of finish up our recap of the year is like, what would you kind of call the biggest wins for us this year? Or at least 2022.
Yeah, for 22, I think the things that stand out to me, or as I talk to the other leadership, is you know, culminating that Moon trilogy with Devil's Moon and having the 50 stages of rewards. The Hunter packs and the new experimental traits that went into Devil's Moon were seen as a big success. They weren't all balanced the same and to the same level, but just that ability to put some wildcards out there, the wildcard conditions being a thing, to just mix up some of those core elements of the game and see what it's like when you add that kind of power or those kind of options. We managed to release the Stalker Beetle without breaking the game, so I was very happy with that because there was a lot of folks who thought that might not be the case. We were a bit conservative in its tuning with its first launch, so you can expect that there's going to be some tuning changes coming very soon to the Beetle and possibly some variants that will emerge in 2023 of the Stalker Beetle.
Awesome.
The quest lines of Halloween, like I had already mentioned, you know, it's a nice beat to have between the major Moon trilogy ones. We're going to have some of those quest lines that'll be coming back again. Like I said, that'll be teasing the events that are coming. You'll get a little narrative foreshadowing of what to expect this summer.
Awesome.
And the Inferno wildcard, it's a major feature. It was a big kind of push on technology. It definitely changed up the Bayou, definitely changed people's experiences and their perceptions. And those, you know, a lot of people worked really hard to pull that together and deploy it last year. So those were the big standout moments of 22 for me.
Yeah, I mean, the Inferno is definitely one of the big ones for me as well. I mean, obviously it's very fresh in our minds and everything because it's only happened so recently. But just a huge accomplishment from the team, and it was amazing to experience. Just it really, like you said, completely changed up the game, and I know the community felt the same way about it. That's really awesome, David. Thanks for going through that stuff with us. But I think probably now the most important thing and what everyone is waiting for is we make a start talking about what's going to be happening in 2023. So I think one of the first things we should probably touch on, and it's something that does get asked a lot, is what does the future hold for Hunt? And I mean, obviously with this video we're going to be talking about the immediate future, but in general speaking, what does the future hold for Hunt?
Sure. So I think there's two major components there. Like the first we could talk about is the technology that Hunt is made with and the tech that it runs on. And then the second is, you know, people are probably more interested in the content and experiences that we're going to be putting out there.
And we'll touch a little bit on the content in a small bit, but I think the technology side of things is probably going to interest quite a lot of people out there. And it's in particular something that you brought up on a gameplay stream. You were asked what was going to be the primary focus of 2023, and I believe your response was servers.
Yeah, number one problem to address, or number one priority, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's right. And yeah, so we have a major investment going on. It's been underway for a little bit now into our NetOps and backend systems, and you know that what that can mean for Hunt in the long term. We're investing in some dynamic server tech that will let us put more servers, more locations as needed to have better connections with the people trying to get to them. And we're also investigating additional hosting solutions where that can be a problem for some folks in some markets, depending on how that goes. And sometimes that's out of our control because it's just about the internet or who the hosting providers are. But there are things that we can do to help mitigate some of those circumstances. So that's all a very high priority, which also has us basically creating the strike team around a lot of that stuff. And so like the infamous reload bug we can talk about, like that has its roots in both game code and latency issues. So we went deeper into those systems, and at the end of last year, it's just started opening the door that we can tackle that one and some other latency-rooted issues. So that strike team's engaging on the reload bug. We have trade windows as a thing we're always investigating too, and trying to get those dialed into a right space. We know that it's a common frustration point that comes up for some of the high-end gamers, but sometimes when the ping isn't good. So we want to look at what we can do to mitigate that. Rubber banding and zero ping issues also all come from this. So that team is looking at all of those issues with more resources and more folks who've been recruited in with a speciality in solving some of those things to make it better as we go forward. So we'll come back when we have some, specific updates and tangible fixes are implemented. We will have another version of the reload system and the ammo system that's been refactored that'll be out in the spring update shortly, and we will continue to bang on it with everyone else and see how it performs in some of the worst internet conditions. Because in good internet conditions, we think is fairly completely solved. There are those moments that can happen in the high latency, high ping moments where then it can reassert itself.
Makes sense, yeah, and I'm sure you touched on a lot of points there. I think that many are going to be very happy to hear that we're actively working on it, particularly the trade windows and the zero ping issues, which has been something that we've been seeing, come up quite a bit lately. So that's really, really awesome. But I think, seeing as though we've touched on the technology side and probably the most important aspect of the technology side, let's get on to what people want to hear about. And what they want to hear about is the content. I think the first thing we should probably lay out for people is how are the updates going to be working for us going forward? What's going to be the frequency? How often are they going to be out, and everything like that?
Yeah, so when we're laying out the roadmap, we try to build the framework around having the quarterly updates. So you want 4 a year being a target that we do, and that's when we kind of give it a big number increment of the build. And so it roughly equates to what are we doing for the spring update, the summer update, the fall update, and the winter update as we use those internally here. And then in addition to those updates, we do hot fixes, we do some content additions, and so those will come out more frequently. So it's not to say you're only going to get 4 downloads a year, but there'll be 4 major ones where we substantially change what's going on in the game, or if we kick off and run a new event, like each one of those takes what we consider a full update in that quarter cadence. So you can look for 4 big ones of those as they come out, and some will have more, some will have less. But that's the cadence we'll talk about.
That's great. I'm sure everyone will be very, very happy to hear the kind of the layout that we're going to be having for the remainder of this year. I know that's always something that people are wondering about, so thank you very much for sharing that information with us, David. But I suppose the next thing we should get on to is going to be the spring update that you mentioned, as we're going to be having the quarterly ones. We clearly haven't had our one yet. So take us through the first parts of the spring update there.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So the things we're looking for in the spring update are, we're going to start with some of the traits that we're going to carry forward that were there in the Devil's Moon event. So self-res and the solo buffs are going to be part of that spring update. We're going to have it available to any solo player with the Necromancer trait. We'll have some tuning details on this one as it comes closer to launch, but yeah, self-res is coming back. We're going to be focusing on new players. We have a lot of folks who, like I was talking about earlier on, like Hunt can be hard to learn, and even knowing what you're supposed to do and what is a clue and what is a layer and what is a target or a bomb or whatever you call that. So we have an scripted tutorial that we're trying to put out that'll give a little more color to the world of the hunters. It'll have some of our first VO work that's happening out there. We're very proud of that. So you'll start hearing a little bit more getting indoctrinated into the hunt culture as a hunter, and look forward to seeing the impact that has on more of those new users adopting the game and sticking with it. Player choice is another thing. We'll be experimenting in the spring update with day and night contracts. These experiments are going to allow the player some choice. It's going to be a limited run, so it might only be a weekend. We have to be sensitive to those matchmaking pools and how many players there are at any given time. So we'll have these windows where we're going to put up 2 contracts, and we're going to allow the player the choice of saying, do you want to go to a standard contract that rotates in the daytime, or we're classifying the night as the wild card, where it's going to be able to be the night. And so as you go into those, you know, we'll be looking for your engagement, we'll be looking for your feedback, we will run more of the surveys like we did with the Inferno to see what players like and don't like, and then we'll watch the data closely to see what's healthiest there. So going to be some interesting things when you can go in knowing what your loadout is going to do and knowing what the environment's going to be. There'll still be fog maps that kind of mix up the day, so it's not always high visibility. But yeah, that's a big experiment coming, so we're looking forward to see how that goes.
Cool.
Some other experiments, we're going to work on matchmaking improvements, and so that's where we're going to try emphasizing the full lobbies a little bit and lightly releasing some of the skill clamping, so there might be a broader range of MMR stars that will show up in any given lobby to emphasize full lobbies over having that be a narrow band. And we're going to evaluate the relationship between quick play and bounty hunt for adjustments. You know, it's another popular topic that comes up in the community about how people are gaming one system to try and get an advantage in the other. And it's not as big a problem statistically or data-wise, but I think it's one in sentiment that bears looking into. So we want to understand just what is going on with the people who are engaging in both quick play and bounty hunt, and what that effect looks like on the fun being had or the engagement of both players. And so yeah, sentiment, like I've been touching on, it's a key part of the results. We definitely look to that for the feedback and what we hear through socials or on the Discord or all the different channels. But then also the data on that retention and the engagement, and seeing what's really happening under the hood for the hundreds of thousands of players and what they do or don't do has to factor into the decisions we make there. So we'll talk more about it as we go through the year. Sometimes those can be pretty boring discussions, but I know they're also ones that community. And like I said earlier, there's going to be a couple quest lines coming with the spring update, and they're going to be teasing and foreshadowing the narrative of the summer event. So that's what you can expect out of the spring.
That sounds like a jam-packed bit of an update, I have to say. I mean, I think it's really great that, like last year, we put a focus on the retention side of things, and this year now with the scripted tutorial, we're looking at trying to kind of focus on some new players and kind of keeping that growth going. I know many people are going to be really, really happy for the solo buffs. They enjoyed them a hell of a lot during the Devil's Moon event. So that's going to be cool, and I mean, we know that people have wanted a bit more choice when it comes to the maps and everything like that. So yeah, it's all really cool and some really great stuff. So I think with that, then we should, moving on from the spring update, obviously the next one is going to be the summer update. We've got a couple of different things to talk about here. I think there's one burning question though, David, and there's something the community has been asking for I don't know how long at this point, and I'm going to ask it in the way I feel the community will feel appropriate. Okay, so David, new boss when? New boss when?
Yeah, so, you know, interesting thing in our glossary, the things you actually hunt down and get bounties from targets. And so we struggle with what do we call them and how do we refer to them, and we also start referring to them as bosses. So we're going to talk about the concept of boss targets being the big monstrosities that stomp around in compounds and drop bounties. And we're introducing a new category of wild target. And the wild targets are going to live outside of the compound. So you'll have boss targets in the compound and wild targets outside the compounds. And so as we go into the summer event, wild targets outside the compound, dropping bounties not inside the compounds, is one of the big changes that we'll be experimenting with this summer.
Interesting. I'm sure a lot of people are very happy to hear about that. It's something that's been since, I think, the beginning of Hunters. So that's really, really cool to hear. I know, obviously, we don't want to give too much away. You know, we don't like spoiling things early, but we want to make sure that, that we are working on stuff like this. Yeah, I'm really, really excited for the summer. I'm sure you guys are going to be delighted. when you see what we come up with. But we've kind of touched back and forth on a bunch of different things throughout it. One thing I want to kind of touch on right now, and I know that this is something we're going to be looking after during the summer event, is going to be the Blood Bond refactor. So we mentioned this last year in our monetization video with Hans, that we were going to be changing the Blood Bond stuff over to hunt dollars. So, for example, the respec of the the respec of traits and things like that, where it was tied within smaller elements. So, what's going to be happening with that? I mean, we've been talking about it happening for almost a year now. So, I'm sure the community would love to know what's the next step for it.
Yep, that's a great topic, and this summer is when that'll be happening as well. So we're gonna follow through on that subject, redefining kind of the player use of blood bonds, and most notably, we'll be removing them from the respecking of health bars and traits. Those elements that are kind of tied to RNG and the reroll mechanics will be moved away from blood bonds as well. So it might be hunt dollars, it might be a couple other mechanical tricks that we can play in there, but we see blood bonds as being like a currency that people should be using for cosmetics, because it's acquiring it for real money, and we don't want it tied up into the RNG of gameplay affecting things like health bars and traits. So that change will also be getting implemented this summer as part of that event, and look forward to the feedback and sentiment and thoughts on that, and we'll look for the engagement and all the other parts that come with it.
Cool, and you keep touching on a specific word during the last two topics we've talked about with the event. So I think this is probably a good point in time to talk about when our first event is going to be coming up. And if I understand correctly, it's not just one event. Again, we're going down the trilogy route again. So have you got some information on that for us?
Yeah, so we talked about that with the wild targets are going to be coming and dropping bounties here. It's going to be kicking off a new trilogy of events that we start this summer. We'll definitely roll out more details on the theme and what to expect as we get closer to release there, both for the wild target and for the trilogy that we're kicking off and the narrative around that, as we're continuing on the story of, a bunch of hunters in distress, a bunch of factions, the AHA kind of tearing itself apart, and just what's become of that, and then what's become of all the letters that were sent out calling out to international hunters to come join the struggle and lend aid. And so a lot of that will continue to go on as we carry that story forward into the next trilogy. So we learned and grown a significant amounts in concluding that Moon trilogy, and the stuff that really worked in there, like the hunters, very popular, the narratives and the monstrosities that are emerging from corruption. So all those things will be part of this event trilogy kicking off.
I'm excited. I mean, if the last trilogy events are anything to go by with how they've just each time got better, I'm sure these ones are going to be awesome. And a little bit of spoilers on the AHA and the factions and stuff there as well. We talked about the Inferno a while ago. What's the situation going to be with new wildcard conditions? Are we going to be having any more of them this year?
Yeah, so we considered the Inferno wildcard overall a great success. We learned a lot. We'll be experimenting with the contracts, like I said in the spring update, running limited time options for players to play kind of standard or wildcard. In the summer, we'll expand that with some new weather-based wildcard conditions that we'll talk about more as we go. There's always speculation on this and what it'll be, so look forward to coming back with more. But it's definitely a system that we're enjoying, and we think adds to the game well, and putting it in that wildcard classification gives us some control about the frequency of how it comes up and gives players a choice about do you enjoy it or not. Because we would also recognize that some folks found the Inferno to be draining or tiring if they played it for 8 hours. Now, a lot of people don't play for 8 hours. Some of us do.
Some of us
and
do.
We want to. Some of us do, and especially all those great partners that we have out there on stream. So we want to be sensitive to that, and also give some choices about when you want to engage with some of those non-standard elements of the game, and when you want to just go back to like, hey, I just want to play hunt the way it was.
Yeah.
So those are elements that we want to work into giving some of those choices back to the players during events.
Yeah, I suppose that ties in quite well with what we were saying about the day and night contracts earlier on as well. But again, going back to player choice is something that we always kind of strive to do as much as we possibly can within Hunt. So it's great to see that we're experimenting with things like this again. And I mean, like you said, the wildcard condition itself is awesome and a great introduction, but obviously wasn't for everybody, and we have to understand that as well. So But I mean, if we talk about like with wildcard condition, you know, the new events, all of these things that we're doing again. I think probably the next thing we talk about, you mentioned, was going to be like the new pacts and some new experimental traits. So can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, as we go forward, we're really liking this concept of having the hunter packs, and each of those packs having some new traits and new ways that they're using, you know, the dark sight and the energy that they pull out of the bayou. So we will have some new packs. We might bring back one or two of the old packs, and each of those will have new experimental traits and might have some tweaks on the old traits. So we're going to redo the pledge mark system. There was some confusion around that system about what it meant to have the pledge active or have the pledge not active. So we're going to do things to make it more clear cut about what it means to have or remove those traits when they get used or expired. And they will be more of that experimental gameplay. The thing we like with it is having the 3 different systems. It's like it's a little kind of prototype skill tree where you have to make a choice. You can't just stack all of these on top of each other.
Yeah.
And so we keep them in temporary in nature, and we make some of the powerful ones, you know, in a way that they can't be stacked on top of each other, and that lets us push a little further in the experimentation. So, you know, that was our hope, is that the packs and the traits would keep the event a little bit more meaningful and a little more vital. Even if you power pushed all your way through the battle pass early, there were still reasons to be checking in and playing this event, other than just trying to move down a reward track. It was actually a different experience that was going on. So, felt there was good success with that in Devil's Moon, and you can expect more of that in our events as we go forward.
It's really awesome. And I mean, yeah, we've seen from the feedback that, you know, the traits and the experiments and the packs and everything were really well received. I mean, some a lot more well received than others, but you know, this is the nature of experimentation. You know.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like again, like we didn't think that, you know, all of the different packs would be taken in an even one-third split.
Yeah.
Obviously, we had one that became more powerful with grounded or more common and popular. And so, you know, that was pushed right up to the edge of what we wanted to do. And we had considered doing a tuning update in the middle of the event to adjust some of those pieces, but we also wanted to stay the course and keep people focused on all of the fixes they were doing for the upcoming updates and all the other bug fixes, as opposed to just doing the tuning patch. So it was a hard decision we did wrestle through for people who thought we should have changed it mid-event. We considered it, but when we did the math, we felt like we really wanted to have it run the course and just keep focused on the next stuff that's coming through soon, rather than derail that in order to make a tuning adjustment. So, yeah, we don't consider it perfect, but we consider it a successful experiment, and we learned from it, and we ask that you continue to make your voices heard as we put out new and experimental things, and we'll look to be even more responsive with how we can tune and adjust it.
Like I said, it's really awesome to have this thing to experiment with, and it did give the event a little bit more to it. Even if we finished it, there was something to still work for. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what we come up with next time around. I'm sure the community will be excited too. So with that, I guess we kind of look on to like the last couple of things. I mean, kind of something that's going to be kind of happening continuously between now and the end of the summer, and that's as we kind of look at the new hunters and the new weapons and cosmetics that we're bringing out. So I think one kind of good topic to talk about is probably the most recent hunter that came out, the guy with the 3 faces, and the one that's actually coming out quite soon, and basically what kind of direction we're taking with a lot of the hunters.
Yeah, so we're having fun with finding out what our hunters like from, you know, other cultures and other nationalities who've heard about the trouble that's going on here and how it seems to be kind of spinning out of control. So international hunters is a big part of that. You should expect more of those to be coming across this whole year. We're going to look at revisiting some of our themes about some of the First Nations heroes that we've had and hunters that have emerged to help folks in the bayou deal with things that they have some extra knowledge on. So I'm excited to see how those roll out as we go across this year. And yeah, it's I'll leave it to the narrative team and some of the events as we lead up. And, you know, we'll start talking more about how we choose our hunters, how we look for the cultures and the folks that we want to represent. And yeah, we're just looking for anyone to kind of take a look at hunt and say, oh yeah, I could be part of that. I could get in there. And then of course, just things that you just wouldn't see in other games. Like that's another part when we get into that hunt identity. We feel like all the hunters that we bring in are a big part of what sets the core identity of what hunt is and who the hunters are. And then, yeah, in addition, we'll have the new weapon weapon lines and variants and the charms that can hang off the guns. We've had some fun putting those all together, and Dennis will come on and we'll talk on each of these updates about what those new weapon lines are, what he's trying to do with the whole meta progression, and what we see for usage and weapon usage and effectiveness out there. So we don't want it to become stale, and obviously we don't want to break it. So there's a lot of delicate things that we do when we consider which weapons and weapon lines to bring on, but of course there'll be more of those and more ammo types as we go through the year.
And I'm sure Dennis is really, really excited to start talking about this stuff pretty soon. So
he does love to talk about the weapons.
Indeed he does. Indeed he does. Understandably so, because they are amazing. So, but yeah, so make sure, guys, keep an eye out for like upcoming live streams, videos, anything that might give you some bit of a hint as to what's coming up with those new weapons and new weapon lines. So with that, I think that kind of covers the majority of like the summer update itself. I mean, obviously there will be extra little bits and pieces that will be dotted in there. We're just mainly kind of covering some of the bigger topics, the bigger things that we know everyone wants to hear about. With that, I think while we've covered the first half of the year, we don't want to go too heavy on what's going to be coming up in the second half of the year, because we're going to have another video, around the end of the summer for you again, so we can kind of go into a lot more detail, as obviously we're still working out on plans, and while we do have something in place already, it's game development. Anything can happen, things can change. It's the nature of the business. So we don't want to. We know exactly what's happening with spring and summer. With fall and winter, we want to just kind of give you a bit of an idea first, before we start going into the heavy nitty-gritty details of it. We mentioned earlier that we have the scripted tutorial as one of the things coming with the spring update. Is there anything else that we've got coming up towards, say, in the second half of the year that's going to be aimed at kind of helping some new players get their feet wet, get into things, become that legendary hunter they've always wanted to be? Have we got any other plans?
Yeah, so another mode that kind of goes into there is a shooting range mode. We're looking at building out a space where the players can go in and have an assortment of weapons. You can bring the loadout you have, or you can pick up some weapons that are in there to get a feel for all the different guns and how they perform at different ranges. Having some target dummies out there that can give you the feedback of what you're seeing for damage and what you're doing at different ranges. And also having that set up so that you can go in with a lobby of friends, if you've match made deliberately to invite your friends together, you can all go in the shooting range there. And if that all goes well, we're also going to be enabling a PvP toggle, so then once you're in there, you can start shooting each other and solve your 1v1 gunfight aspirations for who is better on the draw when you get into that situation one-on-one. So that could be fun. We're definitely looking at it. We'll have more updates on the shooting range as it makes progress, but that's another initiative both for giving players that PvE, just like what do these weapons do at the ranges and how they feel, and also that straight up PvP of like if it's just the two of us with guns, who's winning.
Yeah, that sounds really awesome. I'm sure there's a lot of people are going to be really, really happy about that. I know it's something that people have asked for quite a long time. I mean, we have the 3D viewer, which is an amazing feature, and there isn't really anything else out there like it at the moment, and to be able to then add on to that again with the shooting range is going to be a really kind of big help to a lot of, especially for beginners, but I'm almost certain content creators in particular are going to love this. Like you said, the 1v1 aspects are just astronomical. So but yeah, no, that sounds like a really, really cool feature. And I think, as we're at the kind of the latter half of the year and we're kind of looking more to the future, and we were talking about numbers and the game growing and everything like that, what does that kind of mean for in terms of like reporting systems and stuff like that? I mean, we know that as games get larger, people generally tend to have more and more concerns about bad behavior and everything that goes on in games. So are we going to be looking to kind of enhance our systems in any way to kind of counter this increase in the population recently?
Yeah, we're going to definitely look at the reporting system. It's definitely something that's important to us that you use. I know some people feel like it's kind of a black box. I've heard people say, yeah, I don't bother reporting, but we do look at them. It does matter. We have all the data going back for years, so your reports do matter if you encounter that bad behavior, the toxicity, the things that just make Hunt not a great experience online. We love our proximity chat. We would hate to have a culture that developed where we ever had to turn that off, or just players just were always disabling it for that. So we want to keep the prox chat alive. We want to keep a civil and fun place for people to play. So please do use the reporting system if you encounter anything in there that you think is worth reporting. and we'll chat more about it later in the year about how we can be more transparent about the results and what we're doing to make it more meaningful and more effective. So we appreciate all of your help in policing the Bayou when it comes to bad actors who are out there in it. So please use it, and we'll come back and talk more about it later in the year.
Sure, and like not only do you have the report system currently in game, you can also report people for anything you need to through huntshowdown.com as well, through the support site. So just to kind of keep that in mind. You know, we talked earlier on about technology improvements, and you know the first half of the year is going to be focusing on the server side of things, the NetOps and everything like that, and that task force. What can we see in terms of, say, the engine side of things and how that will play into Hunt and its performance and everything in future?
Yeah, so Hunt last integrated to kind of the main line of CryEngine back at version 5.6, and that's 4 years ago. So Hunt's running on a 4-year-old version of CryEngine, and this year we're going to start that integration to take it up to the latest 5.11 version of CryEngine. So that's going to bring with it a bunch of things. The big thing is it paves the way for the proper Gen 9 version, where we can have the PS5 and Xbox Series consoles, where we have the DX12 running natively. We'll be pushing graphic fidelity on the PC as well as those consoles after we get to that latest, greatest version of CryEngine here at 5.11. When the work is done, the consoles and PCs should benefit from HDR, FSR 2.1, and direct storage at release. So we know that will be an enhanced experience visually and just in the terms of loading and where the assets are and how you get into matches. And it's another long view initiative, so we'll come back with more details later in the year as we make progress on it. But it's definitely a big part of where we're putting our resources this year as we prepare Hunt to go on for years and years and years. So, we have this roadmap we're talking about for this year, but we have a plan for the franchise that extends well beyond 2020.
Welcome to my channel.
And I'm sure our console community will be very, very happy to hear that we are, progressing and working on at least the current generation update for the PS5 and the Xbox Series. So it's really great to hear. Thanks for sharing that. You say again, Hunt for years to come, and I think it's something that's going to hopefully inspire a lot of hope within the community that Hunt does have a lot more in it. It has a long way to go, and 5 years in, we still haven't started yet. We've scratched the surface. We have lots more that we want to do. So while we kind of finish off there on the kind of the end of 2023, and like I said, we'll come back with another video around July-ish or July-August to kind of go through a bit more detail of the second half of the year. Let's take a look further beyond that, and maybe kind of into 2024 and some of the things that we might potentially have coming up ahead. One thing that people are probably going to notice from this video is one particular topic that we have not talked about. So I would like to mention it. We haven't talked about a new map yet.
Dracula SRB.
Last
Welcome
year,
to my channel.
Maybe a bit longer.
We rich.
Forgive me for not remembering the exact date. But yeah, we haven't had a new map in a while. So what's the story there?
Yep. So we do
Ivo
have a new
Ostado.
map and a new map biome underway. So it's not just a new map made up of these assets that we have, but an entirely new biome as well. It won't be out in 2020.
Trebada odom da uzmem kevi nestozie 8 Mart.
Release it as close to flawless as we can. We don't want it going out all buggy, broken, or having
Pa na
issues.
poseo
We
posl.
didn't give it that time that it needs.
Posl.
It also ties into some of the tech that we're building and the things that we're doing here in 23. So right now the new map with the new biome is tracking for early 2024. So I know that'll be
Laughing face.
people clamoring for the new map, but we want to make sure we have it right, and we want to make sure that it's a meaningful, different.
Тогда кажем каналу. Чем бацитен Hunt.
Some other things a lot of people ask about other little small modes or prototype modes. We will be looking at proto modes.
Ha 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 ha.
Experience across all the shooters I've made over the years making
На
many
бързина.
modes.
Кал
It's
секс.
easy to start them, and
Сексует.
it's really hard to finish
Так
one
он
that's
некогда
actually worth
слушал.
shipping. And so you can
Hunt на
go in
бързина.
with the best of intentions,
Секс
you
easy.
can talk
Tutu.
all about it, and then you just wind up never delivering it. And you
Ha ha
have
ha ha ha.
some in the history of Hunt that we've talked about, like a nightmare mode. I'll tell you right now, it's not in development anymore. It was a thing being considered. We don't want to get caught up in those traps, but we will say that we have some prototype modes that we're not sure if they would land in the end of 23. It might be safer to consider that they'll come in 24. But the big mode efforts this year are that scripted tutorial in the shooting range. There will be more that come in 2024, because as we grow the game and all the things you hear us doing, we'll look for new modes and new ways for players to engage on there. And then custom lobbies, another one very near and dear to my heart. I want them pretty badly. We have to do the engine integration, and we have to refactor the back end and finish a bunch of those stuff, none of which looks like it would line up to have the custom lobbies this year. So those custom lobbies would be a fast follow in early 24. But really important for us, for people in communities to be able to get together, load into Hunt, play it the way they want, to earn it, to have some competitions, or even just to help friends get acquainted to the game and play it, the way they like to. So those will be some of the far-reaching things as we get closer to the end of this year. Hopefully they come into better focus and we can talk about what we see for 2024 in the end.
That's awesome, and I know you've touched on a lot of different things that I'm sure the community are glad that we're actually discussing. I mean, we haven't spoken about custom lobbies in a while, or prototype modes or anything like that, so it's good that they're still on the radar, and they haven't just been kind of pushed off to the side and bare gathering dust. So that's really, really great to hear. So look, I think for that we should leave it at that. That is everything that we have on our list to talk about today. So David, first off, let me say thank you very, very much for taking the time out of your schedule to join us for this video today. I very much appreciate it, and I'm sure the community will very, very much appreciate having some insight from the general manager of Hunt. So once again, thank you very, very much for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks for having me again. I love the franchise. I'm loving the community. So this is just a great ride. I am very happy to be on with all of you.
That's awesome. Thanks very much. So with that is the end of our developer roadmap video. Thank you very much for joining us today. If you like this, make sure to like and subscribe on the YouTube channel, and make sure to follow us all over the place. Just search for Hunt Showdown on all channels: Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and Twitch as well. Also keep in mind that David does join on some of our gameplay live streams as well, with some of the community managers and other team members, so be sure to check them out. You never know, we might actually end up getting some extra information in them. So with that, we just want to do one last shout out to you, the community, as a big thank you for all of your support in 2022. It's been really amazing being able to develop Hunt for you guys and create something amazing, but it's even been more special to see what you guys have been doing with it. So thank you very much from all of us here, and that's it. We'll see you again next time.
Cinepus.
I'm talking.
Why are you wearing a Mickey Mouse shirt?
I just grabbed a T-shirt.
Just shirt.
Here. There.
Mickey Mouse sucks.
Yes, he does suck. Josh! Welcome to Best of the Worst.
Ah, thanks, Rich.
Would you like to tell us about our first movie today? For the record, this is a fake DVD we have printed out. But
Yes.
The description on the back, it comes straight from IMDb.
Yes, these are accurate.
It is the official description of the movie. Okay, so Josh, tell us about Mega Lightning.
Well, Mega Lightning, who, after a violent thunderstorm scares a house party. Official, you say. After a violent thunderstorm.
Dogs? Is it a house party of dogs?
After a violent thunderstorm scares a house party,
The dogs are like playing poker. And the lightning storm breaks out. It's just happening.
the lights go out, and it's just. All right, I'm gonna go from the top again.
Yeah.
Because it's all one sentence. After a violent thunderstorm scares a house party, the guests flee to a nearby home for shelter, only to discover a more sinister hand is at play: poker. Now they can't escape the stranger's home due to the thunderstorm, but they can't stay inside due to the danger that follows them.
Half in the bag.
All right, you guys have fun.
Well, Mike, it's official. We've reached the bottom of the barrel. We might be below the bottom of the barrel. I don't even know what this show is anymore.
Show.
Last episode, we just watched an episode of Night Court. And now here we are. How did we get here?
We got here because so far 2023 has been just awful. I don't even think I've watched a movie. M. Night Shyamalan has a new movie out.
It was the #1 movie over the weekend. I didn't even know it existed until yesterday.
Me neither. And then something else came out, Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Well, that's not out yet.
Oh,
It's already the biggest movie of all time, though.
okay. What else came out? So,
We should point out, though, because this is every year people say, "Are you going to make?" We used to do a thing called "F you, it's January." We got to be careful with YouTube now.
YouTube won't let us swear anymore.
We can't say or Well, the thing is, we stopped kind of doing that because years ago, that stopped being the model. It used to be January was the month that studios dumped their crappy movies
Into the theaters.
into theaters. Now, even before like the pandemic stuff, that kind of stopped being the model.
Now they dump their crap all year into
round.
the theaters.
But yeah, no, but some good movies have been released in January. It's not really the business model anymore, so that's why we don't do that anymore. But this is sort of the spiritual successor to those videos.
Right.
Because there's been lots of crap released this year that nobody's ever heard of.
Yes, and this is our official first video of what crap came out this year so far. And we had a little system of determining that because, you know, movies come out all the time and I say, hey, that looks like a cool movie, and it came out 6 months ago. Never heard of it. This release dates mean nothing. And garbage movies come out all the time. You go to Tubi
Oh, Tubi's got the best garbage.
and you find just atrocious things. So I drew the line at what is listed on imdb.com as an official 2023 release.
Okay.
And I had a very simple method. I sorted the movies by rankings, review rankings.
User ratings, right?
User ratings from worst up. And then I watched the trailers for every awfully reviewed movie, and I had a specific criteria for the trailer, which it's, does it open with a drone shot of a car driving down lonely highways?
This came from me today.
That's a little long. We'll call it opens with a drone shot. That was the criteria, and I found 5 movies that qualified because it's no longer impressive that you have a drone.
No.
And it's no longer impressive that you have drone shots that simulate old school Hollywood helicopter shots or crane shots, dolly shots, whatever you want to call them. It's not impressive anymore because they do that to hook you in. It's a real movie.
That wide overhead shot.
It's just like The Shining. What up? Oh.
What do you think is up with Carla?
People keeping that crowd? Come on.
Then you see the first couple scenes, and then
Ironically, Snowfall is the movie we're going to talk about in depth.
Yeah.
Has the opposite problem. All these other ones, you see the drone shot and it looks semi-professional, and then it cuts to the regular shots from the movies and they look awful. This Snowfall, the drone shots look like super low res compared to the rest of the footage. When they first show up at the cabin, there's like a drone shot coming down to the front door of the house, and it's like horribly compressed, and it looks like digitally sharpened or something, and it looks awful. And then it cuts to a regular shot from the movie, and it looks pretty good.
Andy, you might want to sit down for this.
But the films that made our list. I just want to kill myself. Did you say something?
No, I didn't say anything.
Did you hear what I said? Well, Snowfalls. That's the movie that we picked at random, selected from a hat. The Devil Beneath. And here's their drone shots playing under my explanations.
Yeah.
Those who call Walking Karma with Michael Madsen.
Oh, yeah, that was sad to see.
Ooh. And then the third guest, the lowest rated of them all.
I should have never called.
Then why are you here?
I'm here to warn you.
It topped out at a 4.2.
What was Snowfalls? That's right in the middle, right?
Snowfalls is right in the middle.
3.1.
Alrighty, my friends. I would like to make a toast.
So, let's get this train going. Snowfalls, the movie.
Welcome to our Half the Bag episode about Snowfalls.
Yes.
A title that works on so many levels because snow falls from the sky and they go to the town of Snow Falls in the film.
It works on many levels, mainly 2. Snowfalls, aka some Zoomers can't handle a little cold.
That was the biggest thing.
Wait, shut up! I've got an intro!
Oh my god.
Look out, idiots! It's Snowfalls, a movie released this year that you probably haven't or will never see. 5 young people inexplicably go to a remote cabin in the woods to quietly celebrate New Year's Eve. As most young people in their 20s do. That's when disaster strikes. A huge epic snowstorm suddenly shows up out of nowhere because it's the 1890s and nobody has a cell phone that says there's a giant snowstorm coming.
You can't predict these things.
And you don't look this information up when traveling to a remote cabin.
In the middle of nowhere, yeah.
Then they lose power. They also lose their minds. And the actors lose their dignity by appearing in this boring trash. Why are we reviewing this film? Well, 'cause fuck this year.
You're drinking a spooky Halloween beer in February.
Gross. Pumpkin pie spiced porter. Scary good.
See, I'd probably like that. I don't know why you're drinking it.
Because there's nothing left. We don't have any beer left. You're
Oh my
drinking
God.
Miller High Life.
That's true.
What could you possibly be doing right now?
Anyway, it's time to talk about Snowfalls, a film that was mind-bogglingly bad.
Yeah, it's ironic that a big part of the movie is sleep deprivation, because you're not going to have that problem if you watch the movie. I sent you a text like 30 minutes into it where I said, I feel like I've been watching this for 3 hours.
Yes, the movie's 80 minutes long, but it's like 880 minutes long. Yeah, so I don't know what the story is behind this. We've never heard of it. I've never heard of the director. His name's Colton Tran.
/ co-star.
Chill, okay? You're probably like one of those weirdos who wears like 2 condoms or something.
He's in the film. He is an actor. All 5 main characters are little tiny actors. They're little people. They're like 20-something years old, but they're all little people, and they're all little actors. They're all in something. Like,
they're all working actors.
They're all working actors.
Like one of them was on a few episodes of Teen Wolf, the MTV show.
Okay. And in the trailer, there's 2 bigger named actors. Patrick Fabian, who is an older character actor.
He most recently, according to IMDb, he's been on a ton of episodes of Better Call Saul. So that's probably his most recent claim to fame, which is popular series, but you can get him for a Zoom call for 5 seconds for this movie.
Right. And then Jonathan Bennett, who I recognize because he is on a lot of those baking shows.
Oh.
Like, I've seen him on TV before.
Okay.
He does those cooking, Halloween baking contest shows.
As himself?
Yeah, I think so. And I think he's also some kind of actor. I don't really know either of these 2 guys very well. I don't know any of these people very well. Yeah. But the 2 big names in the film both appear on Zoom call, on the phone, and then on the laptop.
Yeah. That's it.
They're like,
and because the older guy, plays the main character's dad.
Yes.
And not the main character, but the
I would say he's the co-main character.
Yeah, there's only 5 characters, but he's the kid whose father owns this house.
Kit. No, sorry, that's River.
River.
I got all their names, Jay.
Oh, that's great.
River.
That'll be very helpful.
Okay, so yeah, River is the rich kid whose dad owns the cabin. Yeah. There's Study Girl, who's studying in the car on the way there. You know.
Did you pick up on the fact that she's a med student?
Trust me, med student.
Yeah, I recognize that.
Did you pick up on that?
She knows a lot about hypothermia.
The writer, director, co-star, he just went to Wikipedia and copy-pasted large chunks, and that's her dialogue.
Most people think that booze will keep you warmer, but in reality, it does the opposite. You know, alcohol prevents your body from lots of its healthy reflexes, one of which is keeping the core body temperature warm in colder weather.
She also had some kind of backstory with cancer. Someone in her family died of cancer. So I have her a study girl / cancer girl. Her name's Eden.
Cold.
Then there's Paranoid M. M short for Emma, I assume. That's the girl who was the hypochondriac who kept saying her stomach hurt. And then Kit is our director, Colton Tran.
He's just there to party.
He lives on the edge, man. He didn't want to put his seatbelt on. So his first line of dialogue is, I don't want to wear my seatbelt. I live on the edge, man. I'm like, is that a joke?
Yeah, well, Kit refuses to wear a seatbelt, which I think is worse.
Well, I'm sorry that I like to live on the edge, okay?
And then there's Andy, and Andy is the vain content man.
Yes.
He's the man
which factors into the story in no way whatsoever.
0. He fancies himself a vlogger / content man.
Yeah, influencer.
Something, but he claims to have like 20,000 followers or something, and then.
You'd think that would come into play, or he's like, we're in trouble, we're stranded here, let me try and reach out to my follower. Nope. It's basically the core group of characters. The movie is essentially a remake of Cabin Fever. But in Cabin Fever, you have a flesh-eating virus that makes everyone go crazy. This movie, you have nothing that makes everyone go crazy. You have people that were cold for half a day, so they lose their minds. But the dynamic, it's 3 guys, 2 girls, 2 of them are a couple. One of them's friend-zoned by one of the other girls. It's all very, very similar to Cabin Fever.
Yeah, and it's very simple, and then it becomes bafflingly dumb.
Yes.
And boring.
That's the thing. This isn't a funny bad movie. We're not talking about like a money flame.
No, but it's oddly fascinating that it would get made.
Everyone in this movie's fine. They're all professional working actors.
The lead girl who played Eden was convincing. Everyone else was just like, okay.
Yeah, they were fine. Compared to, like, I watched the trailers for all these other movies. They all look like crap visually. They all have bad acting. I skimmed through a little bit of The Third Guest, and, like, it looks like a Neil Breen movie. Every shot is, like, this claustrophobic close-up. It's really bizarre. And then this movie looks really good. Like, for a low-budget movie, like, the cinematography is nice. There's lots of, like, if it's not natural lighting, they do a good job of replicating natural lighting. And yeah, there's money behind it, or just someone that really knows cameras and lenses and where to place the camera to get good lighting with natural light from the windows. It's a good-looking movie. And then it's just like the dumbest shit you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
There's like a incongruity between how it looks and the actual content.
We need firewood, River. That's an antique.
Oh boy. It's a terrible script.
Should we go a brief overview of the plot?
I laughed. I laughed aloud when it starts. It starts with a close-up of a radio, and it's like cycling through radio stations. There's been a horrible plane crash.
Following a tragic plane crash in the East Hills area, we're still awaiting information of how many passengers were on board the aircraft, but it is believed to be weather-related.
I'm like, kids going to a cabin in the woods on New Year's. I don't know much else about it other than that. And I thought maybe the plane crashed. The pilot went insane and crashed the plane. And then he got and he looks like Two-Face, and he's walking around the woods, and he's your killer.
Yeah.
I thought I'm like, why do you tell us about this plane crash? It ain't got nothing to do with the movie.
It's a red herring. All the explanations for what's going on are vague red herrings.
Of a highly contagious SARS-like virus seems to be spreading rapidly overseas.
And the only one that makes any logical sense is the stupidest, which is that they all go crazy from being stuck in a cabin in the snow for a day.
Well, we'll get to that. But the lines were just like, I don't know if it's the script or the direction, but the lines were just like, the first line is,
Hey, how much longer?
are we there yet? And then Kit, the influencer guy, he's like, GPS says 15 minutes.
GPS says 15 minutes.
Thank God.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's very like
And
line, cut.
And then they get the point is they're going to this nice house. I would even call it a cabin in the woods. It's a very large mansion. And they're going there to celebrate New Year's Eve. And then they go there and it's like deathly quiet. They're just sitting around bored. One guy, Colton Trans, says, "Let's do shots." And it's like 1:30 in the afternoon.
Sure.
Well, yeah, he's the party guy, but they do shots and then they all like fall asleep and wait around. And then it's like a very quick montage of them celebrating New Year's Eve. And then, oh, she says, hold on.
Too many notes. Oh my God.
Okay, so young people make dinner.
So, what's for dinner?
Stir fry, and everyone's helping.
A stir fry.
Yeah.
We're making a stir fry.
And we watch the
Party!
These are the scenes that you have happen so you get to know your characters. Like, we know that they can make stir fry.
The young people don't do this stuff, though. Like, I was thinking in my head, I would rather see, it would be enjoyable to watch a movie with this premise, just with old people. Like 5 old people, like people in
Sure.
their 80s.
Yeah.
Go to have a quiet New Year's Eve at a cabin, and there's like a
So
screen.
nice to get out of the city.
Right, and they're just, how long? The GPS, the GIPS. Well, the old person will get it wrong. My Garmin says 15 minutes. Oh, good, because I gotta go. And then they get there, and there's
they point out that the one guy doesn't have his seatbelt on. And he's like, "Oh, I forgot."
Yeah, right.
That's the reason he's not wearing a seatbelt.
And they're all just driving quietly. They're not just like the kids in their 20s would be like, "Give me your phone." They'd be talking nonstop, and they're just sitting quietly driving. And then they get there, and they're just like so reserved and quiet, and no one's doing drugs, no one's smoking weed, no one's like. There is like some kind of sex stuff, sort of. He jokes around, he climbs on her and says, this bed will make for a great sex bed. And she says, my stomach hurts. And he's like, and then the scene just ends.
It's just over, yeah.
And then, but old people. And then you have like a scream face, like ghost face killer shows up in the window, and it's just like I'm gonna go kill some teens in the woods, and it's just a bunch of elderly people. I would. So what I'm saying is, for a movie written and directed by a young person, strangely, all the characters act like they were written by like a 75-year-old person.
Yeah.
And or directed by an old person. Here's where you're gonna turn on Dick Clark's Rockin' New Year's Eve and eat your stir fry. Don't forget to take your cholesterol and your blood pressure pills. That was their night, and it's like, and also it's apparently it's. We'll talk about the cold. That's the main villain of the film.
Yes, we'll get into that.
And how completely illogical.
Well, also continuing what you were saying, also the movie feels very like brutish in a way that's weird. Like, again, comparing this to Cabin Fever, which is like a horny nightmare. But sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Sorry, I would describe.
But yeah, like there's a part in the movie later in the movie, one of the characters is hallucinating, and he's hallucinating that the main girl is like seducing him.
Yeah.
And she's like out of focus in the background. She's like taking the sleeve off her jacket, but she has like a full turtleneck underneath. And he's like, "Stop, or you'll get cold." It's like she's fully dressed. This is the seduction scene. It would make sense if she was like naked and like, "Come to bed with me."
Or let's get in the hot shower, and then they start boning in the hot shower.
Yeah, which is sort of in the movie. They put that in the trailer to give you the illusion that there's some sort of life and sex in this film when there isn't.
Right.
There's the one girl that takes her top off, kind of, but she's from the back, and it's because they want to get they're trying to get body heat from each other.
Although they jump into the hot tub in the trailer, and you're like,
oh yeah.
And then that scene is like 10 seconds long. So yeah, you're right on that point. Is like you make a movie like this for two reasons: to show naked people and to have violent murders, and neither happen.
Nothing happens. Yeah.
Almost nothing happens.
There's a couple hallucinations that are very jarring and look terrible, and we'll get into them when we talk about the cold.
Yes. So this
is like the looming threat: us talking about the cold.
Right.
We're gonna get to it.
That's every October, November for us. We've been through all this shit. I would say that this movie was made by a bunch of little assholes from California.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Is the director, that kid, like he's never been outside of California.
Well, it says he grew up in Utah, and so I don't know where Utah can get cold. Maybe in southern Utah. I really don't know. But yeah, it does come across comical. How like not ill prepared they are, but how unrealistic.
So the whole thing is, snow. The power goes out because of all the bad weather. It's snowing constantly. The roads, they can't get out of the cabin because the roads are completely blocked off by snow. Even though they never seem to get more than like an inch of snow through the whole movie.
Right.
Even though it never stops snowing.
Yes.
Except for the shots where it does. So they're trapped. And over the course of one day, they all start to lose their minds.
Right.
And they kind of have some like allusions to, oh, maybe there's something evil in the snow.
What if the snow is, I don't know, somehow contaminated?
He's like, well, that's stupid, so it won't be that. The only thing it could be, they talk about, oh, we got to stay awake, because if we fall asleep, this is more Wikipedia sniping. So they all try to stay awake, so it's like, oh, okay, so they're going crazy from sleep deprivation.
Right.
It's the only thing that makes sense logically in the movie. It's not evil snow. There's not toxins in the snow.
They eat the snow. That's why they think that. Because they make snow cones for...
So they can say, we ate the snow. Maybe the snow's making us go crazy.
One brings snow cone juice.
Maybe they just poured booze on it? I don't remember.
It was colorful.
Okay.
Yeah, but so, okay, so there's this very large property, house, cabin, whatever you want to call it. It has a big fireplace. It, of course, has electricity, some sort of heater.
There is a generator.
There's a generator, but it's out of gas.
Well, I kept waiting. They keep cutting to the establishing shot of the house, and one of the characters early in the movie makes a snowman. And that snowman is so prominent in the foreground of all those establishing shots. I was like, oh, that's going to be their way of showing how much the snow accumulates.
Yeah.
By the end, you're just going to see like the top of the snowman's head. But every time they cut to that the exterior throughout the whole movie, throughout several days, it never accumulates any more than where it's at the beginning of the movie.
Because they don't understand about snow accumulation.
They put a plug-in effect of snow in the foreground of the shot.
Right.
Which they couldn't do for the scenes that they actually shot outside. So it just coincidentally, every time they go outside, the snow stops. But we see the car after like 3 or 4 days of them being there. There's like a little bit of snow on the top of the car. None of it adds up. Just get in the car and drive away.
Do they ever say where they are? Where is Snow Falls?
I don't think so.
The North Pole? I mean, because that's the thing is like, sure, a bomb cyclone can happen. You know, like recently, I think it was Buffalo, New York, got just tons of snow, like 6 feet, whatever. That can happen. Usually that's not associated with temperatures that are negative 300 degrees.
There's that too,
which you would need to worry about dying.
Yes.
While having a shelter. This is like exposure on Mount Everest. Kind of. That's how they're treating it.
Yeah.
They have a house that's presumably insulated.
Mm-hmm.
So, regardless, even if it was 0 out, the house probably would top out at 50 or 40 degrees. Completely survivable temperatures to where you could sleep.
Yes.
And then that's the whole thing is like that idiot medical student just says that's we can't sleep.
Yeah.
Because if you sleep.
Is that on the first night or like the second night?
It's like the first night.
Yeah.
And she says you can't have sugar.
Yeah.
Because you'll get a sugar rush, but then you'll crash.
Sugar isn't a good idea.
What's to stay awake?
And also a sugar rush is not scientifically accurate either.
Sure.
That's like, what do they call it? Not an urban myth. Old maid, old wives' tale.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you give them a bunch of sugar. I mean, sure, yes, you know, it raises your blood sugar. So she's like, we can't, you can't fall asleep because if you fall asleep inside the house,
yeah,
you'll die. People can live in a tent in the fucking cold. You might get frostbite. That'll happen before hypothermia.
Right. Which never happens in this movie.
No.
Yeah.
Before your body just dies, your fingers will turn black and your toes will turn black. Your nose will fall off.
So that'd be pretty creepy.
Because all your blood goes to your inner organs.
Yeah.
And it says, forget about your extremities, your nose, those aren't important. Your heart, your lungs, and all that is.
Yeah.
And so that will happen before you die.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's snowing out. It can't be like that cold.
Yeah.
And then they have blankets and they're inside a house. And
they have a huge ass fireplace. And they even bring this up, and it drove me nuts.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh, we don't have any wood to burn in the fireplace. They're like, what are you talking about? We have wood everywhere. This whole house is, we got tables, we got chairs. And the kid's like, no, those are antiques. So that's their justification for never throwing anything in the fireplace. And the kid even says, his friend even says, like, would your dad prefer you die or ruin some antiques? It's like, yeah. That makes sense. Why are we ignoring that?
It's only until 3 of the 5 main characters are dead that he decides to start burning the antiques. So there's a limit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, I'm sure not everything is an antique. go get one of the beds from upstairs. You know, like sure, chop up. You know, there's so much raw material in the house.
Yeah.
And then.
Well, and they're surrounded by the woods.
One girl says, "Are we out of dry firewood?"
Okay.
So I guess we are. I don't know a lot about camping and this kind of stuff, but I guess we're to assume that if they were to go outside and chop down a tree, it wouldn't
too wet to
burn well.
That can happen.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess you have to dry out firewood, but just the fact that, like, it's not a science fiction movie. It's not like our sun burnt out and the temperature outside is negative 500 degrees.
That'd be a better justification for what's happening.
Yeah, and so the whole like premise, I would have been okay with toxic snow.
Sure.
They ate toxic snow and they went crazy, but
we don't know. That may be what happened. The movie's too vague to let us know for sure.
It's ambiguous.
It's keeping it ambiguous, just like The Shining.
Right, that's right.
Just like The Shining.
Just like The Shining.
Except without all the snow that makes you feel like they are isolated and trapped.
Oh yeah.
Remember that in The Shining? Shit ton of snow everywhere. Yeah. There's not a quarter of an inch of snow.
Yeah, so the main core of the movie is girl decides that no one can fall asleep because they will die of hypothermia. And then the lack of sleep causes hallucinations.
Yes.
Which hallucinations would really kind of be like a couple days, 3 days, maybe longer. And it's like one night.
Well, the first thing that happens, and this is before I even understood that they were supposed to be crazy already. They're in the kitchen. The one guy's in the kitchen, and they have the stove going, the stovetop.
Yes.
And he immediately slams his hand down on it. And I was like, what's happening? They didn't even establish that they've gone crazy. It just he just
was
does
so
it.
cold, he just wanted that heat.
And then, but they're like, why did you do that? And he just doesn't say anything. It was so weird. It was a weird way to introduce that idea that they're starting to lose their minds.
Was
Because
that-
it wasn't even established yet.
This is me like stretching it, but I realized the power's out. The gas was still working.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, with most gas stoves, you could just ignite it with a match.
So maybe that was like, yeah, it was because he's like, ooh, heat, and so that was like, oh, we can't use the stove anymore.
Oh God.
Because you could just have all those burners on.
Yeah.
And just be like, waiting for rescue, be rescued from an inch of snow.
Was that the reason for that scene?
I really don't know. It's
There
all.
is a lot of where you could tell, as stupid as the movie is, it does feel like the writer, director, co-star was like trying to think of everything
Yeah.
that they'd get you for.
Right, yeah.
That assholes like us would get you for. But he failed so horribly at everything that everything's wrong.
I really don't care about the get you for as long as it's like entertaining. I watched a different movie that's very similar. I don't know if you watched it. It was called Sick.
No, is that the Kevin Williamson written one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't watched that.
It was okay.
Okay.
It was a little ridiculous, but it was like kind of funny, and it had a big gif in the middle and end. But it was like, yeah, young people like try to. It was very late to be commenting on pandemic stuff.
Oh, sure.
It came out in 2022.
It came out, yeah, pretty recently. towards the
Yeah,
end of last
but
year.
it was like young people who are in college go to a cabin in the woods to ride out the pandemic, or so they think, because it's right at the start. And so they have their masks and they're talking about coronavirus, and there's the people trying to kill them.
Oh my gosh, just one moment. Unlock the door!
And I don't want to spoil it, but has like a little twist at the end, and you know, it has some logic to it, and it has a purpose. And so I'm like, well, okay, if you have spooky haunted snow that's been poisoned by some kind of government experiment that went wrong, and it
Or
turns
something
you insane,
related to the plane
which
crash
which
that
is
they
like
mentioned.
Cabin in the Woods,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, or something related to the plane crash, whatever. Give me some suspense, give me some excitement, give me some action, violence, that sort of thing.
They tried to spice it up a couple times with the hallucination.
That was
Like
the
one kid
only
sees
part.
the spooky snowman. That's like a terrible CGI effect.
The hallucinations was the only play they had in the whole movie. It wasn't like bodies. Where,
Oh, yeah.
where it's like it feels like it's alive and the characters are interesting and
Or even going back to Cabin Fever again, like whatever problems that movie has, it's so eccentric and weird that there's lots of things you remember about it. This movie doesn't have a pancakes kid.
No pancakes!
Right. and it's just like a flat line, and it's so dull. You literally could have done anything with the location and the cast.
It's a good location. It's a decent enough cast.
Sure.
And it looks good. The cinematography's nice.
It was just that they were banking on, I think, an attempt at a psychological thriller that's brought on by forced sleep deprivation, which us Midwesterners is laughable. You can survive inside modern structure without dying for more than 2 nights without power.
Yes.
I've done it. I'm sure you have.
I think anyone in the Midwest has done it.
You would have to have.
I've never seen a spooky snowman come to life.
No, and I mean, I've gone without sleep, but you have to go without sleep for quite a while to have like really dangerous hallucinations, I think.
Well, then the ultimate joke at the end of the movie, the whole idea is that they're trapped in this house because of all the snow everywhere, and then the cops just show up at the end. They just drive right up.
Right. Because they couldn't do the effect of piles of snow.
Yeah.
But I get the point was that, you know, nobody could sleep for, and that caused hallucinations, which was the threat or the horror in the movie. But then you also need to tack onto that strength with your characters. The closest thing was the M girl was a hypochondriac, like cut her stomach open.
Oh yeah.
And it was like,
she's like, I got it out.
Right.
Whatever the illness was. I
Yes.
got it out.
Right,
I
okay.
can see how that would be creepy.
Right. The other guy just punched the one guy and died or something. I don't remember. But then you have the river kid who's in love with Eden. So that sort of played out. So there's a little bit of payoff there, but it's super weak. Are you done punching down? This movie was made by children. We're beating it up.
Hey, when we were children, we also made a horror movie where nothing happened. So we have the authority to speak on the subject.
Right. Colton Trans, 58, like me, he can sit with a pumpkin beer and complain just like I am. No, I just see it as like a creative disappointment. Like, what?
Yeah.
What were you doing? Like, what? Like, I don't know. You gotta go big. You gotta go big. You gotta double down. You gotta make something that people remember. Like, or you make some kind of like. This feels like exploitive trash without the exploitive trash. Like I said, nudity and gore. You're two, hallmarks of a horror picture. I if you have good characters, I don't mind relaxing nudity and gore in a horror
Oh yeah, no, you can go simple with 5 people in a cabin. You just have to be really clever.
This movie lacks all the meat of any kind of like what a movie needs. It doesn't have anything, with the exception of I don't even care about the creepy moments. Nothing was creepy.
The only thing that just visually looked kind of creepy, there's a part where someone's looking in a closet and that creepy hand comes down. Yeah. That's not bad. Good job. You got 3 seconds of spooky in your 80-minute movie.
And we're out.
Oh, the door sound effect showed up. Gotta mention that. Door squeak. Get it out of there. Can't use it anymore unless you're doing a comedy internet series.
There was one. I don't know what you call it. And
shop before the actors start.
Very rare, but they happen. And it's when he.
Well, they happen in movies like after last season.
And action. We're building up Snowfalls. We're saying you could do better.
Your shadow will be mine.
This is why. Opinion.
Let's don't let this guy write that.
He didn't write it. Someone else wrote it.
Oh, really?
Story by.
Oh.
Yeah. And I saw the writer's credits, and it's like all those like junk movies you see on Tubi.
Oh, okay.
It's like junk Tubi movies.
Clown Massacre 6 or whatever.
Yes, yes. Haunted House. Yeah, like with those like awful Photoshop covers. It's just like junk Tubi films. And
Maybe this movie he was going for like an A24 minimalist art house thing. Maybe that's what he was trying to do.
Just made all my skin. I'm thinking of that. I thought.
I'm just trying to. I honestly don't understand what it is. I'm just trying to make sense of it.
I've seen trailers for trash movies that try to emulate that B-24.
Yeah, it's kind of a style now. As far as like trailer editing goes, yes.
If that was the attempt, it failed on a big scale. But
I mean, whatever it was attempting to do, it failed. The fact that we don't know what it was trying to do is a sign that it failed.
Yeah.
It's just such a bizarre non-movie.
It's one of those where it's like, well, here's a script for like a cheap horror movie that's super easy to make. Very little like practical effects, just a couple of like little scare moments. You shoot it. I think it said it was shot in 6 days. So it's like maybe it was like, okay, I'm pitching this to an investor. I'm going to get X amount of dollars for it. I can shoot it in 6 days. I'm going to flip it. We can get it here. I'm going to attach these two names to it. It's going to make this, like a skim off the top, kind of made some money, move on kind of thing. But if it was an old like man in his 60s, like I would think that. But considering that this Colton Tran is a younger guy, I would imagine he would have loftier goals than just trying to make a cheap buck, like an old B movie, like hack.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, sure.
I would imagine he was trying to go and try to achieve something, and this feels like no one's trying to achieve anything. They're just trying to get through it and move on to the next thing. So yeah, you might be right with the A24 like modern horror twist. I really don't know.
That's all I got.
That's what makes it fascinating, is that it's a fucking mystery. It's a fucking mystery. It could be a fucking tax scam for all I know. We spent $150 million on the movie. It lost $149 million.
It's just like in the movie. What's really going on? We don't know.
What's in that snow? What's in that snow? We don't know.
We don't know what's in that snow.
That's a good tagline. Sketchy.
Well, I thought the title of the movie should have been "Look Out, Cold."
That's not bad, but can you imagine the characters? We know what's in that snow. And they're going outside, throwing it. Just the camera just zooms in and
You have like the Chief Brody shot in Jaws when he's on the beach and just zoom in on it, staring out of the water.
Yeah. Like those nuclear reactor towers. The camera, booms down from that. Yeah. And the snow's falling. We show a deer in the woods and it's like eating a leaf, and some snow gets him and smells it. And blood starts coming out of its eye. Don't know what's in the snow. It's just snow. Who wants snow cones? Don't know what's in. And that cuts to black. We don't know what's in the snow.
title comes in, it's spelt out in snow that's blowing through the shot. Directed by Ari Aster.
So just snorting cocaine. All this imagery of like powder. Girls just doing makeup. And every now and then. Quit being a conspiracy theorist.
That's an actual line in the movie, isn't it? Yeah.
Just because this cabin is 1 mile away from those nuclear reactor towers and it's blowing gas this way that's mixing with the snow that's falling all around the house doesn't mean there's anything wrong with the snow. We don't know what's in the snow.
The snowman that's on the front yard, they keep cutting to it. If somebody like knocks into it or something happens and the snow comes off and there's like a skeleton inside of it.
Yeah. Sure, why not?
So many things you can do with evil snow. Instead, everyone just makes stir fry.
And has a couple of alcoholic beverages.
But just a couple.
Just a couple, not too much. No one gets really drunk, and then they all go to bed at 12:02 a.m. on New Year's Day.
Great film, 10 out of 10.
Would highly recommend.
Ah!
Previously on Half in the Bag.
Comedy on TV, it's not even funny.
Yeah.
There's no jokes. It's everything played so safe. You know, the days of The Office or Law.
Otkuti? Gledao sam onaj, zapravo linkovao sam taj video. Ima je nekog... Ima nekog novog tipa u timu, tamo u Krajteku. Sad... Da li to znači ikom išta, ne znam.
Šteta. Za rodma.
Pa nije baš, fali tu još dosta informacija korisnih. Ti radiš od 11 već?
U 11:30 idem fazno. Češ da opalimo koji for car?
Ne mogu. Kasnije. Pokušavam za početak zaustavim krv iz nosa.
O?
A kako se vreme menja, znaš, ovo s toplo na hladno, tako mi ono varira krvni pritisak ili me boli glava. Možemo, zapravo, ajde.
Ajde, 2 meča. U 11 sati imamo. Orkar! Ne mogu da strijem, mrzim da strijem sad.
A mrzite, a?
A ne, glupo mi da pali na ovako kratko vreme, ono, fazno. Sat vremena samo što palio sam. Orkar! Yes. Kaže, kada se joinujem, kada treba da startam, znaš, i onda kad se stvorim, spawnem u brate sobi, I'm not feeling good today, but who cares? Mrzi ga da radi, brat moj. Znaš?
Ne. Kontam.
Draculazrb. Welcome to my channel.
Okay.
Ja sam sa scoutom. Vidi ga Daft Punk ima fazon muzike. Čekaj, kako da ja prestižujem s ovim? 25. sam level, tako? 25 je max? Jel?
A? Poslije 25. levela imaš da odradiš misije za prestiž, znaš?
Da, ali nemam ih.
Ima.
Sam ja to već odradio.
Ima. Imaš da selektuješ u meniju igre. Imaš na onoj tabli gdje biraš misije, imaš da biraš da uradiš...
Prestižu me.
Da.
Ali ja ne. Universal bonus. Big case hunt. New hazard level letter. Licence, upgrade. Kashi... Šta je ovo? Nišanka. I imam koji mi je aktiviran flag of fall.
License upgrade je za oružje. To ti za onaj samostrom. To ti umjesto shotguna da nosiš... Nije samo koji si level.
Good morning.
Kakvo rješenje? Kaže, infestation problem automated. Turret mate. Halo?
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 Može.
Ne nego... Sam okrenuo tastaturu da istresem gluposti iz nje. Moguće sam mute.
Jop, prestiže se ovamo bre, gore,
Jeste, ako si uradio misije za prestiž, onda prestižeš tamo.
Verovatno, promocija activate.
Jest.
Not able in multiplayer missions.
Aha, moraš da... Čekaj. Moram da livam. Izvoli. Probaj sad. Moraš opet da što me misli.
Evo ga, promote. Yes, and hurry up, I got mine to do.
To.
Nice. Dvojka. Idemo. Hoću da ga maksujem, bet. Imam i...
Yeah,
Korove
thanks
neki
so
su
much, Scout, as make this operation possible.
Šta vi sad?
Ništa učitavam i... sad možeš se ženiš. Wait.
Treći put sam ušao kod tebe u lupiti ispod.
Zato što mi bio onaj cinematic kurci.
Darkness ain't nothing. Rock and stone in the heart. None can stand before us.
Šta si rekao?
Rock and stone, you beautiful dwarf. Rock we and fight stone for rock and stone. For those about to rock and stone, we salute you. Rock and stone. Rock and stone, everyone. Teamwork.
Ejo, palimo koji. Čekaj, jer ja imam sad moj oružje.
Imaš sve, prestiž je samo stvar ovdje kao rank, ništa drugo. Beer for everyone. Imaš ovdje free pare inače na ovom terminalu, znaš? Ovdje. Moraš...
Za Discord server,
Ne, imaš... Ne znam kad se promeni ekran. Promeni se ekran i piše ti kao da vidiš taj kao... Union menu. I onda imaš opciju da uzmeš free love. Jer imaš kao timove i sad zavisi šta si uzeo. Ja sam uzeo rt, isti ti korec. Manje više svi rade sve zadatak, tako da.
If you rock and stone, you ain't gonna harm. Ajmo. Čekaj, pivu da popijemo. Koji ćemo pivo? Dark Market. Today special. Give you a small buff for your next mission.
Galaxy's finest. None can stand before us. To our continued survival. May it be right and your goals pointy to our mission. Darkness is our friend. The darkness. Now that is real music. Oh. Cheers, everyone!
Gledaj, gledaj.
Bottoms up, friends, for rock and stone! Cheers! Dance monkeys!
Wow. Šta ovo Red Dead muzika?
Long live the dwarves!
Red Dead Redemption muzika je bit.
Hello darkness, my old friend! To rock and stone. Let's get this mission rolling.
Drop sequence initiating. Fasten your seatbelts.
Ovo Martix neki još.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, Martix!
Let's hit it.
Drop sequence initiating.
Rock and stone.
Rockety rock and stone. For rock and stone!
If you rock and stone.
If you ain't rock and stone, you ain't coming home.
Scout najjača klasa, bre. Ubedljivo.
Nego sam dosta igrao sa inženjerom, znaš. I onda mi inženjer
Scout može solo.
platinu, može, ja sam gledao speedrunove sa Scoutom.
Samo leti, dođuje sve.
This is a simple mining mission. Deposit your quota of morkite into the mule, and we'll send a drop pod to get you out. Good luck.
Ujebot. Uzeo onaj Dark, kupio Rocket League.
Rocket League? Da
Ne
nije
Rocket League, bre.
Rocket League nije džabe. Ti si počeo kao Milan. Ja hoću da kupim
Gotovo, gotovo.
ja hoću da kupim Warzone 2. Da, nemam Warzone 2 džabe. Ali ja hoću da kupim.
Ali ja hoću da kupim.
Whatever you say. Ne znam koju igru teo da kupim i mu kažemo džabe. Pa ne, ali ja kao...
Ja hoću.
Hoće čovjek. Bar je mekana mapa. Pesak.
Što ovdje je puno, nema vazduha dovoljno.
Helium.
Juče sam se nasmijao, vete. Kaže, vi rich.
Your workforce is about to get bigger. Wolf inbound.
Rock on! Lock and load. We fight for rock and stone. Looking forward to be working with you. Rock and stone!
Rock and stone, you ain't
For those who
coming
like the rock and
from.
stone, we salute you. Rock and stone, available location.
Si našao pehar?
No players ready.
Evo ga dole.
Rock on! Leave no dwarf behind.
Što cemno.
Obey your master.
Sad slušaš što?
Ne. Kad uotiš ovog, znaš, on kaže obey your master.
Ozbiljno.
Ne, jao. Koliko sam se naslušao ovdje. Kad kaže look into my eyes. Kada uotiš jednu bubu, on kaže look into my eyes. Hipnoza. Evo ti, priđi vamo ovome. Dođi da vidiš. Pritisni use na ovo. To je to.
Stand by. Cleansing pod is on its way.
Lights up! I got the deposit.
Ti uzmi pur penu, ja ću sivač.
Requested equipment is at your location. Get cleaning, team. The rock pox won't eradicate itself.
Samo to žuto pokrijem.
Hoću samo da ovaj pogađa nešto.
Evo ti dole ovo isto, znaš.
Šta gađa ovaj, ništa.
Najbolje ti je da ti uzmeš penu isto, to ti je moj savjet. Rockbox is touching me! Kad kaže.
Znači ovo su nove misije.
Da, ovo ti je season 3. Imaš isto, imaš meteorsku kišu i imaš asteroid. Asteroid je isto posebna varijanta. Asteroid bušiš.
Daj staviti taj trofej.
Good job, miners. Anniversary trophy deposited. Performance point bonus activated.
Čeki, je li i ono dalje dupli XP?
Da. Da. Ako nađeš trofej ili to što je već seasonal.
Odgurnuli ste me i jebeli vam to.
We picked up a glyphid dreadnought on the radar. It's approaching you quickly.
Look over here! Lights up! Platform!
Što čujem nešto užasno.
Zato što nešto užasno dolazi.
Request cleared. Sending in cleansing equipment.
A muzika je baš, pa da, vidim zašto.
Dreadnought incoming. Do your best. Cleansing part has arrived. Keep your exposure to a minimum. We don't want you growing extra limbs or something.
Znaš zašto? Zato što imaš ovaj kao mutator, znaš.
A_OK. Welcome to my channel.
Moguće da uradi. Bravo je. Annoying son of a bitch. O brale, on se meni teleportuje, znaš. Kunan će mi se teleportao.
Raga,
Leave no dwarf behind. You're a good mule, Molly. Every larva killed is one less infected glyphid. I ordered a resupply. Flares up.
Supply pod requisitioned. Launching now.
Applying lithofoam on the rockbox boils. Step 1. Cover rockbox boils with foam. The rockbox is contagious. Vacuuming the foam. Applying lithofoam on the rockbox boils. Locking up the foam. Deploying lithofoam.
Uzmi ti ovaj aparat za purpen.
dođemo gore.
A jebi ga, skači.
Vamo okolo možda.
Treba oko 90% toga da usisaš ili tako, procentualno, i onda ostalo samo se ugasi.
Ma da. Ne utrzi. Contagion Spike. Što je?
Contagion. Contagion. Zaraz. Pa zato što ti žuti oblaci, to je kao ta neka šuga, šta ja znam. A od toga mutira one bube, vidi si. Space Plague. Pa svaki event nešto novo radi. Prvi event su ti bili oni kao, oni roboti kao digeri. Drugi event kao imaš nove, ista je tematika, samo kao ono, malo su razradili. I ovo ti je treći, tu baš imaš ovaj, kao Contagion. A inače, kaj tek nije izmislio toplu vodu, bukvalno su uradili ono što su ljudi pitali. Znači, bilo je predloga i na forumu i na Redditu i tamo vamo. Bukvalno za to, za AI koji nemaš selektovan ono kao regularno, već je kao roaming. Možeš ga naći na mapi. Možda on lovi tebe. Ja, to zahteva kodiranje, pa da, to će da uradi. Ali to zahteva kodiranje, da. Drugačije kodiranje, jer ne možda programiraš AI da...
Kao boss fazu.
Pa da, kao boss, kao što imaš midheada. Ali ne jedan compound, ne razumiješ, nego ono, šeta se. Možda ako ga ne ubiješ, teleportuje se. Možda. Aha.
Sad idemo već.
Ne znam.
Posle ovog meča morati da vrati palim, ja sam mislio ovo će biti brže jebate. Mislim moći ću 2 meča, 3. Ono, ovo jedan jebote traje već. Hoćemo
tako ti to. Takav ti život.
Jebi ga, sorry.
Ko pače zlato.
Evo ga, moram da brate radim. Da ne radim. Računi se moraju plaćati, što bi se rekao.
Kaže Čale, što nisi položio za kamion, kaže, da voziš. Ja rekao, zato što onda imam viška para, nemam vremena, razumeš. A to se meni baš ne sviđa. Da sam ono, razumeš, zauzet 90% radne nedelje, ali brate, ovo imaš para.
Ja ne vidim ništa.
Nisi jedini koji ne vidi ništa. Pokupio majkit, kod mene. Ne, kod mene bukvalno.
All your objectives are completed. Drop pod beacon awaits activation.
This is thirsty wine.
Oooo, ne mogu da stavim materijale, le?
Keep it together. Drop pod is en route.
Ima još ovdje. Ko markete. Eto. Jebe ma materu.
Sanava mat golem.
Ajmo dalje.
No more beasties incoming. Take care of what is left, then have a breather.
Always slap the dice for good luck. Lighting up! Last walk in the hard race, first round. No! There's up! Rock! Stone! Yeah, rock and stone, brother!
Brat moj, 2.
Gdje je pao? Provali.
Beži odavde. Da će on uspjeti, gledam. Au, on je pao opet! Kakav kreten.
The mule is
Ajme ga
secured.
spašavam drugi
Initiating
put.
launch sequence. Deep Rock Galactic thanks you for your good work. Drop pod will leave with or without you.
I'm gonna call you Snake. Here we go.
Ja sam došao, samo on treba da se uhvati za... Ajde, ajde, možeš ti to. Ujebat, ne metaka. Ne metaka, razvališe me, kažem ja da... Ajde, ajde.
Roger that. Supplies are coming.
Ćete uspjeti, vebe. Ovo je opet pao.
Zato što je provalio napred naš.
Pički dim, ja sam uzeo metkove. Draga, da.
For People's Revolution. Ja braća blues.
A što ste se još, šta smo uradili? 2 puta imam ovaj monster bonus.
Treba ti 5 XP da dobiš jedan taj kao rank point.
Ja prešao 2 levela, idem plus 3. Jebate, ovo se isplatiti igrati se.
Sada?
For Carl! Rock and stone, the pretty sound of teamwork. Good deal. Rock and stone in the heart.
No, you're not being paid by the hour.
Zaću na
Get
pola.
to work.
This thing.
Rock
and stone. Some rock and stone to the bone.
We rock! Orders from management. Stop dancing and get to it.
Rock and stone to the bone. To the fallen
Znaš što rekao. Opet disk.
Opa.
Može. Skoči mi na glavu da odbij se od mene. Odbij mi se od lave. I sad će promeniti ovaj. Gle. I to je dobro.
Idemo dalje. Se vrati. A onda mi. Izađeš iz ove zone.
Da. Bravo, tako. Izborče grede.
Not that. You boys better be better miners than you are dancers.
Šta je, Daft Punk?
Jeste, Daft Punk.
Long live the dwarf!
Ludilo.
Kakva muzika.
To the empires of old.
Empires. Emporio je.
Moment.
The decorations are meant to be enjoyed with your eyes, not your feet.
Carl would approve of this. Cheers! The darkness. Rock and stone to the bone. To danger.
Oh.
Vidim kustomizaciju, neko drugo staje.
That hit the spot.
Wish I was paid more for that.
Pa evo masku. Ovo je nešto sad liči. Da bi ja open up.
No, treba armor set takav, razumeš?
Damn it! I need the credits. Had to sell to get some creds.
Rock and stone. It never
Ovo je
gets old.
dobro.
Leave no dwarf behind.
Ozbiljno.
Yes.
Hać.
Opa.
Pa gore.
Gori.
Recalibration of gravity is commencing.
Should get a lava lamp from the cabin.
Mi dobra kapa.
Rock on! Stir! Rock and
A Motorhead.
A?
Stop shaking the decorations around.
Bukvalno je.
Piše, ja mislim, in the honor of Motoring Head.
Ozbiljno.
Imaš dole te šlemova. I baš kad uzmeš, zove se kozmetika Ace of Spades. I kaže, in the honor of a Motoring Head. Bukvalno tako. Dosta je skupa. To ti dosta jak flex, znaš.
Uj.
Mnogo. Košta brdo resursa.
a rockin' stone. Stoner rock.
Košta tono para.
Color, ne. Ja, dver. To je... Cowboy Brown, ne?
Aha.
Imam para da ga kupim. Ali beli je bolji.
Pogledaj.
What is this? Kindergarten? You should feel ashamed of yourself.
Perhaps, or...
Pogledaj.
Opa. Daj. Sad si pravi Motorhead sjeveć. Strašno. Isti.
Čekaj, imam ja... Pogledaj. Imam ja 10 ovih kolca to, znaš?
A što se čuje? Pa su ti oni premium, a?
Pa nije. Znaš šta je premium? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A ja imam još 10 poslije toga, znaš?
Ja ću ovo dozam.
15.
Mislim, ne. Okreni se. Peaky fucking blinders.
Pa onda stavi neke brkove manje. Imaš tamo brkove da biraš. Izaberi neke brkove koje leže s tamo.
A ove su najmanje jebat.
Oh, nice shape.
Skinem možda.
A nemaš dostupno jer si kupio sve brkove?
Nisam kupio sve, nego sam kupio sve manje. Ovako.
Ajde, to, ne, to je dobro, to je dobro. Ima ko oni lučki radnici, evo.
Armor neće ni zbog tetovaža.
Everybody's gangster.
Ali bi mogao... Ove neki...
Rock and stone like there's no tomorrow.
Šta se desilo s Buradima piva?
Da, ovo...
Ček. Stani.
Rock and stone. Yeah, rock and stone.
Disko kugla.
Šta je ovo disko?
To ti je ona lopta za futbol, znaš?
Aha, možda se charger isto.
Evo i golici. Wait guys, wait. Izašao lik gdje si se sprdao. Evo ti je go, može promašiti.
Što možeš random da staviš da ti stavlja skinove?
Da, imaš random, pa šta sad?
Ugao!
Vidim.
A, futbol. Sviđa mi se ovo s maskom.
To zavisi kako uklopiš sa ostalim.
If this continues, management has the power and will to close the Abyss Bar. Is that what you want?
Si, konobar, izvinjamo se.
Ček.
Ne, ovdje dolo.
Daj nisko kuglu.
Tamo radimo po...
Classy move, Steam. Now quit it. The decorations are there to contribute to a festive atmosphere. They're not toys.
Skull! None can stand before us! Hello, darkness, my old friend! Teamwork! To rock and stone!
Ti mene!
Predator. To Predator.
You know, you're not being paid by the hour. Get to work.
Ja pijem preko maske.
Rock and stone! Rock solid! You know just how to treat a dwarf, Lloyd. What is this? A bloody leprechaun? Here's a tip for you. You have the second most cozy job here. Lloyd, you're the king of draft beer. Keep it coming, Lloyd.
Bolje skin color beli ili žuti?
Bartender, a round of Clifford Slammers for my team.
Opa, Jamajka.
Yeah.
You boys better be better miners than you are dancers.
I'd like to order a round of Arkansas. Cheers, everyone.
Orders from management. Stop dancing and get to it.
That reminds me of my first love.
Final Fantasy.
Daj bre, mutno mi sve jebati, ide kurac.
Nothing will stop
A
us.
popiješ jedno da se nokautiraš, onda mogu da te revive-ujem, bit će ti dobro. Naravno, ako se ja prvi ne. Onda sve ste.
Zabijao. To je pozu kako sam stao. Evo, majke.
Ja sam ispod mape.
Ozbiljno.
Aha. Gdje si ti? Da vidim.
Oi! Round of Clifford Slammers, please.
Ti si počeo da se kočiš.
To a successful
Ja
mission.
ne znam da liko može stresi slike.
Get in my gut.
Evo je motion blur u fullu. Opa!
Opa, daj bre, popravljena si.
A imaš, gledaj, evo ovo uzmeš.
Could I get a leaf lover's special?
Ovo ti je
Ne mogu ni da uzem.
instant traženje. Može da dođeš.
To mates, to darkness, and to making it back along. To Carl! May your beards be thick and your gold satchels miners, the lowest and the highest.
Jel te sredilo?
Jest,
Op, 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 op.
That's the stuff.
Uf. Smanjeno mesto.
Brade su užasne. Bolje da nosim masku.
Pa nije, dosta brada ti je zaključano sa level upovanjem, znaš. To da znaš.
Vidi ga, pravi Motorhead si jeba.
Rock and stone, yeah!
Brat moj, isti on.
We're the best. Rock!
Pa jeste, on ima takve zolufe, znaš. Isto.
Rock and stone, you beautiful dwarf! Why is this so fun? Rock on!
Rock and stone. To the bar.
None can stand before us! Why is this so fun?
Iz zlatan skin moraš je.
Imaš, ali na 25. 6. levelu možda uzmeš. Ako baš hoćeš to ti max kozmetik.
Ruža kozmetik, sve što skuplja kozmetik to je ružnije.
Mislim, imaš ga kao opciju sad.
Uzet ću ove. Stavim crno deo.
Slappity slap! This is the most fun I've had today. This never gets old. This is the most fun I've had today. Rock on!
Crnac, crnac, crnac!
Rock and stone in the heart. Rock and stone! Rock and stone! It never gets old.
Ovo je zanimljivo, brate. Ja ću zakasniti na posao zbog ovih debanica.
A, operacija pustinska oluja, a?
Bukvalno.
Ali ima određeni skinovi i armor set, kažem ti, izgleda kao Taliban. Bukvalno.
Let me try this. Nope, this one. I like the look of this one. decisions. This is fitting.
Hoćeš snake? Ovo da kenjam i da spremam polako.
Okej, hvala na igri. Na priči isto.
Hvala tebi, pa se vidimo uveče, nastavljamo ovo i vi reč.
Vi reč.
Vi reč.
Pozdrav.
Ćao.
Long gone.
Yeah. Half in the bag. Tried to order a pizza pie the other day. Then I realized I was in a gynecologist's office.
This was ours.
Well, Mr. Plinkett, what do you say we watch the new Night Court reboot?
This land.
What the hell is Night Court? I've never heard of that show.
The night.
As you both know, I'm a fan of Newhart. Oh, right, because we're
that man rose up against us.
Can't believe how poorly that's aged.
We were overthrown.
Well, guys, let's watch the first episode of Night Court, which is currently streaming on Peacock, along with many other quality programs.
Why are you staring
For
up
centuries, hidden away in darkness. Tortured by thirst.
And some community updates because a lot happened in the past month, so there's a lot to talk about here as well. And let's just talk about Devil's Moon, which ended recently. Let's not talk about Devil's Moon, but
always, yeah. You can see how much it was kind of tilted on that one and made sure that we can.
It works, but we are again very hopeful. And there's another very big one, I think, that is, which we will dive into a bit more too, but yeah, you can introduce it.
So basically, the whole left side peak advantage, like if you are around the corner from a particular side, like you have an advantage in terms of how much is visible of your body. We finally be able to look into that and come up with a good solution. So that's on the next slide. We go a bit more in detail on that one.
Right, and I just want to mention that obviously there will be a lot of bug fixes in this update other than these. We just wanted to highlight these two because these are I guess very big topics in the community and also very big fixes, but please check out the patch notes later on with all the fixes included. And as Dennis said, let's talk about the left side peak advantage.
Exactly, like we're gonna keep it very, very brief for some of the features here in the stream, but the notes that will be coming out then once we're on the test server, they will give you the full pictures, and that's perfectly fine to leave it at that. So what did we do is basically to highlight what the issue was. The issue was a mismatch between where your camera is positioned and how your own hunter model is basically aligned to that one, and therefore whether it might be a little bit more hidden or not depending on which side, because like basically carrying over to one side. So we basically changed the location of that hunter model in relation to the camera. I did a lot of testing on that one and make sure that we can get it as even as is possible. Keep in mind, it still is an animation, it's a pose, it's a stance, the weapon is in one hand, not the other, that type of stuff, right? So it will never be 100%, but I think what we will show you in a second will already be a great step forward for everybody. So yeah, it basically reduces the advantage gained from peeking from the left side of cover, and it specifically focuses on how much of a hunter their head is shown.
Yeah, so as you said, let's look at the pictures because I think they speak for themselves and it's a bit easier to see. So let's see a standing stance first.
Alien
so
Gathering.
On the left side is basically
welcome to my channel.
You can see that it's been like a bit of Photoshop thing here, right? So this is not one big screenshot. On the left side, you see the old one, And you can see, like, if you kind of barely just peek around that corner, this is what you see from one side versus the other, and you can see how like much it was kind of tilted over to one side, and that was not what we wanted. Now, if you take a look on the right-hand side, this is what it is now after balancing and tuning this. Obviously, it's not 100%. It's just not possible, but it is very, very close and should be a lot fairer. So in general, you should be able to no longer really take that as an advantage when you peek around corners. You should be like visible enough that there will be return fire.
And I see the chat is already very happy, which makes me very happy too. So, yeah, thank you. And yeah, let's see the crouching position as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like the same thing with crouching. It was even more apparent with crouching, as you can see. So again, normalizing it, make sure that you always see at least half the head, and then whatever is left from the body based on the stance.
Yeah, amazing. Again, thank you for everyone working on this, and again, thank you for the community for pointing it out in the first place and shining a brighter light on it. And it's here. I think we can all be very happy with this change. And
yeah, I think what's really important here also is keep in mind, like, this is static images, right? The moment you're out and on the servers, right, there's latency, there's your ping, there's other things that contribute. So you might still obviously have situations where someone is kind of shooting from around the corner. That is still a possibility, as is with everything online gaming, right? But overall, it should be a lot fairer because of the way the model is now distributed. So we are very, very positive. Again, please test server, check it out, give us feedback, and we see if need be if we can improve it further. But I think we're in a very good spot now.
Yeah, again, please test it. But yeah, that's about the left side peak advantage and the main bug fixes. And it's Ferenc's time to shine, so the Hungarians take over the stream.
Yeah.
And let's talk about the new quest lines that are coming in this update.
All right, so I think it has been spoiled a couple of days ago. So you might be already aware of it. We have been planning 2 new quest lines for to release for update 1.12. They are going to be coming in a week or no, like 2 weeks, I think. Both will be available on the test servers. Please do note that while both of them will be available on the test server, the conditions, the logic, the text for the different quests are already final, but the balancing values are not the finalized one on test server. So we have made the call to basically lower down the values so that players can grind through the quest lines, maybe to get a legendary reward, get a new weapon variant faster, so that they can test it out also in test environment.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, the 2 quest lines are basically going to be the Ward of the Reptilian first, and then the Vengeance of the Skinned. So these are the planned start and end dates for both of them. So I think we will have the console release on the 22nd of March. And so both quest lines are going to be running for approximately 1 month. I think it's 31 days for each quest line. And as you can see, it's self-explanatory. They are not going to be overlapping. They are not going to be running in tandem. They are going to be scheduled one after another.
Yeah, I think it's really cool. Just keep in mind, like, we will also obviously have the tester period before. So at the moment, this is the dates we're running with, just expecting like that everything will go smooth and fine.
Correct. And just because some people already asked, the quest lines will be only available during these dates. The dates are not 100% final. They're just planned for these dates currently. But you will be only able to play these quest lines during this period. Yeah, let's talk about changes that we made to the quest lines and challenges, and what else did we do regarding them.
Yeah, so not only we have been planning on delivering content in a midterm for players to engage with the game, get new cool stuff, but we also looked into what we could improve in terms of quality of life improvement, user experience, and cutting around the edges of the original design. I think you guys probably pointed out with the initial batches of quest lines that landed in 1.10, sorry, already looking forward, 1.10, that the logic and the basically the design was not clear for players, whether a quest, a condition would be shared in a team or not. Long story short, PvE-oriented objectives were counting for all players of the same team, while PvP-oriented quests conditions didn't. And so we have made the final decision to basically make everything team shared by default. This means basically if you have a quest, say kill enemy hunters with rifles, and your teammate lands the killing blow with a rifle, you don't even have to have a rifle actually in your loadout. But as long as someone gets that kill on an enemy hunter with a rifle, the player in the team who has the quest active will get progress to their quest. By the way, shout out to players who are still stuck with the Billy and the Stalker quest line. I know when we originally designed it, we actually had even higher numbers, like I think like kill 3 enemy hunters with Stalker Beetle. Apparently it was too situational, too hard, too challenging. So shout out to you if you are stuck with a particular quest in that quest line. This is actually going to be applied to that quest line as well, so you are going to be able to maybe complete it now for good and complete it faster than before.
Also, I must add that like it has always been a lot of fun when you like play with friends and you are always like, oh, how can I help you with this quest line? And then it was only for the AI quest, but it will be a lot of fun with PvP as well. Okay, I'm gonna take bleed ammo to like help you, so you know that's great.
And also there will be like something with the beetle that we talk about a bit later as well.
True.
Oh yeah. Another small thing that we decided to go forward with was improved readability when it comes to the UI. I know that for some conditions can be written out in like 3, 4, 5 words. Some other description texts are maybe 2, almost 3 lines long. And so we wanted to provide a little bit more readability. We're going to show you pictures in the following slides by highlighting certain targets or criteria. This also applies for both challenges and quest lines, and now the regarding changes are only done for the quest lines. So we decided that there was not much visibility for when I think the first one that was temporary 24 period was the Halloween quest line, right? And we didn't that we promoted it all across our social platforms, social media. But when a player landed in the game, it was not necessarily clear that now there was a new little tab in the sub menu called Quest Lines, and that it was running currently. So we decided to create these so-called teaser banners that are going to be accompanying quest lines once one of them is released. And we have also decided to, make it a little bit cooler, fresh by providing a little UI dressing here.
Yeah, so let's look at them because I think that's even easier for you to explain. So let's look at here first with the quest line.
Yeah. So here it's clearly showing the Act 4 of the first quest line. As you can see, there's this really cool background dressing, the background image with the legendary hunter, the skateboard. You can see that there's text highlighting for certain criteria here and there, like targets that you have to eliminate, that you have to kill or have to deal damage to, certain item types, equipment type, or damage type. Yeah.
I just see the chat going crazy. Guys, you will have to figure that stuff out. Yeah. But yeah, so let's look at the challenges as well.
Yeah, challenges clearly, and without having to say further, like it also benefited from at least the highlighting there, so it looks a little bit more sleek, more readable, easy to read, I would say. Yeah, needless to say, it also applies for the vertical list containing both quests and challenges, both in the lobby and in-game, in your little menu when you hit tab. So.
Yes, and the quest line screen.
Yeah. Again, we just decided to provide you the community with like an overview on like how do they look like when each and one of them are running. They have this really sleek little background on their card. Like I said, I think it was a great balance, like a great scope of providing 6 acts for each quest line. Again, they are not going to be running in tandem once live, but on the test server, yes. What else to mention here? the same approach applies like before. So each act basically rewards the player with one cool stuff to gain, whether it is a legendary hunter, legendary equipment, permanent unlock, mind you, so these are still not instances, right? Or I think you can see a little bit of weapon charm on the right. But also 2 new weapon variants for both quest lines. Yeah.
Interesting. But before we go into the weapon variant, just to highlight that obviously on the live servers, the 2 quest lines won't go at the same time. So this is just a test environment. It won't be like this. As you can also see in this screenshot, there's a lot of weird things, like a lot of handlers. So again, it's just a test.
Exactly how many blood-bonds I have.
Yeah. So yeah, again, the event and time and all that is just set up here for so you can see it, but again, it won't be like this on the live servers, just to highlight that.
Yeah, but also like try it out on the test server.
Yes, and I also see people talking about the rewards. You will have to check out the test server as well, participate in the live fest to find out what those are about, because they are really cool. But at least some rewards we can talk about, Parents already mentioned. Let's see about those weapon variants. What do you guys think? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. I'm going to give you guys the floor and give it a moment to shine. I'm going to stay here for the Q&A later. There are still lots of very cool improvements and addition to the game. So stay tuned and see you in the Q&A.
Okay. See you back. Thank you, Parents.
See you in a bit. Ciao.
Alright, so yeah, you've been replaced by attacks, Parents. I'm so sorry. Now I have Dennis here to talk about his favorite topic, I think, of new weapon variants this time, again coming with the quest lines.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an important point. Like they will be like first available with the quest lines. So initially unlocked by completing the acts, and then afterwards, obviously, they will come to the regular weapon unlock order in a future update. So similar to what we've done in the past, for example, with the spring event last year. So let's talk about them.
Right, let's start with a new one that I don't think you could even recognize from those small pictures. So Winfield Centennial Shorty.
Yeah, so this is basically our good old friend Centennial, just a bit more squashed. So what we have here now is basically the shortened version. So as you have the Vandal for the 1873 Winfield rifle, obviously with a big caliber here, and if you go further, like it is a medium slot weapon, so very important. So you finally have a good quartermaster complementary, or even a rifle option that packs quite a bit of punch. If you, let's say, want to play with a bow, I encourage people to play with a bow because I love the bow. Also, obviously, like it does what the sawn-off version does. It has more recoil and sway, and it has a reduced capacity, so just 5+1, but still packs quite a punch and is a little bit less controllable than the Vandal in comparison because of the bigger caliber, but is still a quite trusty little companion piece.
It looks cool, and we're gonna look at a video just in a second, but let's look at these pictures first so you have a closer look. It is pretty and really short. But yeah, let's look at some gameplay.
Yeah, poor tower again.
Poor tower always. So yeah, pretty similar for the Centennial, but you can see the ammo differences, and obviously just the gun being shorter. And yeah, it will be very cool with some even quartermaster loadouts, I think. All right. Anything else you want to say about the shorty?
So basically, once you have unlocked it, you can purchase it for like $103. So much cheaper compared to the full-size version, of course.
Right, awesome. But that's not all of the weapon variants, right? I think there's something similar to this on this line. What is that then? Let's see. Oh, yeah, that one. So the Centennial Shorty Silencer.
What? I guess in order to have a Centennial Shorty Silencer, you had to have a Centennial Shorty. So
makes sense.
now we get to the real thing. So this is basically our first medium slot, medium ammo silenced rifle. I'm not saying weapon because we have the bow. Again, I encourage everybody to play bow. But this one is basically a very, very nice companion piece for people. So I think people will enjoy playing with that, trying it out. Obviously has a bit faster damage fall off compared to its normal shorty cousin, but that comes just with all the trade-offs of what the silencer usually does. So let's have a look at it.
Yeah, here's some pictures of it, so you can actually see how it looks nice and close. That silencer is very hunty, I must say.
It's a bigger round. I mean, the sparks still wins, right?
True, true. But yeah, let's look at a few video examples here then. Dennis cannot hear the audio, but you guys can. So yeah.
I've heard it a lot already.
Yeah. That's awesome. And
so yeah, it would be very interesting to see the loadouts that people come up with, like how they combine it. Besides the bow.
You could take it minimal, and then it's like very silent.
You should.
Yeah. Yeah, and it can obviously also do levering, so let's see how that looks like when it actually uses it.
So as you know, like the 10-year levering isn't the most reliable, kicks quite a bit, etc. And obviously it doesn't get better with a bigger crosshair now here on the Sauna version, but it is there as a last resort option, so you might surprise one or the other person with that.
Shelly's saying amazing sound, I agree, it sounds really cool actually. Awesome, so that was our two shorty variants, and again they will be tied to the first quest line.
Yeah, so those two will come first, then once that first quest line is over you have a chance to can unlock the other two. And if you miss out for whatever reason, the update coming after that will make them available as normal unlocks. So.
Right, and since we showed the two quest lines already, people I think already spotted some other stuff in the chat, so let's look at the next one.
Oh yeah.
Which is the Springfield Crag Bayonet variant.
Yeah, so it's just a single bullet point. It is a hedge bayonet through a crack rifle. I think everybody can work with that information. But it is kind of a nice unlock path there, and gives players a chance to use it for steady work too.
And compared to the shorty, this is a very long boy. So yeah, and it looks quite cool. It's like a proper knife or like a dagger attached to the.
Yeah. It is not a riposte though. It's a true bayonet version. So it's just a heavy melee attack for stabbing, not the regular one. And I think the price is, let me have a quick look here. The price was $426. And by the way, because we didn't talk about this with the silencer is $137 to purchase.
So let's look at it in action. I mean, it is also, as Dennis said, quite self-explanatory because a pokey gun.
Pointy end goes forward.
Yeah.
And then
and I mean, but at least like now you can use a Krag in close range, which is nice. And just let's look at how it shoots as well.
Yeah, I think it's pretty awesome because like the higher rate of fire makes the Krag a little bit like better to use in close range in my opinion, and then having the melee option works very nicely for that.
It's a nice combo for sure. So chat asked, how much did you say it cost?
426.
There you go. Looks great. Again, the pictures also.
Nothing to add, I guess.
Yeah, I also like when we created the presentation, we were like, okay, do we add bullet points or since it's the bayonet like everyone knows, so let's just keep that fun and the pictures and videos built for themselves.
And it will be very similar to the next one as well.
Yeah, but I think people will be excited for that one too, which is the Springfield Crag Sniper variant.
So here again, a long scope on the Krag, so a companion piece now to in the arsenal, that is to the Mosin Sniper and the Lebel Marksman. So I'd say it's like the third of those long ammo rifles with a long magnification scope on them. Obviously, it plays a bit differently, as you know. Like the damage is a bit weaker. It's like on the lower end of what ammo, like long ammo can perform at, but it does have a higher fire rate. So it would be interesting to see how people will be using that one.
Yeah, and again, it's a very long scope, and nice, and I'm curious to see how it competes against the Mozi later on.
Yeah. Well, this one costs like 610, so it's a bit more in quotes. Yeah, but also a bit more budget actually compared to, let's say, like a full-blown Mozi stuff.
True. Let's see how it looks when you don't actually use the scope.
Oh, I like animations of that one.
Yes. On it. Very cool. Again, chat us like, what was the price again? Just so they can hear.
Pay attention.
Yeah.
It's
$610.
$610. Oh, and there's some scope action.
Yeah. So yeah, nothing really more to add to that one. Pretty straightforward. Everybody probably knows what it all means in gameplay terms.
Right. So yeah, that's the 4 new weapon variants coming with the questlines. Or the Crag variants will be tied to the second one. But on the test servers, you guys can unlock it and test both of these already. So again, please try it out. Let us know how you feel about it.
Yeah, it's also like on the test server, we will be giving out a few instances of those, even if you haven't done the quest line. So there is no need to grind the quest lines on test server before you've had a chance to have a hand on it. There will be, I think, like 5 or 10 or so, I'm not 100% sure, instances of each for everybody who's going to the test server to play with. And obviously, after those are spent, if you spend them all, then you would need to first take the unlock from the quest line test-wise.
Yes, awesome. All right, but we actually have a lot more to talk about as well. So we have a lot of exciting topics. I can't even wait to show you. This is one of those actually. So we are getting a brand new scripted tutorial. And Dennis, let's talk about a bit about the importance of like the new player experience in Hunt and why we decided to work on this aspect of the game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think getting new players into the game is super, super important for all of us, right? We want this game to continue grow. We want to get new players in. We want to get our friends in that maybe like didn't want to play it yet. Like this is another way for us to reach out to new players, to give them a chance to actually be part of this. Kind of ease them into the game, give them a chance to actually kind of like familiarize themselves, etc. When we went out of early access in 2019, like we had to just put a very basic tutorial in. It was kind of like playing the game offline, locally, like in a reduced version, and then a couple of hints can at least tell you a little bit what's going on. We were never really quite happy with it. It did its job, basically, but it was never really a good tutorial. So we were super happy that we can finally come back to this, actually provide a proper atmospheric tutorial that players can kind of like use to immerse themselves a little bit in the game, but also take away very important, beats in terms of understanding what the game is all about, what to look out for.
Right, I mean, I know everyone in chat has 5,000 hours in Hunt, but Hunt is a really complicated game with a lot to know, a lot of mechanics, and I would say a pretty big learning curve to like properly understand. And I think this is a great step to introduce people to that and make them understand the game much better. But yeah, let's talk about what it actually entails then.
So first off, like we actually do have a completely overhauled voice tutorial now. So like think of it as a very traditional tutorial where you go room to room and learn new things and then move on to the next room, put them to practice and kind of build upon that knowledge that you learned before. So very typical work for if you have played a game tutorial, you know what's coming basically. But we also have a veteran hunter, John Victor, voiced by iconic Duke Cockle. So please Google that name. And he will basically be kind of like hand-holding you through the entire experience, more or less. He might also challenge you quite a bit. And make sure that in the end you are certified hunter.
And yeah, we will take a short look in just in a few minutes of the tutorial as well, so you guys see. But this is actually the first voice-acted character in Hunt. And when I watched it, I got goosebumps. It's like the first, like you get a different feeling. It makes you feel like it's real, you know. So it's great. And I can't wait to show you in a few minutes how it is. But still, let's talk about what the tutorial has and what is the difference between the basic and the advanced options we also had in the past.
Exactly. So like the tutorial, like the onboarding is divided into 2 parts. Well, we have this basic tutorial, which is like the core elements of the game. This is that room-to-room experience, that guided experience where John Victor is basically, turning you into a proper hunter. So besides the core elements of Hunt, which is obviously movement, etc., there's also other important things. If you go to the next one, please, which is gunplay. On one hand, of course, team play. So yes, there is a multiplayer component to it. Obviously, without having other players, we still want to teach you about important certain things you need to learn in the game regarding PvP. So threat clues, for example, reviving, what that means. So all of that is being covered in the tutorial, and we hope that players have a much better understanding. This was one of the shortcomings in the old tutorial, is that we basically never had the chance to really teach you about other players, except for putting a couple of corpses around you could loot, but it was a very, very limited experience. Of course, there is no PvP fighting here, but still, we're touching upon the topic, and we hope that we can prepare the players a lot better for their first PvP encounters and their first, in general, steps in the Bayou when there's other players around.
But we still do have the advanced tutorial available as well, so what will that do then differently?
Yeah, so the advanced tutorial is basically the section you can kind of continue into seamlessly once you've played the basic tutorial. You can also access this separately, and this is one compound you can kind of explore. And you have all of the AI types in there. They're sometimes even a bit caged in. So, for example, emulators are not able to run out of a certain area. So you can actually play with the mechanics a little bit. It doesn't become like a big mess as they all run into one another and you have hives and meatheads and whatever attacking all at the same time. We try to pace it as much as possible in the sandbox environment, so you can really spend some time with the AI types. And there's also lots of tooltips, that kind of like hints that are going to pop up through the basic tutorial, but also the advanced tutorial that kind of gets you to a specific narrative pages in the manual, so you can read up more about all of these details. So like the entire UI has been kind of like updated for that purpose as well. It's a lot more hand-holding and gives you much more information what to look out for if you want to learn more, how to dig deeper into that, and read up on the details.
Yes, and as always, please help us test this. This is actually a big feature, so if you wouldn't mind going to the test server soon and actually playing through the tutorial and give us your feedback, would be very helpful.
There's one thing as well. You guys might be familiar with this from the current tutorial, so you can replay the tutorial later on. And the advanced tutorial section you can also replay. And if you do, you can basically bring your current hunter. There's no risk of losing the hunter within a year, whatever you put on. I mean, you can try things out. So you can still use that as an environment, for example, to kind of like shoot at specific AI types, try things out, and like get a feeling for example, like recoil of weapons, handling, etc. So whatever you've unlocked, whatever is in your arsenal, you can put in a hunter, you can replay the tutorial, and then you can try those like the equipment, the gear out without spending it, without losing it, and obviously also without progressing the hunter that way.
Awesome. So, what do you think, Dennis? Should we show a few minutes of this?
Yeah. So we've recorded like the first 3.5 minutes, and I think we're just gonna show you the introduction video of the tutorial in the first few minutes, and then the rest you can try out on the test server once it comes online. So there will be a couple of things obviously not shown in that one then.
Right. So I'm just gonna mute you and me, and yeah, guys, enjoy it. This is gonna be a lot of fun. So that's it.
For you, the suffering of a savior and the coin of a betrayer. The pain is forever, but the money is worth it. You're a survivor, or at least got the makings of one. Get on up now. That injection knocked your teeth in real good, didn't it? As a health kit by the gate. Use it. All patched up? Then head on out. You got a lot to learn. First lesson. Wade through water is noisy and slow, but sometimes it's the only way forward. Stay vigilant. It's good to be quick, but running for too long will drain you. Stop sprinting at times to catch your breath. You're gonna encounter traps like that from time to time. Patch up so you don't bleed out. I gave you that first aid kit for a reason. If it's used up, there's a health station right there. Now, if you want to make good money, you're gonna need to find a target. Remember that shot? It made you special. and it'll help you see beyond human limits. It gave you something called dark sight. Feels like an itch behind the eyes. Focus on that feeling to enter the sight and look for a blue glow. The light will lead you to your first clue. Guide you towards your target. That map I left in your pocket repeats it forwards. I even took the trouble of marking supply points and the like in the legend. Between the map and dark side, you'll be able to narrow down the location of your target with each clue. Good work. Looks like your target is west. Head on up the ladder. See how sneaky you can be. Ourselves a bunch of animals. They're ready to holler if you spook them, and that risks you alerting an enemy nearby. Try to reach the gate across the way without troubling any animals. Who knows? I might even reward
you. So yeah, I mean, I feel like it kind of speaks for itself. I see people with goosebumps in the chat. I feel the same way. It's amazing.
I can't stop smiling.
Yeah, same. It's.
No, I'm super happy and super proud of the team that did that. Like, it's an amazing achievement. I really enjoyed every second of it, and I think it worked out very well. So, you guys need to get your hands on it on the test server. Give us a feedback. Obviously, look at it from your veteran's eyes perspective, right? You know everything already in there, and use it also to something to kind of like maybe tell your friends about it. Like, there's a new way of getting into the game that's coming soon.
Yes, definitely. This update will be such a good opportunity to get your friends that didn't want to try the game so far, or because it's too hard. I feel like this will help a lot. So please tell them. And also, I almost got emotional just reading the chat during that. So yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's amazing. So. I was so excited to show this, so let's go.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and but that's not all. So as we said, this is a big thing for the game, but we still have a lot more in this update that you've been asking for a long time as well. So this is one of those quality of life features, which is the equipment screen refinement. So what is that about, Dennis?
So this is actually pretty amazing work that like the UI team has been looking at. What we're basically doing now is we give you a different way of organizing your arsenal, specifically the legendaries. So basically what they are now is they are skins. So if we recall, for those veterans amongst you, like who've been with us like since early access and when we introduced with 1.0 legendary skins, we only had a handful at that time. And like the easiest and the best solution at that time was to just treat them as their own instances. Now, since then, our legendary arsenal has quite grown a bit, and it has become very unwieldy. It has become very bloated. Lots of cool skins, don't get me wrong, but it has been to the point that you had to really scroll that list a lot in order to get to where you actually want to. Classing also didn't make things very easy. For example, you recruited a new hunter, and now you basically would sell their gun and would buy the one you wanted maybe in a particular skin before. That is changing now, so they are applied as skins over the base. So it's basically just one weapon instance, and then there's a little like a horizontal menu where you can just quickly like select the skin of that particular one. Also saves your last selection, and therefore is very easy and straightforward to work with. There's some exceptions, still obviously contraband like is kind of fixed, so if you have a contraband weapon, you can't swap the skins on that one, which also plays into the hand that you can loot some of these skins from the world, right? And if you are getting for example, weapons you don't have yet unlocked, or also different dirt levels, they kind of still separated out a little bit in that list. The dirt levels, you can still kind of define the skin per dirt level then, and obviously if you clean them, they merge into one, as you would expect, but there's some minor exceptions. Overall, that list is much reduced, and should make it a lot easier just like to equip the hunters with the gear you want out of the box when you recruit them, and don't have to kind of like do this whole salary buy shenanigans.
Yeah, but how about we actually show how it looks, and then you can actually see it in action. So there you go. We have like a rotating scroll wheel type of selection for each weapon now, where you can apply the skins, as you can see here with the Ash Legendary, for example, for the conversion pistol.
Yeah, and you also have a chance, as you can see with the dual pistols, like that has kind of changed a little bit at interface as well. Plus you also see some changes to the stats on the left side. We talk about those in a bit. That's like there's just general little overhaul of that stuff. But yeah, the more important part is you can kind of like quickly browse through the available skins. Some weapons have more, some less. Also, it's a good overview what skins are available in total. So this will be, I think, a huge quality of life improvement for many of you guys as you kind of sort through your equipment, and maybe in combination with the loadouts, kind of like prepare your hunters.
And some people with a very good eye spotted the unequip all button as well. So yes, you do have that too.
Naked runs for the win.
Yes. And yeah, another example with the Vagrant silencer, Wingfield silencer called Vagrant. Sorry. Yeah, same story. Again, like the dirt levels are obviously still separating it, and but everything else then is applies. You can see it here. You can obviously play around with it on the test servers as well, see how it is. But I think it's just such a easier way, and all those crying mouse scroll wheels will live a longer life now.
Just a little side note as well. So you notice maybe on the top left side, there's this charm selection system, right? And this was just visually also just a little bit. When we introduced it first, it was kind of grayed out, so it almost felt like it was like a no selection button. So we kind of changed it a little bit, so it's much clearer that you can click on it to select the weapon charm. There's a cool side effect of that as well. It's like because you kind of see a 3D weapon in front of you as you can select your charms. You can really use it as an in arsenal 3D weapon viewer very quickly. Just kind of check on the weapons and try them out. So make sure you press that button a lot, equip charms, but also enjoy and appreciate the weapons there up close.
Yeah, and again, like people pointing out the left side being different, we'll talk about that just in a bit. But yeah, this is great, but we still have some similar things we change. But first, let's talk about another thing that I also feel makes some people very happy, the wildcard contracts.
Yes, so this is an experiment that we want to do. As you guys know, we had multiple contracts in the past, and we had to kind of scale back on them a little bit, just to reduce them to just a random selection, in order for the matchmaking to be more efficient, having less splits in the matchmaking queues, etc. So we're doing an experiment now, and that means we might not keep it, we might change it a lot. So bear with us on that particular one. I'll go a little bit more into details in a second. That this is just a test we're doing, but I think it's a very promising one. So basically what we are now doing is we're introducing wildcard contracts, like wildcard being a term that you first heard in the last event, using the Inferno as an example. And we're now introducing this as a second choice to the regular contracts. Not the Inferno in this case, we'll get to that in a second, but basically a sub-selection of our times of days. If you go to the next one, please. So we have basically two separate rotations. In the past, this was all kind of weird, like these two contracts we had, they would still kind of feed into one another once in a while. So we now made a clear cut between them. And that also means that, if you open the next one, please, that for testing purposes, we are separating out night whenever this test is active.
Yes.
So we have the flexibility in the system, so we don't know yet how often we will do this test. This might be that we try it out maybe during the first week, maybe we'll do it only over weekends. It much depends a little bit on the data that we gather from it, like in terms of how healthy our matchmaking queues are and if you can afford that split. So for now, again, it will be an experiment, but whenever that experiment is active, you will see two contracts. And one of them will be the nighttime contract, the wildcard contract. The other one will be the styling contract, which has all of the other times of days. So now that choice is something where, and I think that's something people will really, really appreciate, at least I do, is like you can actually equip yourself for nighttime. That means you can now say like, hey, I'm gonna bring that flare pistol, I'm gonna bring those fuses, I can bring whatever, maybe even the lantern. Like a flashlight, and actually equip my hunter for going now into the wildcard contract nighttime. And so we are experimenting with this. We want to see how this feels, and for us, this will be a great experiment moving forward, and also to see how we can improve overall matchmaking quality, how we can kind of offer you more control about the contracts, and just give you more freedom of choice there.
Yeah, and as Dennis said, like your feedback will be super important for this, as this is literally a test feature we are implementing. So obviously data and your feedback will be crucial to see how this goes forward. And yeah, you can see examples of the wildcard contracts with the nighttime on the screen as well. But Dennis, we also have to talk about something else here. So
exactly. So while looking at that screen, we did a couple of optimizations and just improvements in general. And one of the important parts here has been, so we kind of simplified how the entire tick boxes and bonuses are being displayed. So we simplified the system a little bit. There's still a bit of work that goes into this on the test server, but overall it's kind of representative of what you can expect, which is it kind of shows you the bounty range per token on each of the contracts, and then it gives you a very easy selection whether you want to play against teams of 3 or teams of 2. Rather than a tick box, and we've also at the same time taken away the option for skill-based matchmaking to be turned off. We we thought this will help us quite a lot actually with the experiment we're doing. Plus, it also usually made it just harder for new players if they accidentally turned it off, because it just ended up in queues where they were completely outmatched. And for the veterans, it in practice didn't really matter much anyways. Very, very rarely did you have a chance to come across like enemies that kind of like you ventured into your own like lair there. So for us, it's an important step moving forward, that we can kind of like get more control about the matchmaking queues, because it helps us to do these type of experiments and optimize the queues that we have in order to give you guys more control there. So I think it's a worthy sacrifice. It is for the better overall, and will help us with this experiment here.
Awesome, and the chat actually seems really happy about the changes so far, General, so that's awesome to see. And actually, we have a lot more still, so I'm so happy. Yeah, so let's talk about the gameplay changes still. And there's a big one here too, which we start with. That's the combat log beta, we call it. So what is that all about, Dennis?
Yeah, so this is a work in progress feature, but we were so excited about it, we wanted to get it out as soon as possible, which is a rework of our damage history on the dev screen. And what it does now is it tracks a lot more events. Plus, it also shows you not only the inbound damage, but also the outgoing damage. So it will be a lot easier for you guys to understand as you die like dead in the dirt, what led to this particular moment. Like, oh, I shot this guy, I only hit him in the arm, he shot me in the head, that's why I'm dead. Well, it gives you a lot more information. It is still a bit wonky, that's why we release it as a beta. It doesn't have all of the events 100% covered. There's still a couple of things that are a bit inaccurate, so we're still working on it. We will improve it further. But we thought alone the fact that we have the outgoing damage and the inbound damage both in there now is already such a great improvement, and we don't want to hold it back. So I think you people will enjoy it a lot. However, please keep in mind it has some bugs, it has some issues, so please check the known issues then in the patch notes that will highlight exactly the parts that are a bit still, not 100% polished yet.
Right, but let's look at in action, and then you can break down what we're actually seeing. So let's see how it actually looks.
You see a bit of fighting against AI, then being hit by another player, shooting back, also hitting them. Health being regenerated a little bit there in cover, trying to peek. And hitting the guy and dying. So now on the dev screen, what we see is, and we just pause the video here for a second just to go through it. It's not many events. So you kind of have a chance to filter the left and the right side, like inbound and outbound damages. So at first we see the damage we've been doing against the grunts, so shooting them in the lower torso both there. The last kill, like the last shot was basically a kill on that grunt. Then receiving damage to the torso from that unknown player. The player names are kind of like on our test environment, not always displayed correctly, but it should be fine on the test server. However, you're also landing a shot with your weaker weapon against that player in the torso as well. Then you go behind cover, you see the regeneration. So when the next event triggers, you have regenerated 36 hit points by that time. And then that other player shoots you and kills you basically before your own shot lands, so you don't see what happened after you died, obviously. So whether you killed them or whether they just basically took normal damage. But it was a death blow. It was through the fence, as you can see in the background there. Again, the torso shot, and you see the time code even like and how long the time this goes. We're tracking 90 seconds. So if you have done a lot of actions, you can actually scroll back quite a bit in order to see what transpired that is relevant to you the moment before you died.
Yeah, so I love how much information you can actually see. And also, what I really love is that it shows the location where you actually landed the shot. That is awesome. So.
Like if you were to click on any of those points, they would expand and show you a little bit more detail. So you would then see, for example, the health chunks and how they changed. You know that already from the current damage history. This has been expanded upon as well. You will see more information about, for example, if the player is poisoned or on fire, whether it was custom ammunition that hit them, etc. So lots of more information is in there already. We add more in the future as well to make it even more granular. But even right now, there's like things like banishment, for example, are being taken into account here. So if a banishing happened in the meantime, that means your health got restored. It will be flagging here as an event like regeneration.
Awesome, Dennis. Again, the chat is so happy. This is awesome. I'm still like trying to not get emotional over all the positivity, so I have to fight it a bit. But yeah, please again try this out. As Dennis said, this is a beta, so there will be some bugs, some issues. But please again give your feedback. This is a big change. Gives a lot more transparency around the game and what happens when you fight someone, when you fight AI, etc. So I think it's really, really huge. So please check it out. Yeah, let's go on to our next point, which is the overhauled weapon statistics screen, which we already showed a bit, but like now you can actually tell us what we've seen there, because again, I think this change goes similar to the combat log a bit, but in the menu. So what is this about, Dennis?
Yeah, so you kind of saw it already a little bit before. We've kind of gone through the weapon statistics and done a bit of an update, a bit of housekeeping there. We replaced a few. We've kind of like recalculated some differently. And specifically when it comes to the rate of fire, the reload times, etc., you see a lot more clear, proper, accurate data in there. Each of them have a different tooltip where needed, like where the rules change. So on the test server, you can just hover over each of these icons and it will explain you what the calculation is behind that. And it gives you a better overview in general what's being done. Like it includes some of the stamina stuff as well, some melee stuff. So it's contextual based on what item you're looking at. In this case, the Vagrant being obviously like a silent sniper. You see 250 meters a second for that one, the reload, etc. So the full details of that one will be in the patch notes as well. So please make sure you read upon the weapon statistics there and then try it on a test server, give it a try. It should be a lot clearer. Give us your feedback, please. What do you think? And we have some ideas also for improving this in the future further, but for now we think this is actually a very good improvement already.
Yeah, like I think it's great. You get a lot, again, transparency here. Like you get much more info about your weapon. The old stats that were not so clear were reworked, and there's a lot more new icons as well and new stats you can look at. So again, just hover over them, see what they actually mean, read the patch notes, so it will be explained there as well. But I think that's also a really, really good change. But we don't have to talk about this more. Again, you guys have to try it out and see it for yourself. Let's go to another big topic. Oh, this is a big one. So solo gameplay changes. Yeah, let's why did we do this, Dennis? And talk about the events and all that. Like, yeah.
So of course we did our event, right? And in the event we had quite a number of mechanics in there for solos which we were experimenting with, and from our data and the sentiment, it looks like you guys liked it.
Chat is already going crazy.
So we've come back to that, added a bit of things on top of what we had for the event, changed some things from the event, and want to give solo players, which are very, very important to us as well. Like if you don't have your friends online, if you just enjoy playing solo, we want you to have a fair experience, and all these are steps towards making sure we kind of even the ground a little bit, even the playing field a little bit, and make sure solo players have a good fighting chance. As you've seen in the last event, I think it was quite successful.
Right, so yeah, let's see what these changes actually are, and let's start with some trait updates that I think a lot of people already guessed, but there's more than what you actually guessed. So let's see the first one.
Necromancer. Who would have thought?
Wow.
Who would have thought that Necromancer is a thing here? We have basically added the solo-only self-revival condition. that we had during the event. So this is just a standard feature of Necromancer now. It is up to you how you use it. If you want to use it, if you want to risk getting like back up and then maybe getting down right away. But the solo player does have the option now to consider it at least as part of the toolbox. Don't complain if you continuously die, but you have the power to choose to. We've also done a bit of change in housekeeping on this one. So where before we had like 4 seconds, which was kind of like an ideal time, like Necromancer under perfect situations would be around that time, but it doesn't really take into account like getting the position, all the stuff. So we kind of upped it to 10 seconds, so it's not as immediate. It's not like as like Terminator, like instantly getting back up and just like hammering the guy down right away. You have to wait for a bit in order to be able to use it, so that there's a bit of a balancing aspect to it. And we also fixed a couple of like Reddit bugs. For example, there was this issue that you couldn't kind of like not lose the hunter, or was it the hunter losing? I'm not sure. Like there was some issues like with like extracting in the end, etc. All that stuff should be working much better now.
When everyone extracted and you revived after.
And you revive yourself, like exactly, like these type of things. So it's overall a bit cleaner. Sort of the housekeeping, some of the bug fixes have been applied there, and the timer went up. But yeah, let's see how people like that one. We feel very strong about this one, and has brought, I think, a lot of joy to people during the event.
Yes, but we actually did other changes as well, other than the Necro. So let's see what we did to Magpie. And actually, the first part of this is not just for solo players, but for everyone.
Yeah, so just a general buff for Magpie is now it gives all 3 effects. So that is basically the regeneration effect, that is the stamina effect, and the antidote effect. You get those for the time in order to make a move, etc. So it's not just random, and you have to be lucky, for example, to get stamina to be able to snatch the bounty and run away. It's all 3 effects, so quite of a boost. It doesn't become more expensive because of that, so it's just a direct upgrade of that otherwise very cheap trade.
And the solo part of this will be very interesting. So what does it do to solo players?
Yeah, so basically it doubles the dark side boost capacity. Now what that means is that if you're a solo player, you pick up a bounty, it gives you 10 seconds. Not 5, 10. And also what it does in addition is that whenever you gain an additional second back, for example by looting like a hunter or interacting with a clue, it doubles the gain as well. So rather than 1 second, you get 2 seconds back. So for solo players, a very, very big boon. It allows you to kind of like try a couple more things that normally you wouldn't have tried. And this is going to be very, very interesting. And again, the trade remains very cheap. So for solo players going for the bounty, if you want to risk going for the bounty, this is a thing that should make it a little bit easier. Rather than sitting in the shadows, ratting it out with a sniper rifle in the distance, this is something that allows you to actually go in and risk a little bit more. So that's why we kind of feel very happy about this one.
Yeah, this is crazy. If all players remember, when we first introduced Darkside Boost, it was actually 10 seconds long, and it was reduced later on. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how that plays out with solo players as well.
Yeah, like I'm, for example, whenever I play solo, I'm usually pretty shy. I'm very reserved. I more play more playing on the long range side of things. I rarely rush in too much. This will actually allow me to do that a little bit more, give me a bit more confidence in actually succeeding. Like I'm not a top tier player. I would call myself like a mid tier, and for me, like having a bit more of like a bonus like that actually will probably make me move a little bit closer in fights. So I can also experience that part of the solo play a little bit more without getting my ass kicked right away.
And just for that asked on the screen, Dennis explained to you about DSB stands for Dark Side Boost. It was just taking up a lot of space, so it doubles the Dark Side Boost gained from looting clues or players.
Yeah. So the seconds you get from interacting with them.
Exactly. So you get 2 seconds back instead of 1 as a solo, basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, and there's one more trait that has been changed with update 1.12, and that would be Serpent.
Yeah, that plays directly into the same area as well. So for solos, what we've done to Serpent now is we have increased the range, rather doubled the range for interactions. So where before, if you want to snatch up, let's say for example, a bounty token, or if you want to interact with a clue, you have to be within 25 meters. As a solo, 50 meters is enough. That means you have much more freedom to kind of like steal that team's bounty from a much safer spot. And they will have to react to that. So it will make it a lot easier for you to be a solo guy without taking too many risks, and helps quite a bit as well. So solos overall getting a massive boost here. Let's see how that plays out in practice. I think solos are underdogs, and they've kind of deserved getting a bit more support on that front.
Yes, and obviously again we're gonna be looking at the data and your feedback as well relating these changes as well. So make sure to give the feedback, and you can always do that on our Discord channel or on social media or by reaching out to us. This is very, very important. But Dennis, we didn't just change the traits, but we did some other related changes as well to the game. So let's talk about the underdog bonus.
Yeah, so the underdog bonus is the bonus you receive when you basically go up against stronger teams. So as a solo, for example, you play against duos, you get a small bonus. If you play against trios, you get a bigger bonus, and also as duos against trios, you get a bit of a bonus. So that number is, just went up a little bit. Again, just a bit of an incentive. This is basically the bonus you receive for extracting with a bounty. So if you manage to snatch a bounty token as a solo before already, when you played against trios, you will get 500 on top of that token. Now it's 600. So it's just a little bit more in terms of an incentive to make money, be profitable. Our data shows actually solos are usually pretty doing well if they succeeded, like especially during the event. So we want to see how we can motivate them a little bit more even here, and yeah, again, level the playing field.
Yeah, awesome. I mean, I'm always happy to get a bit more money, especially if you are an underdog. So that's great to see. And again, like for the traits as well, please test it out. Let us know how you feel. But that's about the solo gameplay changes. And we also had some other changes to quick play, the other game mode.
Yeah, so quick play changes are a bit more housekeeping, so this is nothing like too special, but we've added a couple of additional weapon variations, weapons like starting weapons to the gear, so I can quickly open up that cheat sheet of mine.
Right, obviously the full list of the available weapons will be available in the patch notes as well. It's a long list, so
not going through everything, but for example, who would have thought the hunting bow is now an option for medium range? We have an again silencer pair as a random option can appear. Scotfield Model 3, the Sparks pistol, the Springfield 8066 compact, all of those are now basically for medium range. On short range, we also have the Terminus hand cannon, and we have the Lamont Mark II pair. So there's one more thing as well for the melee side. So if you go for the melee option besides your main melee weapon, which would be like a combat axe, etc., right? You also have your melee tool replaced with throwing knives or throwing axe to give you a bit of a ranged option as well on that front. So overall, quite a bit more starting options that could appear, and hopefully also makes the whole thing a bit more interesting for players.
Awesome. Yes, and let's talk about the thing that everyone talked about on social media since yesterday when we announced the stream, which is the saddles that they could see. So let's talk about those. What can people do?
So yeah, no, we are not adding horses as mounts, sorry. But what we're doing is we're giving you more exploration options. So these are basically lootable saddles that can be found throughout the world. Some of them can be found on our incapacitated hiding, dying horses. Others can be at a hitching post. It's like a new kind of hitching post prop that we kind of scattered around the world a little bit more. So when you find one of those saddlebags, they can contain one of a number of things. So it can be an interaction similar to like a toolbox with consumables and hunt dollars. That consumables also sometimes give you stuff that you can't get from the toolbox. So interesting to maybe still loot that one, because you might get a couple of things you otherwise only can find like pre-placed in the world, like on the tower, for example, as a feature we introduced in the last update. And we also have weapon holsters on them. So some of them might contain a lootable weapon. That could be like usually like it's like kind of like a horse fitting weapon, like a carbine of some sort. So we have a number of weapons. Again, the full list you can read in the patch notes. It will not be super high-end tier gear, but it will be still good weapons.
There's some good ones in there, actually. Yeah,
absolutely. Like a Lamont carbine, even I think is part of it. This is a couple of really good choices, and so some of these lootable saddles, they might contain either a weapon, or they might contain a bag you can loot, or both. So that's kind of like a little bit of randomization between them.
Yeah, let's look at them so you can actually see what we are talking about. So in this one, you can actually see both the weapon holster with a weapon in it and the saddle bag as well. So on the right would be the saddlebag you can loot, and obviously the left is the holster.
Yeah. Like and the saddlebag follows the usual rule of 2, so like 2 players can interact with it. It's like a half open state basically to signal that in between.
Yes, and yeah, some in-game images as well, and we will show you some videos as well. So again, this is the hitching post with a saddle bag on it. Here's a horse with probably a cowboy left it there with a weapon holster. And then another example with a weapon. But yeah, let's look at videos just so you can see in action a bit better. So there's a poor dying horse. A bit of Vatterly in this case. And yeah, you can take it. And let's see this one. So here you have just a saddlebag on a hitching post. Again, as Dennis said, you can loot all sorts of consumables, some that you may not even find in toolboxes. And if you're really lucky, you may find some that have both the weapon holster, video weapon, and saddlebag to loot.
Yeah, so they are kind of rare. You won't find them around every corner. Think of them as something else, for example, to let's say cash registers as a additional option, additional thing you can kind of explore in a vault.
Yeah, I think it's great in general. Like always, fun to loot more things. So thank you, and play around with it. I think it's awesome. You know, like at least like whenever you go around and there's always something to interact with, something to look for. I think it just always makes the gameplay a bit more fun and rewarding. So cool. And you may find some good guns again. Like on this image, actually, you can see the Lamont carbine, which we actually received a small change. Which we'll talk about in a second. Yeah. Yeah, but that's about the saddlebag. So let's dive into some level changes, and we have one in particular, which is some bigger changes to Weeping Stone Mill, which was revamped in this update. We will have some other level changes, but we won't talk about those in the stream, so please check out the patch notes for those as well. But let's look at some before and after images for this compound.
Yeah, again, kudos to the level team for doing all the changes. I'm putting my Tom hat on now. I'm pretending to be Tom for the duration of this one. And so basically what we see is one compound change here, and that is Whipping Stone Mill. We've added like a underground section that leads up into the lair from the ground. So you kind of see it a little bit on the lower one. There's like this waterside entrance point that kind of leads in there. If you go to the next one. You also see like that we kind of extended some of the interior to make room for the new staircase. It also had like a nice effect of kind of like streamlining some of the outside areas a little bit in terms of how you can move in and around there. If you go to the next one. There's like another entrance here, but it's basically on the ground level outside in the water, where you can kind of also enter this new underground section through like that not a windmill, but that basically mill, the water mill. And then here, this is how this ground floor section has been redecorated. So you can kind of see it in the background. It's very hard to see right now, but you see this little lantern, and then right behind that is like the stairs leading up from the basement section into the lair.
Yeah, so on the after picture on the left side, you can see that wall has been removed, and that's where the new staircase is.
Yeah, like everything is being pushed outward, so like the layer didn't really get smaller, it got bigger, but to accommodate that staircase on the ground floor, that means then the top floor kind of was just increasing in size, just in general.
Yep, and another picture from that.
Yeah, here's well, like with the wall being pushed out a little bit, so the staircase is like on the level below in the center, and that gives us the room to expand the top floor a little bit as well.
And the staircase itself leading down there.
Yeah, so you see like how that archway kind of coming from the water areas. You see like the way leading upwards. It's like a small little room down there, a little underground, with the two entrances from the mill and the waterside area, and then leading upstairs.
Yeah, awesome. Again, play around in the new. It has been reworked like a lot actually. This is a lot of addition to one compound, so test it out. I think it's gonna be very fun to play in there actually.
Besides that, like in the patch notes, there's a couple other points that are being highlighted, mostly about how vegetation has been updated in some particular areas, just to make sure like that the navigating is easier, the flow of moving is better, and they can be like not exploited in particular ways. So overall, please check the patch notes. But I think there's really good stuff on the level team, and like specifically this compound here is very nice because it's one you cannot very often go to, so it kind of changes the style a little bit.
Awesome. Yeah, but that was about the main changes, and we have some other notable changes to mention in the stream. We did refer to some of them earlier during the stream as well, so let's talk about those quickly, starting with the Stalker Beetle.
So yeah, the Stalker Beetle, we were quite conservative initially with the damage it does and the tests we've been doing, and now since the Stalker Beetle has kind of settled down in the arsenal and has its fans and has its haters, we know a little bit more about how it's being used in practice, what people like about it, etc. And increasing the damage is just one of those housekeeping tasks that we can do, and we feel confident about it. It's not a problem in order to give it a bit more utility. So we can deal a bit more reliably damage. It's obviously not too much still, but it felt before it was just a bit too much, and now it feels like a bit too weak, a bit too tough to actually pull something off with it. You've seen the talks about questline, for example, and now you can do a little more with it.
Exactly what I wanted to say. Like it will be very helpful for the Billy story questline. So and your teammates can help you too, and so yeah, it will be much easier to complete that and maybe kill a player with a Stalker Beetle. So.
Absolutely.
Let's see the other one, which is about the clouds of the poison and choke balls.
Yeah, so this is again just a bit of housekeeping. This is primarily to make sure that there's a bit more utility in them. So the poison ball cloud, just like basically that area just got increased a little bit, so it's more reliable to actually block, for example, a wider barn door. Before it was just like barely holding people off from placing more door. So it just becomes a bit more usable in that area. And on the choke side, with the regular choke bombs, we have an initial explosion effect. So basically as it goes off, which is usually a little bit bigger than what the area indicates afterwards, right? Like the lingers around, where the gas lingers around. And we've done the same thing now with the choke bolt, so you have a much higher chance to actually extinguish fire, save your teammate with a shot, because it's also harder to aim with it. It's more forgiving that way, and then obviously afterwards that area effect is still a bit smaller.
And let's look at the next one then, which is a smaller change, but since again we focused on new players a lot with this update, and so we added new loading screen and tips as well. So there will be more variety that you will see, and this will also help new players understand certain topics in the game better too.
Yeah, what we can do here now, and it's a cool feature, and we definitely want to expand on it in future updates. So this is just setting the groundwork on that front right now. We can now have hints target specific types of players. So we can say like those new players that are below a certain rank, or those high veteran players that are above a certain even prestige. Like we can now make the loading screens specific to each of those groups, which means we can make sure that the new players get the essential information that they need, that is important for them to pick up, because honestly they don't need to know about what a Dolch does at whatever. If they're new players, they will not see that weapon for a while usually, so it's more important that they understand the basics, while for example more like experienced players in the mid-level or even the veterans, they can deal with a lot more niche information, specifics, and we wanted to have a lot more of that rolling into the system. But it's the foundation now, it's a starting point, and it will be more targeted loading screen hints. So.
Sounds great. And again, I referred to this with the horse picture, but we did change the Lamont carbine a bit. So we did increase the rate of fire slightly with update 1.12. Maybe Dennis, you can tell a bit about it. I guess it's a lot of data collected during the evolution for this weapon.
Yeah, exactly. It's like having had a chance to play with it a little bit more, seeing how people responded to it. So this is a very small change, but still it should be noticeable. So with the Lamont carbine, the fire rate is just slightly increased now between shots. It still is a single action weapon, which means you need to kind of cock the hammer between shots. It's not a double action like the officer. So it will be definitely still below that fire rate, but overall it should be a little bit easier to follow up on the shots that way, and maybe gives the whole thing a little bit more quality and better consideration compared to the normal lever guns.
Sounds great. So we also did some improvements to the interior footsteps audio that we introduced maybe one update before this one, if I remember correctly. Now they are even better, basically, so more accurate. And this is, for example, when you're inside a building and there's a player above you, you can tell it much better now.
Yeah, exactly. So like specifically on wood, footsteps in interiors are a bit easier to discern, like to tell apart from people on your own level. So again, something on the test server. Give us feedback on it. Some further improvements on the audio side definitely here, and I think it works a little bit more reliable.
And as a last mention, now you can see which rate you receive in quick play on a thicker side.
Exactly, like another small quick play quality of life improvement. So this is basically just like showing you the trait name, so you don't have to go to the map to check it out. You kind of like just keep on going after the trait, after interacting with the rift, and it shows you what you got there. And just keep on going.
Right, and obviously like we have more changes, but everything will be in the patch notes. So if you want to get a full list of everything that changed, please check that out. And before we dive into the Q&A section, let's talk about our legendary content in this update. We won't spend hours on them, and we won't read the text, so they will be on screen, so you can screenshot it if you're interested in the lore part. But we're just gonna quickly look at each that you will be able to get in the store. So let's start with our Firebomb Brooks Burner. Super cool, another great Firebomb skin. Firebomb skin, sorry.
So this is like a regular Firebomb. It looks really nice as well. I like that.
Exactly, some renders of it so you can see clearly. Again, I want to mention that all the Bloodborne content that is being added in this update will be also available in the black market, which is getting a refresh. So you will be able to get this with a discount there right away. But they will all look really good, and we actually have 2 hunters too, so wait till the end. A new Alamo, and I know Dennis just loves the Alamo, so...
Yeah, I think this one works very well. I like the wooden like frame, basically the sturdy frame there around the trigger. So looks really, really nice.
And some nice table renders so you guys can see it a bit more clearly, and close up looks very clean and nice.
Yeah, it has a bit of the look of like a modern air rifle of some sort, but yeah, don't underestimate that back of that bunch there.
I wonder what the numbers mean though. Yeah, so that's the Alamo. Then we have a Spark Silencer skin called Muscadine, if I pronounce that correctly, and I actually really love this one. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, I like it as well.
Gorgeous. Again, some nice renders of it so you can see it a bit nicer on the table. Really beautiful. And as a Sparks enjoyer, I love it. And then we have some weapon charms as well, starting with the Ferryman's Coin. Again, really cool. You can just buy it in the store and attach it to your weapon if you like it. Cool.
Yeah, I like this one a lot.
Yeah, here's again a closer up image so you can see how it hangs on. I think it's a combat axe in this image, so we usually love showing these on the combat axe because it's cool. Then we have the Nimine Claw. So it is what the name entails, basically a claw, and looks really nice. Again, here's on the axe. Then we have another charm called Ruby's Favor. So this is a fancy one with a ring and like a golden medallion, really pretty. And again, if you want to read the lore descriptions that are on the screen, just make sure to screenshot it and you can read it. And again, here it is on the axe. I cannot wait to see this tingling around. And lastly, for the charms, we have the Blood Relic, which is a bit like a small vial of blood that you can attach to your crown. So for all the vampire lovers, here you can take it with you. It's a bit crazier one. I love it. And again, the biggest
one.
Sorry.
No, just really cool. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, awesome one. Again, and the biggest things are the 2 hunters. So first we have Worm Bite. So cool. He does have a shovel on his back, so you know,
kind of a grave digger.
Yeah, definitely. Here's a closer picture of him so you can see it a bit better. I feel like he's super badass personally, so putting people's all those dirt naps will be a bit better. At least he can dig you a hole to put you in. Really cool skin coming with this update. And then there's one more legendary hunter called the Hornback, and she will also be available during update 1.12. Also super cool.
It's super awesome. Yeah, I really enjoy this one.
Yeah, it's like a cool cowboy with like leather.
Like, can you really imagine like a cool team like of Sophia and her basically like
the gunslinger.
Yeah. Like it's very similar style. I really enjoy that.
Yeah, so I really like all the skins in this update, so make sure to check them out in the store. Again, Black Market will get a refresh, and the new items will be included in there, and I think it's 40% discount if you get them, so maybe worth checking out. But with that, we came to the end of the content for the stream, and we do have the Q&A section now. So Ferenc, you can join us again. I hope you also enjoyed watching from the back. Oh, there you are.
Hello.
Hello.
Come back. Yeah, well, it was nice seeing all the changes and all the improvements and additions. But by the way, guys, while you were talking to the community, I completed 2 quest lines and 1 live event.
Wow.
And I prestige 200, so...
Wow. So again, chat, ask your questions now, and I'm also looking at our moderators collecting them for us. And I see a lot of questions about certain topics. Like again, guys, like we will have this roadmap video coming up very soon, and that will talk about a lot of the questions you may have in the chat. So if you can please try to focus your questions on this update in particular, and a lot of your other questions again will be answered with that video, so please keep an eye out for it. And Dennis, friends, if you've seen one that you can already answer, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think there were sorry, two essential questions. The quest lines, were they time limited or time sensitive? Yes. We after releasing the original Halloween quest line back in October, end of October 1.10, we received the feedback that the 2 weeks period was too short. It was like a mini event, right? It's like a medium term activity for players to enjoy the game, to get cool rewards, but 2 weeks was too short. So we decided to basically increase that value to 4 weeks or 31 days each. Now, again, like increasing it even more would risk, you know, like becoming like live events themselves. So we would like to avoid that. They are like smaller cousins to live events. They are going to be running for a longer period than previously. We did balancing changes based on the fact that everything is going to be team shared now, so that's a good news. And the previous balancing values were not that bad, so we have data and community feedback to basically prove that. But yeah, the second one, everyone's asking about the gator traps. So both quest lines are going to be supported by a new interactive world object, which are going to be the gator traps, and these are going to be encountered. You can basically encounter them in each and every mission on all the maps. You will have to interact with them to basically progress your active quests for these investigate gator traps. Now, they are not going to be as competitive as interactive objects or world objects for previous live events. So you're not going to interact with them by destroying them. You're going to interact with them in a similar way how players already interact with boss clues. So one team can go there, interact with a gator trap, and then leave, and another team can also approach the same gator trap and then leave. Of course, I think it's safe to assume that because they are going to be spawned relatively close to water and masses of water like hoovers and deltas, players are going to be able to see them on the outside, so they are going to be wanting to go there and they are going to engage with each other. At least that's my assumption.
You can try it all on the test server.
So I've seen a lot of questions that I will just group up now to answer. So people asking about Gen 9 console update, custom lobbies, kill trading, the new boss. Please wait for the video from David and Rick, and these topics will all be touched on, as well as the IC engine related questions. Please watch the video when it's out. These will be all topics in there, so just wait for that, and they will be discussed in that one. So I hope that answers a lot of questions already. Yes. So Dennis, there's a question related to the ammo pool of the Krag. Are we looking for any improvements in the future, or what do we think about it?
So yeah, ammo in general is a big topic for us. I can't talk more about it for this update, but in general, not just for the Krag, there's going to be some work in the future for that.
That's perfect answer, I think. When will the test servers go live? Please keep an eye out. It will go live very soon, planned for this week, but again, like, you know, it can always change, so just keep an eye out. I hope you won't have to wait a long time at all, so yeah.
we want it to be in a good state, so that's why we are to commit to a specific day, but usually like the dev stream is very short before.
Very short, yeah. Before, yes. Is there a limit to how many times you can self-revive, or how does that work?
Well, technically, yeah. You have a chance.
Yeah, so that's quite obvious, yes. But keep in mind that every time you die, you do die, and that affects a lot of things. So do it at your own risk. So.
I think there were a couple questions here who would like to take. So one was like, can you get Knight on the standard contract? So that depends on whether the test is active or not. If we are doing the wildcard contract test, and again, please keep an eye out for our socials when this will be happening and what extent. However, on the test server, obviously, it will be active all the time. You will have nighttime broken out of the regular random rotation, and will be its own separate thing, a wildcard contract, non selection, so you can kind of prepare for it, but it will no longer be in the regular rotation during that time of the test. So you can choose, do you want nighttime or you want anything else, including fog, sunrise, etc.
Awesome. So someone asked, like, how do you do saddlebags, or I guess the weapons? So obviously the weapons, I suppose only one player can loot it, but then he or she leaves their weapon there, so the other technically could loot their weapon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like it's like if you find like a weapon lying on a table somewhere in the world. So they're just nicely like arrested in that holster, right? But the moment you want to swap them out, the other one just drops on the ground that you had, and then people can pick it up from right next to the holster. Or that's a hoisting post if it's just a separate saddle.
So as for the saddlebags, I suppose it's the usual rule: 2 loots per.
Yeah, like you have like 2 interactions, so once per player, and then that gives you at least a team of 2 can both get it. What's interesting about this is like you now have to make a decision, like if you want to avoid a horse, you maybe just want to quickly like kill it, maybe you don't have a throwing knife or axe or whatever, then you want to risk it making noise but get the goodies from it, like just part of the normal decision making process, spices things up a little bit and gives a bit more exploration variety. There's a question if magpie and conduit effects stack. Yes, they do already. So whenever you get like a new source, it just adds up on top of what's already running. For example, if you had like a stamina antidote shot running, like these things also just add on top.
I still see some topics that will be also featured in the video, so namely custom lobbies are actually will be discussed in that video as well. So I know we haven't talked about them in a while, but again, that will be in there. There will be also mentions of the new map. So again, this video will be a huge one, and you've been all waiting for it. It will contain a lot of info for the future of the game, so please check that out. But we won't talk about those here now.
Yeah, we'll be available very soon.
Very soon, yes.
There's a question if like the changes to the new inventory will affect the limit of contraband weapons. So there's no change to that. So you can only still carry a very limited amount of contrabands. Obviously that has an impact on how many varieties you could have there in this case. But then again, just keep on using them or put them on a hunter, etc.
Someone of is the reload bug is being addressed. Like, I think we can answer that then.
yeah. So it was actually one of the first slides of today. So the reload bug has been addressed. We are very confident it is in a very good shape now. We want to use the test server now to validate, to really make sure that we've covered all of the different cases. Keep in mind, it wasn't just the reload bug, it was actually the reload bugs. There were so many different things that were going wrong, and we want to report all of them. So help us with the test server to see whether that's true or not, but overall we should see a massive improvement already.
Is there any questions you would like to answer now, friends, or Dennis? Because I see a lot of people that wants to be answered, or they are in the video. I thought so.
I think from my side I'm good. I've answered quite a number.
Awesome. So if Ferenc is happy as well, some people ask where the video will be. Obviously, as always, you will find it on our YouTube channel. It will be a longer video, so it won't be available everywhere, but we will obviously link it on social. So if you keep track of Hunt, you will be easily find it. But please make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel for this kind of content, because that helps you keep updated as well. And you can also watch this dev stream there. So you know. It is just good. And again, thank you for talking to me, Dennis, Ferenc. I think it was such a great update. I was really happy. Really, like, the community was really nice too, and everyone seems really happy with this update. So it was hard not to get emotional during it for me. Like, it has been a while since I've seen like this much positivity. So
it was great. Like the team did an amazing job. Like all of these features, they put all of their love into this as usual. Like really good stuff. So very proud of everybody, and I think you guys will enjoy it once you get your hands on the test server.
Yes, again, thank you, Dennis, for taking the time as well, and you too, Ferenc, for driving us through the live design stuff and quest line.
Oh, it was a pleasure. It was really nice chatting with you guys and talking about the upcoming updates.
Amazing. So again, chat, thank you. That will be from us for today. Have a great night, and keep an eye out for updates regarding the test servers and the video as well. So bye bye, have a good night or good morning, depending where you're at. Bye bye.
See you.
How could you say her name? How could you kiss her lips? How could you say those words? Waves on my ships. It ain't over till it's over, babe.
see you in the Q&A. Okay.
Okay. See you.
With a 0.5% chance to drop from these enemies, the Royal Toothpick earns the title of being the rarest item in the Lands Between. It would take the average Elden Ringer about 2,000 hours or 40 full playthroughs for a reasonable chance to come across your stick without actively farming for it. There's a lot of items like that, and most of them are not even good. But let's say you want to get that sweet 100% save file before the Shadow of the Earth DLC, and you don't exactly have 2,000 hours to spare right now. What about that little number down here that increases your chance at getting more items? Surely if I level my Arcane to 99, equip the Bug Talisman, and consume some feet, it will take way less time, right? Oh, let me tell you, you are not ready for this one. The way discovery works in Elden Ring is pretty straightforward. You simply... Oh no. Most items and ingredients have a relatively low drop chance, somewhere between 10 and 5%, with the occasional 30% for when the internet from stuff wants us to actually have fun. In order to make most of these a guaranteed drop, you would need around 100,000 discovery. Due to this beautiful asymptote equation, you can never reach 100%, but at least with around 100,000 discovery, you would have a 99% chance to get all items with a 10% drop chance or higher. When it comes to weapons and armor, it can dip as low as 0.5%, which at least seems to be the single lowest chance for anything in the entire game, making that a 99% chance would take a staggering 2 million discovery, or 1 million for 98%. Do you see how annoying this is? You initially start with 100 at 0 Arcane and get 1 additional discovery for every level invested into Arcane. The Silver Scarab Talisman adds a flat 75 discovery, and the Silver Pickled Foot a flat 50, meaning that the maximum discovery in the game is 324. You might not have noticed, but that is not quite 2 million. It's missing a few zeros. It's worth noting that, while the lowest drop chance on paper is 0.5%, it is not technically the lowest item, as it depends on how much you will hate your life during it. 0.5% on a common enemy is not as bad as 2% on a rare one. Case in point, if you really don't like someone, tell them to farm an Envoy's Greater. This absolute nightmare has a 2% chance to drop from these wild boys, of which there are only 3 in total in one of the last areas of the game, and none of them are close to any places. But I heard that like in the video might help with it. Let's say that theoretically you could get millions of discovery. What would happen if an enemy has multiple items that they can drop? In that case, the game simply rolls for each of them, and there doesn't seem to be a limit as to how many you can get dropped at once. Honestly, it turns more into an actual RPG, akin to Skyrim, where what you see is what you get. It kinda breaks the game, but hey, it's pretty fun. Speaking of breaking the game, what would happen to a guaranteed drop if your discovery was below 100? Will key items like Great Runes stop dropping entirely, and do enemies even still drop runes? At 0 discovery, runes continue to drop, and so do scripted items like Golden Vow. However, guaranteed drops like Slumbering Axe can actually stop dropping. Luckily for the mentally stable people that would lower the discovery to 0, Great Runes and other key items still drop and will not ruin your playthrough. Just crafting is pretty much out of the question.
Hi, Sophie.
Hi, Sin.
Hi, everyone. And welcome to the Snack Covenant, episode 316.
Wow.
And today, we're talking about things we'd like to see in the Elden Ring DLC.
I want to start with the fact that they've called this an expansion, and the fact that they've said it's in development rather than coming out.
Right.
Right. Elden Ring's been out over a year. By this point in their life cycles, the other From games had their DLC extra areas out. Like, we had Ashes of Ariandel, we had Old Hunters, we had Artorias of the Abyss. The fact that this is not even not out yet, but they've just announced that they're making it. And the fact they're calling it an expansion makes me think it might be something that's a little more complicated and a little more, like, in-depth than just being a DLC.
So it's more of an Old Hunters rather than an Ashes of Ariandel.
Well, no, I think Old Hunters is a DLC area.
Yeah, but it's pretty in-depth.
Well, what I'm thinking more along the lines of, though, is like Scholar of the First Sin.
Oh, that's a whole new game, though. That's Dark Souls 2, too.
What it does is it changes up the progression. It sort of remixes where a bunch of items are, and it adds in all the NPC. It also adds a bunch of like other NPC invaders and stuff. So it's not like necessarily a whole new game. It's just like a very ambitious mod.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of things in Elden Ring that like feel like they could maybe have been, you know, expanded on a little bit that are in the base game. The obvious one being Miquella, who we're pretty sure is the focal point of this DLC.
Right, and we're pretty sure of that because Miquella is riding Torrent in the picture.
Well, okay. What we see in that picture is someone who looks exactly like Miquella on Torrent. Some people have said it's not Miquella, it's a young version of Marika. It is entirely possible it will come out and it will be someone else, but as far as like, all we have now is that's Miquella.
Because Miyazaki has done a bait and switch before. For example, when the Old Hunters DLC came out, when people saw Lady Maria in the Astral Clock Tower, a lot of people were like, oh my god, that's Carol. When the Ringed City came out, when people saw the lady with the egg and the dark hair, people were like, oh my god, that's Velka.
Yeah.
So it's quite possible it's going to be like, oh my god, this is actually like Radagon.
It's Radagon before the dye job.
Exactly.
Back when he was peroxiding his hair to try to hide it. He's like, it's not working, I have to fuse with someone. So I'm sort of coming at it from the perspective that like it's likely to be more than just an area. It might actually be a little bit more of an overhaul.
Right.
Which they've kind of already done. Like there was that patch that came out that added the Colosseums. Now the Colosseums are already there, they just weren't finished. So like I'm wondering if it'll be something like that, like it'll just sort of remix parts of the overworld. And it'll like, you know, maybe move some enemies around, might like open up some places we couldn't get to before, I don't know. I've broken this up into a bunch of like little sections about what I'd like to see in each part, so I just want to start with the story because I think it's why most people are listening to us in the first place. So something that I sort of speculated about in the initial like launch sort of image stream that I did, and a lot of people I know have said similar things, is that like it looks like it's Miquella going into what they call the Deathbed Dream. So the Deathbed Dream is like a state that Godwyn is in. You only encounter it once, but basically you go inside of Godwyn's dreams while he's dead. And inside that there's like fragments of his past, which takes the form of Lich Dragonborn Sax. And since Miquella and St. Trina are like the kind of connected characters, initially, like, they literally were the same characters. When we move around a bit, we'll talk about that later on. But yeah, the idea of, like, Miquella going inside Godwyn's dream sort of makes sense to me for a number of reasons. Most like that, the area that you see is, like, that doesn't look like Miquella's dream. It's very desolate. There's gravestones everywhere. There's this massive, like, dead sort of hunk of rotting wood that is encircling the Erd Tree, which is like not what you would expect from Miquella. That looks like, and also the fact that Miquella is riding into it, it's almost like Miquella is heading toward that thing to try to like save Godwyn. Something I want to bring up now, because I didn't bring it up during the initial stream, because we literally didn't know it was happening and I had no notes, is that there's a very interesting little ghost NPC in Castle Sol, and he mentions Mikola. And he says, when you talk to him, he says, "Lord Mikola, forgive me, the sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers are lacking and your comrade remains soulless." So he's talking there about the soulless demigods that are in those big, like, turtle mausoleums. So he's making a connection between Mikola and them, and the idea that, like, Mikola is apparently trying to, like, redeem them, because it says your comrade remains soulless. And if you remember, like, the whole deal with Godwyn is Godwyn dies in soul but not body, and that seems to have sort of travelled down the line and infected the other demigods. So you get, like, the Lenin ones that you keep bringing up, where they're like they're lying in states, they have no head, and they have no soul. So Mikola, what it's doing is it's connecting Mikola to them, and I think that's probably significant that it's one of the little ghost guys, because a lot of those little ghost guys, if you look at, like, comparisons between, like, early release versions of the version we have, little ghost guys were added, like, later on. That's why they're little ghost guys. It's why they're not functional NPCs. Because basically, like, it's basically like the epitaph system that they cut from Dark Souls 3, where it's like, here's a little thing you can read, but we're doing it in the form of these ghost people. Now, we know that there was a very, very involved, fleshed out Mikola/Centrina questline, complete with its own ending. Like, there was a Mikola ending. And this was, like, not 100% finished, but it seems to be about 95% finished. There's, like, these NPCs that had this dialogue about it, that you don't meet them anymore. There was a whole quest line where you had to use sleep skills to put people to sleep, and then you, like, extracted stuff from them while they slept. And that would lead to, like, Mikola ushering in a thing called the Age of Abundance. And then that got ripped out and replaced with the Mikola is in an egg being held captive by Mog thing. Now, something that people said when I mentioned this the first time is they said, well, and then you, like, extract, and this was, like, not 100%, where it's like, here's a little thing you can read, but we're doing it in the form of these ghost people. Now, we know that there was a very, very involved, fleshed out Mikola/Centrina questline, complete with its own ending. Like, there was a Mikola ending. And this was, like, not 100% finished, but it seems to be about 95% finished. There's, like, these NPCs that had this dialogue about it, that you don't meet them anymore. There was a whole quest line where you had to use sleep skills to put people to sleep, and then you, like, extracted stuff from them while they slept. And that would lead to, like, Mikola ushering in a thing called the Age of Abundance. And then that got ripped out and replaced with the Mikola is in an egg being held captive by Mog thing. Now, something that people said when I mentioned this the first time is they said, well, if they cut the Mikola stuff, they probably cut it because they didn't like it. Like, it was cut for a reason, it wasn't working. But it's important to remember in the case of, like, these games specifically, that pretty much every DLC for one of these games is something that was cut from the base game and then expanded on later on. Like, Artorias is something that was cut from Dark Souls 1. The whole concept of, like, going back in time and, like, meeting Knight Artorias and, like, Calamite being there and Chester being there, that was all partially finished for Dark Souls 1, and then they moved it to a DLC.
The old hunters.
Quite a bit of old hunters, like the Clock Tower, the Patients with the Huge Brains, the character that the doll was based on, the Cos character, like, that's all stuff that was in the base game and got moved. And then, you know, like, I'm absolutely certain that if Demon Souls had been made under similar circumstances, we would have gotten the Northern Limit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, 9 months later, we've gotten Northern Limit DLC. So, like, that's kind of important to keep in mind, that, like, when things in these games sort of seem to get abruptly cut, they tend to get either, like, just partially recycled or just finished and released later on. So I am wondering if, like, the sudden removal of Mikola and the sudden addition of, like, a little ghost man who mentions Mikola is sort of them hinting at, like, you know, like, putting a little pin in, like, this is what we're going to do later on, and we want to have some kind of connective tissue there. So I am wondering if, like, it is going to be Mikola in the deathbed dreams. Perhaps, like, the deathbed dream of Goblin, but also the other demigods trying to kind of reunite their souls with their bodies. because that's what the spirit seems to be implying, like this eclipse thing. By the way, I searched Zuli's little text dump, and the word eclipse shows up like 3 times in the script. Like, it's not a very well developed concept. But like the notion of this like eclipse that when it happens, like it's doing something that it mentions the eclipse is keeping at bay destined death, which is what killed Godwin. So there's something about this eclipse and its connection to the soulless demigods, and its connection to Godwin, and its connection to Mikola, that all seems to really vibe with like the very small amount that we've seen. So I'm assuming it's going to be something like that, and I would really like to see that. Other reason I'd like to see it is, like you mentioned Old Hunters before. If this is inside of a dream, then that gives them carte blanche to basically just shove all kinds of things in there that don't need to be, like, don't need to have a physical reason to be there. Which means, yeah, we can include things like young Marika could be in there. You don't know that. But something I'm specifically interested in is, like, if it's Mikola and Godwin in a dream, I would really like to meet Godwin.
Yeah.
Because Godwin is a character who's very, very important to the story in the sense that, like, his death is sort of the catalyst for what kicks everything off. He also seems to have been, like, one of the most important people in the entirety of the Lands Between after Marika. Granted, a lot of this is us assuming various statues in the game are Godwin. There's something about the fact that, like, he's that important, but we never really interact with him. Obviously, like, his corpse is there, but I would really like to meet Godwin, maybe in the same way that, like, you meet Vendrick in Dark Souls 2. And the other reason I would really like Godwin there is to just build up a sense of, like, a relationship between the siblings. Because the only siblings that we really get a sense of, like, actually being siblings in the game are Mikola and Melania. Because, like, they work together, they're very concerned for each other. We know that Mikola was very close to Godwin because there's that statue that's clearly Godwin. Of, like, you know, Godwin as the older brother, like, sheltering the two of them. And that's, like, that's a relationship that you see in a statue, and you read about Mikola's concern for Godwin. And his desire to have Godwin die a true death. But you don't see it acted out. Like, you just hear about it, and I feel like if they're going to do a dream, it would just be really nice to get a sense that, like, there was a little family unit going.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true of the other ones as well. Like, the only real sense you get that, like, Rani, Rykard, and Radahn are related is that you're told.
Their names. Ra Ra Ra.
Yeah, but it's like, Rani gave the blasphemous claw to Rykard. That's kind of it. Like, you don't really get a sense of them, like, actually being a family, whereas you kind of get a sense that, like, Godwin, Melania, and Mikola were, like, kind of close.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to see more of that. And again, I think, like, mentioning Mikola's sword, it's called the Golden Epitaph. And it's basically, if you look at the epitaph, it's Mikola saying, like, brother, one day you will die a true death. So I think that might actually kind of be the plot of the DLC, is it's like, it's Mikola trying to reunite Godwin's body with Godwin's soul so that Godwin can die properly. Except, looking at it that way would also kind of mean that, like, for those who live in death, part of the plot would need to go in a different direction. Like, it kind of complicates things, because Godwin becoming, like, the first demigod to die and developing this weird relationship with the people who are half alive and half dead, like, there's something in that that would maybe, if you, like, fixed the way death worked, which is sort of what Mikola seems to be trying to do, you would fundamentally alter how that worked, which might actually, like, if you took it logically, might lock you out of an ending. But, what I'm actually wondering if, like, we're going back to, like, okay, if this is in a dream, so it may actually just lead to us, like, if we just got an extra rune, like an extra mending rune at the end of it, and then you could choose what to do with it. So you could get the Age of the Duskborn, or you could, like, put Godwin's soul back and get another ending. Like, there's all sorts of different ways it can go. The other thing I was thinking of, in terms of, like, a story, would be something to do with the Glowmide Queen.
Mm-hmm.
Because she is very intimately connected with death, and depending on how you read it, could have been Godwin's sister. The Glowmide Queen is, like, quite a complicated subject, and she makes a hash of the timeline, because it sort of implies that, like, Marika removed Death and gave it to the Gloam-Eyed Queen, who then had it stolen and went back again, and then Malekith had it, and it becomes this weird game of hot potato. And I'm not 100% sure exactly how that's supposed to have worked, but like, I do wonder, like, this is not like a theory reel I've come up with this thing. I do legitimately wonder if the Gloam-Eyed Queen / Melina was Godwyn's sister. And the reason she's called the Gloam-Eyed Queen is it's like the Nameless King, where they didn't want to name her, like they struck her from history because of what she did. The whole thing about the Gloam-Eyed Queen is, like, again, the timeline is a little confusing. She's sort of all over the place. But I do wonder if, like, she was contemporaneous with Godwyn. Like, they call her an Empyrean at one point. So I'm wondering if, like, she was... Because there's this obsession with, like, twinning in Elden Ring. So I'm wondering if, like, was she Godwyn's twin sister? And, like, Godwyn was sort of, like, they were the Miquella and Melania of their time. And, like, Godwyn sort of had, like, was, like, the golden one that, like, gave life to everything, and then his sister was, like, the one that embodied death. And then because of what the Gloam-Eyed Queen did, she was, like, struck from history. I want, like, just some sort of concrete info on the Gloam-Eyed Queen, because she's clearly massively important, and she's not, like, just a weird thing that's off to the side, like, she's Melina. And unless they do a sequel about Melina, like, this, I think, needs a little more, like, just clarification of exactly what's going on. So that was pretty much what I wanted from, like, the story. You could maybe get some clarification on the whole Marika-Radagon fusion. That makes a lot more sense to me than Gloam-Eyed Queen's timeline. But, like, the Marika-Radagon fusion, it would just be nice to get it, like, in plain Japanese translated into plain English. But just, like...
Why, hello there. Hidetaka Miyazaki here. I was just enjoying working with Bandai Namco when Sin asked me to clarify something. While it's true that I am technically of Japanese descent, I mostly operate out of my homeland of New Jersey. Also, just to finally clarify the ongoing argument about the scripts, they are written in English first by me, and then they're rewritten to sound like some fucking theater kid. For example, Dura in Bloodborne, after he kills you, he says, next time you dream, give some thought. I don't know what that even fucking means. In Japanese, that was Deareba Soko Deyoku. Kangai Naosu Koto Dana. Both of which are mistranslations of my original line, you better stop with your shit or else I'll make your ass come out of your ears. Back to the podcast.
Then I started looking at, like, you know, what I just like outside of the story, just for, like, the world. I would like to see the death sorceries from Fear, just, like, I'd like more of those. Which would fit with this being, like, a death-themed expansion. I would like there to be more perfume arts and more perfume items, because the perfume stuff that we get in the game, like, it's pretty good, but there's this thing called the Perfumer's Talisman that's, like, this...
Alyssa Milano gets a lot of credit for helping Me Too go viral. So... Are you proud of her?
I don't like her.
Why?
Because I think she's a lie.
Why?
Do you think I don't know these people? I'm not looking at this from the outside. I have a lot of experience. I know she's married to a CIA agent. Do the math. Who's behind Time's Up? CIA. Where do they meet? CIA. Who needs good PR? CIA. Who are part of the pimp problem? CIA.
These are very powerful people you're talking about.
They are. So am I.
I'm not looking at this from the outside. I have a lot of experience. I know she's married to a CIA agent. Do the math. Who's behind Time's Up? CIA. Where do they meet? CIA. Who needs good PR? CIA. Who are part of the pimp problem? CIA.
These are very powerful people you're talking about.
They are. So am I.
Good luck with that. Good fucking luck with that. Yeah, right. else. Right. Lovely. Okay. You're a man with no name.
Spartans! What is your profession?
will strengthen perfume arts, but it actually only strengthens one, because there's only one perfume art in the game that has a direct, like, physical damage attack, which is the Spark Aromatic. So you're burning an entire talisman slot for one thing, which, like, I understand if you were min-maxing, there's a lot of min-max people doing these perfume arts. Just having some more, like, direct damage perfumes would be nice, so it's not all just Spark Aromatic, Spark Aromatic, Spark Aromatic. The other thing that's weird about the perfume arts is that talisman will buff the perfume bolts, which are these explosive bolts. You can't craft them. There's three or four perfumer cookbooks in the game. None of them let you craft perfume bolts. And that's so bizarre to me because you can buy the regular exploding bolts from the merchant in Gelmir, and I don't know why you can't either buy or craft the perfume ones. But I would just add a perfume cookbook that gives us, like, the perfume bolts and, like, a couple more of the perfumes. So on the subject of perfume, I kind of want to talk about, like, the crafting system and one of the problems I have with it, which is that all the, like, the ingredients you find, like the flowers and the leaves and things like that, they have two ways of spawning. It's a binary. Either they spawn every single time or they spawn once. Which means that, like, say, like, going back to perfume, if, like me, you are trying to make a bunch of the poison spray mist perfume, all you're doing is going to a site of grace at the Shaded Castle, resting, running, just collecting all of the poison bloom, running back, resting, collecting the poison bloom, running back, resting. And that's, like, incredibly tedious, but it's like nothing. Like, these may as well be free because they're just constantly respawning. But then on the other end of the spectrum, you have stuff like Arteria Leaf, where there's a limited number in the game. So you get them once and you can never get them again. They will drop, like, I think Arteria Leaf has like a 10% drop chance from, like, some incredibly strong enemy, and that's it. The crafting items are either you have an effectively unlimited supply available right away, to the point where I don't even know why they're bothering keeping track of them, because you can just get them whenever. Or there's so few of them that you almost feel like you don't want to use them. So what I would like, I brought this up in one of our co-op streams, that, like, I like the idea of a farming system. So I don't expect them to actually be able to patch in a functional farming system to Elden Ring. That'd be ridiculous. What I would like is, I'd like them to just add, like, a couple of little quests or something, that when you did them, they made more of those little crafting things spawn, like you had to unlock them. Because, like, going back to Poison Bloom, like, Poison Bloom is just everywhere in Shaded Castle. So once you've got to Shaded Castle, you effectively have infinite Poison Bloom, but I'm thinking, like, it would be cool if, like, there was an NPC, and they were, like, obsessed with poison, and you did stuff for them, and then when you completed their quest, it just made that Poison Bloom infinitely spawn where that character was.
Welcome to my
So you
channel.
had to kind of commit and go through something, and it would just feel like you've, like, accomplished something. Another thing I'd like to see, just in terms of gameplay, is, like, some more things to do with Torrent. Because we see Torrent, or, like, something like Torrent, in that image. Did you ever try healing Torrent when you played it?
No.
No, I didn't either. I have literally only ever healed Torrent to just see what it... like, because I was bored. There's very little need to heal Torrent, I find, in the game, because basically if Torrent dies, you just use a Flask of Tears and Torrent comes back. And the only places that, like, healing is really at a premium would be a boss fight, where you probably can't use Torrent anyway, the exception being Fire Giant. So I'm thinking, like, it would be nice if there were things that we could just do for Torrent to sort of increase our connection to him, so he wasn't just, like, a means of transportation. I'm thinking, like, maybe if you could craft, say, something that made Torrent faster, like little, like you gave him coffee beans or something and he went faster. Maybe, like, something you could craft for Torrent that would give you, like, bonus damage on horseback. And something I'd actually really like, and I brought this up when I was playing, like, blind the first time, is that there's quite a lot of fights where I feel like Torrent is a liability because Torrent doesn't have iframes. Particularly Fire Giant, where, like, Fire Giant is someone you fight on Torrent, but he's sending out these massive, like, waves of snow that if you were on foot, you could roll through, but you're on Torrent, so you can't. And I feel like some sort of, like, extra kind of reason, I don't know what, like a bloodhound raisin or something, if you gave that to Torrent, and then like there was a limited amount of time where like when you dashed with Torrent you got a little bit of an iframe, that would make some of the bosses that you fight on Torrent, just Torrent in general, like on when you're traversing like areas, that would make him a lot more useful. And I just feel like being able to like make little buffs for Torrent, that would just be really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, also, like, I was thinking, it's a little Skyrim, they probably wouldn't do it, but if we're going to be able to, like, modify our clothes at Sites of Grace, it would be nice if you could modify Torrent's saddle.
Yeah.
Get little things to stick on Torrent.
I wish you could ride Torrent with your friends when you're in multiplayer.
See, like, I would like that too, but I sort of feel like that sounds like it's way too fundamental of, like, something to fix in an expansion. It feels like something they would fix in a sequel.
Oh.
Because I'm pretty sure, like, I'm sure they wanted you to be able to ride Torrent with your friends. But I think just because of the way that the world is structured, it just didn't work. Other things, just like in general, I'd like them to rework fall damage.
Why?
Because basically, Elden Ring has two kinds of fall damage. One of which is you fall and nothing happens, and the other one is that you fall and die instantly, and in the middle there's a tiny little space that's like you take damage. Like it's very inconsistent, and I find that either you take no damage or you die instantly, which makes the cat item useless.
I feel like it's cool. It's kind of like Russian roulette. You never know what you're gonna get.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. And then, like, two things I would like in terms of like bosses in general is, firstly, I would like less input reading. There are encounters in the game, I'm specifically thinking of Old Knight Istvan, where, like, very blatantly, they are reacting the second you press the button. I don't think those bosses are too hard, but there's just something very annoying about the fact that, like, I don't feel like I'm dueling a person, I feel like I'm trying to, like, I'm trying to trick an AI. Yeah, it's not a great feeling. The other thing I would like, and I think a lot of people probably agree with this, because it was one of the major criticisms of the game, I would like just fewer bosses in this, but I'd like them to be unique. You fight the same boss, or versions of the same boss, so many times, that it sort of loses its impact.
Yeah.
Neither of us are gameplay people, really. We're definitely not PvP people.
No.
So, I didn't have many things to say there. And then I've just got, like, a bunch of just, like, weird little things I would like to see more of in the world. Because, like we were saying before, Elden Ring is something where, like, this very complex world has been built, and then we're just playing through a little part of it. I would like to see more of the Cypher weapons and the coded weapons, because there's only two in the game right now. There's the coded sword and the Cypher Pada, and they're weapons that are literally made out of words. It's this, like, runic script that sort of shoots out like a lightsaber. And it's the same runic script that you see that's sealing various, like, doors in the game. That's presumably put there by the Two Fingers. Although once it's put there by Morgott. But basically, like, I like the idea of, like, just the Greater Will is so weird that the vassals of the Greater Will have words that physically exist as, like, glowing, like, letters and runes that can hurt people. The other thing that I'm really interested in just the world is, you know, the ruins that stick out from the sides of the, like, the coast? Mm-hmm. Yeah, those really interest me because it seems like they go all of the way inside. Like, it's not like, when you first see them you might think, oh, this is like, you know, the ruins of a city and, like, it's eroded and it's collapsed and there's, like, some rock on it. But when you explore, like, Ruin-strewn Precipice, you see that those ruins, they go all the way inside the mountains. So it's actually more like the mountains have formed over the top of an existing artificial structure. I wonder how much of the lands between is actually, like, artificial. Like, it almost seems like, given the amount of meteorite bullshit going on in this story, that, like, the surface of the lands between was actually just a bunch of artificial structures, and then over time so many meteorites hit it that it developed this, like, outer coating of rock.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, maybe if you, like, obviously going down really deep gets you to, like, the rivers, which are, like, a distinct thing, but the top part of the lands between. Like, that almost seems like it was, like, just a huge, like, temple or something. And just so many things have hit it that it's become partially buried. But, like, that stuff is really interesting. And the other thing that's really interesting about it is that I don't know what it was for. Like, you can look at, like, the Eternal Cities, and you can be like, okay, I roughly get what this place is supposed to be. It's like, here is a church. You know, here is, like, a place where people would go to, like, worship. Here's a place where people hunted. Here's, like, a forest. And it's all been partially destroyed over time with, like, erosion and things collapsing and meteorites hitting it. But the ruins in the sides of the cliffs and the coast, I don't know what they were for. Like, it just seems like this weird, like, labyrinth that just keeps going on and on and on, and I'm not sure where it went. And on the subject of that, I also would like to see more of the demi-humans. We see quite a lot of them, but we don't really get a sense of where they're from. Like, it's hinted at with the bat ladies, because they have these very ornate, like, golden necklaces on. So I think it's fair to say that, like, the demi-humans either were the original inhabitants of those ruins, or they came from Farum Azula. And I would maybe assume they were from Farum Azula if there were any in Farum Azula, but there aren't. So I would like to learn more about them. I would like also more of the Onyx Lords, because again, they seem like they're very, very important. They're outright said to have come from space. But the problem is, like, we brought this up before, but the Onyx Lords just walk around in their underwear.
Yeah.
And I would really like to get a sense of, like, what their civilization was like. Like, are they the ones who built the ruins? Are they the ones who, like, you find them in the Eternal Cities, you find them in a bunch of, like, places, you find them in Caria a lot. It's actually very, very heavily implied that the Carians are descended from the Onyx Lords. So I'd just like to just get a, like, just more about the Onyx Lords. Like, these, like, they look like, very sort of like Tolkien sort of elf people. Like, they're very, very, like, lean with the pointed ears and everything. And it talks about them having this mastery over gravity and being able to, like, move things around. But at the same time, you don't get a sense of what their culture was like, because, like I said, they just wander around in their underpants. So I just would really like, you know, just to learn some more about the Onyx Lords. Like, why are they there? What are they doing?
Right.
So, that is pretty much all I have to say about what I want from the DLC, but I spoke to some of our friends about this before. People who are, like, big Elden Ring fans. I just wanted to say, like, hey, what would you like to see? So I started talking to our friend AWOL. AWOL actually just agreed with me about the Eclipse stuff. She said she wanted to see more of the Eclipse, and since that was pretty much what I wanted to see as well, yeah, like, we're sort of on the same page there about the Eclipse. I spoke to Asa. Asa wants to see the Formless Mother, the blood god that Mog is worshipping. I think that could actually kind of fit in because Mog's the one that has Mikola. He also said he wants you to be able to adopt a cat.
Oh, that's very Asa.
Yeah, yeah. Allison, she just said easier bosses. Her favorite part of the game is Limgrave and Lionia, because they're scaled low enough that you can just sort of wander around and explore and not worry about being pancaked by something. And I think, like, that's probably, like, I'd want that as well. Again, something a lot of people bring up is, like, the balancing in Elden Ring is kind of all over the place. Like, there's a sudden leap in terms of, like, enemy damage and defense when you hit Altus. And if you're not prepared for it, it feels like you've done something wrong. Or it can feel insurmountable. So yeah, I am hoping, like, the DLC doesn't give us, like... I mean, I know it will, but I'm hoping we don't get, like, just being constantly squished by things as you're trying to explore, because I feel like people just really like this setting, and I would just like to be able to explore the setting without worrying. And Alistair, who we've had on a couple of times, he wants to find out more about the timeline, and Alistair also says that he would like them to add, like, just whole new regions of the overworld, with, like, a whole new, like land mass, like something that's, like, the size of Limgrave, and just, like, make that somewhere that presumably you just walk to it from, like, one of those little walk gates. Yeah. Okay, Sin, you've heard what I think. You've heard what a bunch of Elden Ring experts think. What would you want to see from this DLC?
In this DLC, I would like to cosplay as Iron Fist Alexander,
Mm-hmm.
ride a dragon,
Mm-hmm.
and have a new weapon called the Dying Will Bullet. Sophie, do the outro.
That was the Snack Covenant, episode 316. What we want in the Elden Ring DLC/expansion. Sin, if people are interested in expansion, where should they go?
They should go to Amazon Prime and watch The Expanse. I didn't see it. My boyfriend is obsessed with it. He was watching it, right? Every single day of our friggin' lives. He was watching The Expanse. And then he bought The Expanse books. And he didn't even touch them. And those are expensive. They're like hardcover.
I like
and
how
I'm like,
you barely said anything in this whole episode. And it's like, you know what really grinds my gears? What drives my blood? The Expanse!
I'm sure it's good. Like I said, I didn't watch it. My boyfriend did. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you, cultists. And thank you, everyone, for listening. And see y'all next time.
Bye.
Bye. Hi, Sophie.
Hi, Sin.
Hi, everyone. And welcome to the Snack Covenant, episode 294. And today, we're going to talk about running. My runny nose, you say? Give me a break, I'm recovering from COVID. So, Sophie.
Yes.
Before we start, I'd like to mention something. We have already released videos talking about the royal family, the Scarlet Rot, as well as Radagon and Marika.
Yeah.
Those videos explain ways in which characters are related and talk about the world of Elden Ring. Thank you, Enzo. With this lore video, we assume that everyone has already seen our content and we will not necessarily be revisiting lore from our previous videos.
Or they've maybe seen someone else's much better lore videos.
That's the more likely scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. No one watches us.
With that being said, let me tell you a little about Rani the Witch.
Alright then.
Rani is the daughter of Renala and Radagon. She has two brothers, Radan and Rykard.
Yes.
When we first meet Rani, she introduces herself as Rana and gives us the spirit calling bell.
Yes.
It's important to note that her soul is housed within a doll which is based on a snow witch that Rani encountered as a child.
Yes, the doll is not actually what Rani looks like.
Rani has 3 people in her service.
Mm-hmm.
Blythe the half-wolf, he is her shadow, her blade, and her loyal ally.
Yeah.
War Counselor E.G. He's a blacksmith who once served the Carrion Royals.
You mean my E.G. nose? It's called a callback.
I'll need to add the applause button.
Thank you.
And Preceptor Salivus, a magic preceptor who serves the Carrion Royals and wears a large hat with the movements of the stars drawn on the inside of the brim.
Yes.
Also, Adula the Glintstone Dragon, a devourer of sorcerers, was bested by Rani. As for Rani's long-term goals, she seems to want to establish a new order, an order of stars and moon of the chill night. Now, let's look at the angelic outline.
Seal up those things which the 7 thunders uttered, and write them not.
Because we're gonna do it for you. Hi, I'm the Angelic Outline, and here are the top 7 things the 7 thunders uttered, brought to you by Squarespace. Number 7.
So, Sophie,
Yes.
can you please tell me about Rani's childhood?
Alright, so you've helpfully given me some notes about Rani, and the first note you've got here says, Rani comes from a line of astrologers. It's not quite that simple. Rani comes from a family that are themselves descended from astrologers, but they themselves are a kind of separate line that are the Glintstone sorcerers. So the astrologers were people who lived alongside the fire giants in the mountaintops.
Were the astrologers themselves giants?
It's possible, but then they wouldn't have been able to fit inside the buildings they left behind.
Counterpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Yorm.
That's true.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The cultists will understand this one, but anybody who's new, just ignore this.
I'm glad all of the Elden Ring things people are searching for are this degree of impenetrable to people who haven't been listening to us since 2018. So, the astrologers lived alongside the giants, along the mountaintops. The astrologers are also sometimes referred to as the stargazers. So in the mountaintops you find the ruins of where the astrologers lived. It's called the Stargazers' Ruins. You find something called the Stargazer Heirloom. You find it on Rani's body, as in her actual, corporeal flesh rather than the doll.
Like her corpse?
Her corpse, yes. So you find the Stargazer's Heirloom there, and it talks about, Rani as a child sort of being led into looking at the moon. But going back to the mountaintops give you a very good view of the moon. This is presumably what they mean by stargazers. You get a very good look at the moon from the Stargazer's Ruins. There's also one of the interesting little painting quests. And there is a painting that is just called Sorcerer. And that painting actually leads you to an area that's near the Stargazer's Ruins. And when you're there, you see this sort of spectral man, and as he's disappearing, he says, "This is the moon that Queen Renala sought." Renala being Rani's mother. There's also a building in the mountaintops that is called the Heretical Rise. We will get to that later on. It's going to be important, so we'll just put a pin in Heretical Rise.
I put a pin on it in Google Maps.
Okay, gonna rate it. Invisible Path Puzzle was bullshit, would not recommend.
Ouch.
So the Carians, that Rani is a descendant of, as in Renala and, that whole royal family.
Yeah.
They are descended from those people, but they're not actually the same. Interesting little fact about the Carian Manor, which is where Rani's spirit sort of form is found. It's where she hangs out, like you said, with E.G. and Salivus and Blythe. There is an Evergaol that is called the Royal Grave. And it's the Royal Grave, and it's the Royal Grave that is near Caria. So presumably this is the grave of someone who was part of the Carian royal family. We can kind of assume And in that is what is called an Alabaster Lord or an Onyx Lord, because the game can't decide what they're called. Regardless, they are the same thing. They are described as being things that came from space. They came to the lands between in a meteorite. And they're the sort of masters of gravity magic, which is what Radahn ends up using. You can kind of see, okay, like, there's this lineage from, like, the Alabaster Lords through to... Karia through to Radahn. Radahn's whole gimmick is he's controlling the stars with gravity. Radahn himself has these sort of gravity-based powers. He's ripping things out of the ground. He's able to sort of use gravity to keep himself balanced on the tiny horse. So, like, there's this lineage that goes back there, and there's a lineage that goes back to the mountaintops of the astrologers, this obsession with stars. The stars end up being very important to Karia, to Rhea Lucaria, to Lyonia itself. So it's not like the astrologers just one day they moved down from the mountains to Lyonia and became the Carians. It's a gradual process, they're distinctly different things. And in Heretical Rise, we kind of find out the point at which that started to happen. Because in Heretical Rise, we find a spell that is called the Founding Reign of Stars. And Founding Reign of Stars says, this is the eldest primeval sorcery discovered by an astrologer. But then it says that it became the founding of the glintstone sorcerer. It says here that this astrologer basically looked to the skies and they saw what they call the primeval current. They saw these glimmering things in the sky. And that is sort of the point at which astrology diverged into what we now know as glintstone sorcery. And if you go inside of Heretic's Rise, you find all of these stones that presumably the heretic had, found in, I'm going to say her because I think I know who it was, her studies.
Who do you think it was?
Well, we'll get to that later on.
Was it the Snow Witch?
I think that was the Snow Witch's place, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I think that is the witch. I think the witch lived there. But this is sort of what Rani is reconnecting with. I mentioned before that, like, Renala. There's a reference to Renala encountering the moon. And that reference is made by someone who's in the mountaintops. It's kind of unclear, at least now to me, if that means Renala herself went to the mountaintops. Or if it just means that because, like, the Erd Tree is one of the key sort of events in the stories, the Erd Tree kind of arrests the movement of the stars, and it arrests the sky. So astrology stops having the power that it used to have. Is that because in the mountaintops of the Giants it's easier to see the moon? Like, I'm not actually clear if it means Renala was there, or this is just you're seeing what Renala saw, but this is one of the places you can actually see it properly.
And you said the Erd Tree messed with the stars.
It says that, yeah. Well, it says the age of the Erd Tree kind of stopped the movement of the stars. Or at least it clouded them, yeah.
So what you're saying makes sense. If the Erd Tree messed with the stars, and Rani reconnected with her star heritage, it would explain why she doesn't necessarily like the Golden Order.
There's a lot of reasons she doesn't like the Golden Order, yeah.
There's a lot of reasons.
They stole her dad.
Oh.
But no, like, yeah, there's a lot of reasons. That's one of them.
So you mentioned they stole her dad, and we touched on that in our Radagon and Marika podcast.
Yeah.
When do you think that happened? How old was Rani?
How old was Rani? Like, I don't know, she could be anywhere between 16 and 2000, I don't know. Because time is a mess in this game, like...
So tell me more about time then.
So the time and, like, aging in people's ages, I think, is important to the Snow Witch discussion. Because the Snow Witch is described repeatedly as a crone, which implies, like, she's very, very old and presumably looked and sounded old, which is odd because the doll itself doesn't. The doll seems sort of weirdly, like, ageless, as it doesn't really have a particularly old face, but the implication is Rani's tutor was very, very old. You're making a face.
You said tutor.
For a 5-hour analysis of Katekyo Hitman Reborn, click the link below, or go to patreon.com/SinclairLore for even more.
So yeah, if you are new, thanks for coming.
I think they clicked off as soon as the angelic outline appeared.
So the other thing about the Snow Witch is that, along with being implied to be very, very, very old, the items we get that relate to her, they're on what the doll is wearing, so presumably this is what the Snow Witch wore, because we find Rani's body, she's dressed differently.
Yeah.
The Snow Witch is called Heretical, which lines up very neatly with Heretical Rise. And it also says that Rani met the Snow Witch in a forest. So there's two candidates there. One is, I think, like, the obvious one, the other is a little weirder. So there is just straight up a forest in Karia Manor. It's out the back. There's a bunch of trees. Maybe forest is pushing it, it's more just like a bunch of trees that happen to be behind the Karian Manor, but nevertheless. She could have met them there. Like, Rani has a rise that's near there. If Rani's lived there most of her life, you can imagine her sort of playing in the forest. The other possibility that I find a bit more interesting is that there are no forests conventionally in Mountaintops of the Giants, but there are those phantom trees. People will know what I'm talking about if they've been there. The Mountaintops of the Giants are... The area looks like it's dead. The implication is that there was a combination of, like, there was a war, there was also some massive flame damage to the area, there was some huge fire, guess where it's from, that, like, decimated what vegetation there was there. So there's all these burned dead trees, but there's also these spectral trees that are not growing out of the ground, they're floating. It's like you're looking at the ghosts of trees, essentially, and you're looking at the ghosts of animals. Like, this used to be, at some point, this was quite a, like, verdant and populous area, and then when whatever it is happened, parentheses, Queen Marika made everything catch fire. That's what got rid of it, but it left these sort of echoes of what it used to be. And around Heretic's Rise, there's a whole lot of ghost trees. So that might also be the forest where Rani met her mentor. Hi, Sophie here. There's a little bit of an awkward pause here because Sin isn't sure how to join two halves of this very, very on-topic conversation. So she's asked me to read you a fragment of a poem and ask if anyone can identify it. An angel without wings told me he had lost the map to go home. Powerless, I took a paintbrush and poured water onto dried paint. Is it Lionel Johnson? Is it Gershom Scholem? Or is it, more likely, the opening of an anime? Leave your responses below. It kind of helps the algorithm, but frankly, we've given up on that whole aspect. God. Back to the podcast. Radagon and Renala explicitly, they meet on the field of battle. When Radagon is, it says he's at the front of a golden host, which is Queen Marika's army. So after Marika subdues everything, that's when they meet. They meet during, like, her campaign. I guess as she's coming down from sort of the Altus area to gradually take over more and more of the lands between. Radagon himself is descended from the giants in the mountain. They never explicitly say that, but they do say that Radagon is very, very embarrassed about having this very thick red hair that sort of marks you out as being a descendant of the giants. That itself is like a little interesting detail because you have the descendants of the giants and the descendants of the astrologers meeting again in Radagon and Renala, so it's like everything sort of actually comes back.
It comes full circle.
It comes full circle, and then it comes full circle again because Marika fucks it up again.
Aww, that Marika.
by stealing Radagon. And using him, you know, in the long line of people she's using to further her own ends. The final thing I want to say about the Snow Witch is that when you encounter Rani for the first time, she introduces herself as Rena.
Yes.
And you find in that area that's called the Three Sisters, there's the Three Towers. Presumably, like, they weren't always called what they're called now because one of them is called Celavis's Rise. And, like, Celavis is not one of the Three Sisters. I don't know exactly, like, if the Three Sisters may actually just refer, like, the towers are always called the Three Sisters and whoever's in them differs across time.
Okay.
There's Rani's Rise and Rena's Rise, like, they're next to each other. So I wondered if, like, well, was Rena actually a real person at some point? I got to wondering, is Rena actually the name of the Snow Witch?
That would kind of fit.
It would make sense because it's an odd name to pick. It's really close to the name Rani already.
Yeah, like Rana, Rani, Renala.
Which leads to this idea of, like, hang on, is Rena just Renala? If, like, this Snow Witch was, like they say, a crone, like a very old person, Renala doesn't seem to be, like, a very old person. Like, even though this is weird fantasy stuff, she could be 2,000 years old, the point is, like, you would not describe Renala as a crone. Even if you found out she was 5,000 years old, you wouldn't call her a crone. Like, she looks like she's, like, 45,
Mhm.
which is a crone in anime years, but like, but I think the idea is like Rena might actually be Renala's ancestor. Like Rena was the heretic who lived in the mountains, and then over time was like this line continues downwards. So you have like Rena and then Renala. In the same way, you have like Godfrey, Godwin,
Godric,
Godric,
Godefroy.
Godefroy, Morgott. Yeah.
Thank you, Sophie. We know that Renala is referred to as a queen of the full moon. And we also have a sorcery that tells us that the moon was encountered by young Rani, led by the hand of her mother.
Yeah.
We have a whole bunch of moon and full moon references. We have dark moon items. And we also have an item that tells us that the Snow Witch taught young Rani to fear the dark moon. So let me ask you a couple of questions. What is the moon?
What is the moon? Okay, well there's at least two. So in the world of Elden Ring, from most places that are above ground, you can see a moon. It's quite large in the sky, and it's like a pale white. Half of it's always obscured; it doesn't have moon phases, but anyway. And then from one location, you can see two moons. And that location is, it doesn't actually have a specific name. It's like a large sort of plateau region that you access at the end of Rani's questline. From there, you can see there's a place they call the Moonfolk Ruins, and there's a place called the Cathedral of Manus Celis, which is interesting as a name because it means celestial hand. It's where Rani's two fingers are found. And from that place, you can see two moons. The angle you'll likely see them from, you'll see one either side of the Erd Tree. So you'll see the white moon, and then you'll see what it's calling the dark moon, which is, it looks the same as the light moon, but it's darker. If you just saw the dark moon on its own, you might not realize it was separate, because it's not that much darker.
Okay.
But you do see the two side by side, and it does go, oh, alright, that makes sense.
So the full moon is the lighter moon, and the dark moon is the darker moon.
Yes, and that's echoed in Renala and Rani themselves. Renala, her signature spell, is a full moon. Rani's signature spell is a dark moon. They function very similarly. You sort of turn yourself into a little moon and fly at the opponent. Well, they do. It looks silly, but it happens. They're very similar spells, but one is the full moon, one is the dark moon. Rani's moon is described as sort of, it's heavier and colder. Like a lot of Rani's attacks have to do with frost, and Renala's don't.
So when the crone taught young Rani to fear the dark moon, the full line is, the snowy crone taught the young Rani to fear the dark moon as she imparted her cold sorcery.
There's a lot of sort of lines in here that I find perplexing. There's a reference to like, the Golden Order was created when.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's saying that about something that must logically have happened after the Golden Order came into existence. So it became this question of like, well, by created, does it actually mean like the Golden Order was established? Or became what it is today, rather than literally it was created? So when I see like fear the dark moon, it may just mean like respect the dark moon.
That's a very good point. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain, because her ending is to bring about this age of the stars, and like her own spell, her signature spell is the dark moon, her signature weapon is the dark moon. If she's in fear of it, then she's in awe of it. She's not literally terrified of its existence. She's using it.
Mm-hmm. And that's a very good point, because the created that you talked about is something I wonder as well, and what you're saying makes sense. Thank you, Sophie. I have one more question about the moons.
Okay.
Are there literal moons? And just to let you know, there's no right or wrong answer for this.
Oh, thank you. This is like the reflection exercise. After class today, I want you to reflect in your journal. There's no right or wrong answers about whether you think the moon is real. So the moons and cosmology in general is sort of hard to describe in physical terms a lot of the time in Elden Ring. A good example, I think, is the way in which you take the elevator down to Siofra, and you've gone underground, but underground there is a night sky that you should not be able to see if it's underground, which itself is further complicated by the fact they refer to that as a false night sky, implying it's not really the night sky. But there's also trees and animals down there that realistically should not be growing if there's no light. And that place there is also described as like it ushered in its own age of the stars. It had its own moon, despite being underground. Much like Dark Souls, it's actually completely unclear if this is even like a spherical planet or if it's just like a flat Earth somewhere, which is odd because it does a lot of things with space and gravity that implies like it's a very physical place, but at the same time the physical properties are extremely strange. We do know that like every representation of the moon that we see does show it as a sphere. Like the full moon sorceries, you become a spherical moon. We know that like there are meteorites, there are things from the sky that fall down. Stars fall out of the sky. You know, you can impact the ground and break through and find something underneath it. So like it has these physical properties, but like the more you think about it, the less sense it makes. By which I mean the less sense it makes like in a rational physical way. Another really good example is the Karian study hall, which you're able to literally turn upside down and climb up and come out the bottom of, but then when you come out the bottom of it, like the tower is still the right way up. Like all these very odd things happen with gravity and space in this game, to the point where gravity is its own school of magic. A lot of the backstory of it seems to involve things coming from the sky, and they're described as things like sort of that are outside of the lands between. They come from the sky, as if they're like it's like an alien invasion. They're actually falling down. But they're also described in ways that are very mystical, like the fate of the world is in the stars, and there's like astrologers who sort of study the stars and know what's happening. There's a very interesting moment in Celavis's questline where he is trying to betray Rani. And in order to betray her, he needs what's called the Amber Starlight Shard. Starlight Shards are something you find throughout Elden Ring. You find them in those astrolabe things. And it just says, like, this is the residue of a star. Like, a star passed by and left this. And the Amber Starlight Shards are unique. You only get one. And you find it at the base of a statue of Melania and Nicola. And when you show it to Celavis, he specifically says, oh, this was the fate of those demigods. So we know that, like, Melania and Nicola, they were cursed by outer gods. Melania's cursed by Scarlet Rot. Nicola, not 100% clear, might also be, like, something to do with the same deity, because they're twins. But nevertheless, like, their connection to this outer god that is, like, reaching through and, like, cursing them is sort of, it's made physical in this, like, literal lump of something that fell from the sky in front of a statue of them. It reminds me a bit of, like, the dream logic in Bloodborne. The sort of metaphorical experiences and traumas and ideas attain physical form, and the sort of barrier between what's in your head and what's in the real world breaks down like a dream. That's kind of like the way in which it's depicting these sort of stellar and lunar things. The whole thing, it has a feel to it which we've touched on a bit before, that like it's like a science fiction story as interpreted by someone who doesn't know anything about science fiction as a genre. We talked about Scarlet Rot. If you look at the way it behaves, you could talk about it as if it's like terraforming.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that the Erd Tree behaves is very, like, parasitic.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, if these things had happened in a story that was, like, set kind of, like, contemporaneously or, like, near future, you would use that language. But it's those events kind of as filtered through a high fantasy story. So the characters in it, obviously, the concepts of, like, terraforming and parasitism and, like, alien invasion don't exist to them. Like, they can't conceptually grasp that, so it's described as, like, a disease that changes the land. Or, like, you know, the Erd Tree grows and sprouts roots. They talk about things falling from the sky. So that whole way of engaging with the world, like, it makes it very, very hard to tell sometimes how literally to take certain parts of it.
Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you, Sim.
So, Sophie?
Yeah.
Riley seemed to have orchestrated the Night of the Black Knives.
Rani was accused of orchestrating the Black Knife plot by herself.
Allegedly.
As alleged by Rani herself, yes.
And that's the night where assassins murdered Godwin the Golden using a blade imbued it with the power of the stolen rune of death.
I gave you the stolen rune of death. People watching couldn't see your eyes then, but it was very impressive.
What?
You were just like, your eyes by the rune of death.
Before asking my question, I'm going to
Uh-huh.
read the description of the curse mark of death. Curse mark carved into the discarded flesh of Rani the Witch, also known as the half-wheel wound of the centipede. The curse mark was carved at the moment of death of the first demigod, and should have taken the shape of a circle. However, 2 demigods perished at the same time, breaking the curse mark into 2 half-wheels. Rani was the first of the demigods whose flesh perished, while the Prince of Death perished in soul alone. So Sophie,
Yeah.
Rani stole the Rune of Death with the help of some assassins.
Yes. It's not clear if Rani herself, like, threw a bone to distract Malekith, and was then just like, yoink! Or if someone else was involved. Does that mean Rani went to Farum Azula? It's very odd.
She could have hired a hitman.
A hitman?
What happens is they use this rune to create this blade that's the God Killer.
Well, I think we need to talk about who the assassins were, because that's important.
Well, there was Trish. Her name isn't really Trish. I just call her that. I don't know. I think it's cute.
Hi, we're the assassins. This is Trish. The assassins were from the Eternal Cities.
Mhm.
They are Numen, which is a concept we've sort of brought up a couple of times.
Mhm.
Marika herself is one of the Numen. Your player character can actually be a Numen too. It doesn't do anything. It's just one of the character sort of presets. You can be a Numen. And the Knights of the Black Knives, the assassins, were all Numen. And that's kind of significant because Rani's plan involves a similar event that took place in the Eternal City, where the people of the Eternal City, the Numen, fought back against the Golden Order, and they did so with a special god-killing weapon. The leader of the Black Knife plot, Electo, she is held in an Everjail that is actually on that plateau, where kind of Rani is hiding her cool stuff she doesn't want people to find. So again, like, it's all very interconnected.
Mhm. So why is this whole thing happening?
So the answer seems to be in that description you read out that mentions the way that the death worked, that it should have been a circle. Again, it's not really clear the mechanics of this, but this is how it works. That the death of the demigods, it should have been a single complete death. But because Rani and Godwin died at the same time, they each only half died, so it was one death spread across 2 people. This ends up becoming important to the Golden Order, because the Golden Order is all about sort of totality and wholes and binaries, and it can't stand the idea of, like, someone being half dead. Nevertheless, Godwin essentially seems to have just been a sacrifice. Like, one of them had to die for this to work. So, Godwin is described as dying in soul but not body. So, the essence of Godwin, who Godwin was, Godwin's self, that dies, and it leaves behind a giant disfigured lump of flesh. And also weirdly doesn't seem to be able to die properly. The corpse is still there, it's still surrounded by flies. People sort of talked about Godwin as if he's still kind of alive. Godwin is technically still alive, but Godwin's soul is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rani is the opposite, where Rani's body has died. And you find her body, and it actually looks weirdly like the state you find Marika in. It looks like she's become stone. And she has the same wound that you see Godwin get in the intro, this sort of the half centipede brand on her back. So in having her body die, her soul lives on. That's why when you encounter her, she's incorporeal. She's a ghost that has to possess a doll to live around. That also makes her invincible.
Yeah. You can't kill her.
You can't kill her, and Celovus tries.
Good try, Celovus, but no.
Celovus is a bad man. Celavis opens up a whole new discussion about, like, Vicarians and the astrologers and puppets. Because Caria is all about puppets, it's about marionettes, and Celavis is able to turn people into puppets.
So let me ask you with that in mind, do you think he created the puppet for Rani, the doll?
Well, it's weird because, like, Celavis seems to make puppets out of people. The thing about the Rani doll is that there's the Rani doll that she's possessing, and then there's the miniature dolls.
That's right.
So it's like there's more than one of these dolls. You have a tiny little...
Luminous, give me the strength to incinerate the filth! I will end you, worm. Back to hell with you! Is it so dark?
I don't know.
little pocket Rani that lives within your pocket and talks to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like can't just be Celadus. Like there's another guy called
Gurman?
yes, German.
Mikolash? Because Mikolash also has puppets.
I wasn't
you
even
know?
thinking of Pydia. Okay.
Mhm.
And his whole thing is he's also making puppets.
Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you, Sen.
And we can choose to serve Rani. And if we
Lucky for
agree
fun
to
underscore
serve
bot
her,
underscore
she asks
master.
us to find the hidden
Welcome
treasure
to
of
my channel.
Nokron, the Eternal City. And the hidden treasure is the Finger Slayer blade.
Yeah.
Pretty self-explanatory. it's a blade that kills the fingers. And during our search for the blade, we actually have to kill Radon because he's stopping the stars in the sky, right?
Yeah.
And if you kill him, the stars start going, there's a meteor that falls and opens
Yeah.
up a path for Rani, essentially.
Yes.
Okay. And sometime after that, we find Rani in front of a dead Two Fingers.
Yeah, and I think you maybe skimmed over the fact that, like, the Eternal Cities specifically have a weapon that kills the Two Fingers just in it. The Eternal Cities are talked about as, like, a place that rebelled against the Golden Order.
Right.
Exact specifics aren't really clear. It describes them as, like, this act of blasphemy that upended the Golden Order. And it mentions that, like, the upending of the Golden Order is sort of what led to the city's downfall. And if you look at what did destroy the city, it's like Scarlet Rot. It's Estelle. And it's like, it talks about there being a false knight. It's not that, like, they did something to the Golden Order and the Golden Order fought back and tried to, like, kill them. It's that in destroying the Golden Order, they basically seem to have created a power vacuum in which all these other things started to come in. Yeah, which sort of, raises the question of, like, hey, the Golden Order, it's like, it's a totalizing way of being. It's essentially like it's a colonial power that's taken over. But you can't just, like, upend it and expect everything to work out because it's so enmeshed in the way the world works that if you overthrow it, you just end up with this disorganized power vacuum into which comes Scarlet Rot and Estelle and everything like that. Rani seems to want to avoid that.
Mm-hmm.
Rani wants to usher in an age of the stars that is not a chaotic, rotted mess full of aliens, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, and the other thing about, like, where we find the finger-slaying blade is that it is underneath one of those giant corpse chair things. But we never find out what those are supposed to be. But what I think is significant is that they are all wearing gold. They all have a golden shawl on, which suggests that, like, they were vassals of the Golden Order. So it says that knife, like, it's called the Finger Slayer Blade, but it says that it harms the vassals of the Golden Order. We don't find evidence of any Two Fingers that are under the Eternal Cities, but we do find those big, they're called chair crypts.
So they could have been the vassals of the Golden
I think
Order.
those may have been the vassals, and that it says that it was born from a corpse, and I think that's probably the corpse. That was sort of their godwin. Like, they killed one of them. They may have been the demigod equivalents. Murdered one of them, produced the finger-slaying blade, and that was the beginning of the end. And, like, by the place that you find the finger-slaying blade in one of them, there's all those mimic tears everywhere. And mimic tears, again, they're like, yes, it's a fantasy monster, it's a slime, but it's also the thing. It's like this weird sort of primal matter that came into the world and it could copy things. Again, being very much on that line of, like, yeah, this is an RPG, it's going to have slime in it, but also the slime is described and behaves as if, like, you could imagine this in a science fiction story. That seems to have landed upon the place where that was killed.
Thank you, Sophie. So at some point we find Rani in front of the Two Fingers, where I turned on my Inspector Sinclair senses.
Right.
I think Rani may have killed the Two Fingers using the Finger Slayer blade.
What makes you say that?
Gut feeling.
Look, what you need to understand is, Elden Ring is a gift to From Software's true hardcore fans, and that is a red herring. I think we all know who really killed the Two Fingers.
Ludwig?
Think about it. You don't see Ludwig anywhere in the lands between. What is he hiding? Now, Sim, think about this, right? Rani stole the Rune of Destined Death from Malekith, who reuses Ludwig's moveset and cutscene.
Oh my god!
It's like Into the Spider-Verse, and this is called Ludwig has come in to the lands between.
Now, if anybody who's new made it that far, wondering why Ludwig specifically, it's a long story.
It's not a long story. It's not a long story. It's a very simple story, which is that when you played Bloodborne, you thought Ludwig killed Maria, and 7 years later you haven't stopped talking about it.
Thank you, Sophie. When we find Rani, she's sort of in her slumber, and she mentions before that this doll body takes up a lot of energy and sometimes she needs to take a nap. And then this is where we can put a ring on her finger, and she materializes again, and she wakes up from her nap, and she's like, "Oh, that's so cute." And we're like, "Thank you."
The other interesting thing about that is that Rani talks about, like, specifically her two fingers, like she was given a specified
Welcome to my
two
channel.
fingers for Rani. So there's not one two fingers that you're just seeing in a bunch of places. They're all implied to be separate two-finger entities.
Yeah, and you're like, who do these fingers belong to?
Well, no, because all the Divine Towers, right?
Yeah.
The Divine Towers have on them, they have a dead two fingers with a rune.
Uh-huh.
And Rani talks about being gifted things by the two fingers, so I think the idea is the two fingers are like maybe doling out the runes or powering up the runes or something. Rani's tower doesn't have a two fingers on it, it's got Rani's dead corpse. Rani's two fingers is actually in Manicelis. So this is, I don't quite, like, I understand what's happened, that she seems to have moved her two fingers to Manicelis and committed suicide on the tower. Or she commits suicide and then they swap the bodies. The thing is that you find Rani doing that, killing the two fingers. The two fingers are buried. Like, it's a church called Manus Celis, right, which we've established. Manus is hand, Celis is celestial, so it's the Church of the Celestial Hand. Pretty good description of the two fingers, celestial hand. The two fingers are buried under the church. It's not like they're enshrined in the church. They're not behind the altar. There's not even like it's in a basement. They're buried under there. And presumably at some point they were on that Divine Tower, and they've been moved.
So when you say that, I have a vision of the two fingers just springing up on their fingers and walking.
Yeah, but the other thing, right, she doesn't kill them until then. So they were alive when she moved them.
Maybe they just got lost. They were looking for the bathroom and wandered off.
Why would they need to use the bathroom? They're just a pair of fingers. I mean, they're quite hairy. They might have needed to trim the knuckle hair. No, but like, I am actually wondering, was the idea behind that if you look at the two fingers, right, they're in contact with the greater will, but they're not literally the greater will. They're like picking up the greater will's sort of like thoughts, they're tuning into it, right? And they're relaying them. Goldmask does that. Goldmask tunes into the greater will. And he's there and he's got Corwin. And Corwin is saying, like, I am interpreting what Goldmask is thinking by the calculus of his fingers. So presumably Goldmask's fingers are moving very, very, very subtly. Essentially behaving like a finger reader.
Yeah.
Also, little note, Corwin doesn't entirely trust Goldmask. Like, he's willing to question him. Which also parallels the finger readers. It parallels, like, Enya. Presumably she's very old. She's dedicated her life, I'm assuming, to just reading the fingers. And then toward the end, she's like, this is taking too long and I don't trust those.
Yeah.
I think it's time we just, like, made our own decisions. So, the two fingers, right? They're almost like an antenna.
Like an antenna on an old TV. You gotta move it a little.
Yes, exactly. No, I'm not joking, though.
Okay.
If you think about that in terms of them, like, doling out great runes. If, like, the Elden Ring is part of the Golden Order, the idea that, like, the two fingers are sort of, like, tuning into it and giving you the great runes sort of makes sense. But, like, Rani burying the two fingers underground might actually interfere with their ability to contact the Golden Order, because they're cut off from it.
So they're not gonna snitch on her.
Well, also part of it is she talks about them having kind of jurisdiction over her flesh. Like, they mark her flesh, they control her flesh, and her whole plan about, like, if my body dies but my soul endures, they no longer have control over her because her flesh is gone.
Yeah, and that's something we encounter as well with Blide. Because Blight was given to Rani by the Two Fingers, right?
Two Fingers, yeah, yeah.
And we know if Rani turns against the Two Fingers, Blight has this like Winter Soldier programming where he will turn on Rani.
Yeah,
So like they do have some sort of a literal control over certain people.
yeah.
You actually gave me a little vision when you said
Yeah.
maybe they need to trim the hair on their fingers. And so it's basically the Two Fingers are like, I need a trim. Is there a barber here? And Rani's wearing a mustache, holding the fingerslay blade. Like, I'm the barber. Follow me, sir. Let's go to the basement.
Hey, it's Hidetaka Miyazaki here, creator of Elden Ring, and I've been asked to explain what just happened. What just happened was that Sin experienced what we call a vision. It's a sudden flash of inspiration, and it's a perfectly normal part of the creative process. Visions that occurred during the creation of Elden Ring include, what if Albinaurix started life as frogs? What if we delete the entire Miquella quest and put him in an egg? And this vision, courtesy of George, which simply says, haven't played a game since Super Mario Brothers, IDK, Turtles. Of course, one of the problems with this collaborative approach is that not everybody is a team player. This note from Yui says, we have 4 times as many dungeons as we do boss fights. I'm worried it could get repetitive. Yui, do you remember the last game Tomohiro Shibuya worked on? No, neither do I. Back to the podcast.
Sophie, do the outro.
That was the Snack Covenant episode 294. It was kind of about Rani, but Rani is really complicated, so I'm sure we'll go back to her.
Excellent. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you, Sin.
And thank you everyone for listening. And see y'all next time.
Bye.
Bye.
So this is a video about the new relic weapons in Final Fantasy. People wanted me to watch this. We'll take a look at it. It's okay. What do you guys think? It's not red and black though. That's the only thing. This looks decent. Okay. Oh, it's called the Zweihander too. Holy shit. Looks nothing like the Zweihander, but hey, it is what it is. I like this axe. It almost looks like a like an axe that would drop in like Naxxramas or something, like Ice Crown Citadel. This is cool. Okay. Bro, this is so fucking. Look at this stupid little shield. Oh my god. Look at this stupid little shield. Oh, no way. No way, bro. Like, look at that. Paladins are pussy bitches. I know. That's sad. The sword looks cool, though. Yeah, you need like a massive tower shield. I feel like just visually, that doesn't really look very good. I mean, that looks like, you know, it came from, you know, like PS3 era. Yeah, just like the quality on it looks pretty bad. Yeah, it's like a Nerf gun that you see on the clearance aisle. I guess this is for Gunbreaker, since it went through all the other tanks. Okay. Alright. Looks decent. Looks decent enough. Okay. I kind of like that, actually. It has like all the runes around it and shit, or not runes, but like the dragon shit, whatever you want to call it. That looks pretty cool. Too pink. Way too pink. Not a fan. I think it'd be great if this game, like, I'm really curious to see what the fidelity upgrade for the game is going to be after Endwalker, because I feel like a lot of these designs are really cool in theory, but because the fidelity of the game is so low, it doesn't really like pop out. It's not as cool as it's supposed to be. Like, for example, I think like just the surface on this just doesn't really look that good. It looks like most of it's 2D. They'd upgrade the graphics? Yeah, I think definitely. Like, imagine this kind of stuff in Final Fantasy 16 level graphics. Which, I mean, obviously it's not going to have that level, but something to that equivalent would be fucking ridiculous. To be fair, this one actually does look really good, even with the lower res. This looks fucking badass. But you guys can see how, like, the blue stuff is kind of two-dimensional. Yeah, that's fucking really cool. Holy shit. What's this? Oh, Gunbreaker? Or not Gunbreaker. We already saw Gunbreaker. Yeah, same thing with this one. It's like, if you look at it up close, it's like the fidelity is really kind of low. And also, because the fidelity is kind of low, you have like these very ornate and like over-designed weapons, and they kind of like mesh together. Does it shoot beams? I don't think so. Oh, that's cool. Holy fuck. They have a lot of these heart bows for Bard. There's like, I think like 20, like 30 of them in the game I've seen. Okay. I don't know. I think, again, like the metallic, everything, it's just kind of like low res. Dancer got robbed. Yeah, these are just like really fancy frisbees. That's about it. Just fancy frisbees. Tail? Yeah, she's like a dragon or something like that. It's like a whole race of people in Final Fantasy that are like dragons. For half dragon. This one is cool. Yeah. But like, look at the hilt, for example, right? I mean, this is... Imagine if it had Final Fantasy 16 graphics for this weapon. This would look fucking insane. Should be lit? Yeah, true. Oh, I like the wings on the book. That's cool. Okay, okay. Not too bad. What is that outfit? Oh my god. Okay. Like the multiple colors put together, I think that looks pretty good too. I like that. Okay. Bro, how's this for White Mage? Isn't White Mage a healer? Like, bro, that staff looks like it came straight out of the underworld. Like, I'm not the only, but like, I'm 100%. That's some undead shit. Screen DPS? Oh yeah, of course. I would never play this. I would never fucking play this. If you, like, you could have this, or like a giant two-handed sword, or a scythe. I mean, come on. That looks interesting. Okay. It's nice enough. Okay. Oh, I thought, oh, this is another version. It's another book. I actually think this one, I think this one, the back of it looks way better than the other one. This actually looks pretty good. It's a fucking book. Yes, it is. It is a fucking book. Yeah, overall, I would say probably my favorite one has got to be the Reaper. Where is it? Yeah, this one right here. This is fucking awesome. This is by far the coolest one, I think. Yeah, look at that. The scythe also looks nice. Yeah, look at that. It's so cool. I love it. Dragoon looks good too. The Dragoon one is okay. The Dark Knight one is like, I don't know. I mean, it's okay. I think the Warrior one is cool too, because it looks kind of like an undead weapon. Let's see. The Samurai one is okay. Oh, I like the Red Mage one. That one there. I think that's cool. There's a few decent ones. You can dye them now, by the way. Yeah, I think that'll definitely change it a lot too, because like if you can dye it and change it to another color, then I feel like it would look way better. Watch the new Lost Ark class trailer. I think I've already seen that. That's the one for the artist, right? I don't know if I have or not, but I feel like I have. I'd have to go and double check.
.00 Tylerbit. Welcome to my channel.
I am 22 years old, a self-employed artist, and I make at least $8,000 a month. Today I'm going to try something new. I'm going to be standing the whole video because my back really hurts. A couple weeks ago I asked you guys on the YouTube community tab to send me questions for me to answer. I also asked all my Instagram followers, so I got a ton of questions, and I categorized all the most popular questions into these big sections. So I will put chapters at the bottom of the video so you can fast forward to whichever question is most pertinent to you. So yeah, let's just get started. I think I should address the elephant in the room, which is money. How much money do you make regularly? I've been thinking of starting an online shop in the future and was wondering how profitable it is. Understandably, there's a large stigma against being an artist. I got a ton of questions asking, how is this profitable? How are you making a living? Does your boyfriend support you? So many questions like that. And I just want to give a disclaimer that I'm no stranger to financial instability. I'm not a nepotism baby. I chose art because I knew I could feasibly do it on my own. And I think that sentiment is very uncommon to see portrayed in mainstream media. You see the starving artist, you see the romanticized artist, but you don't really see the artist that has a business mind. The artists that are super smart when it comes to finance, and they're self-employed, they're entrepreneurs. I feel like artists aren't really given enough credit where it's due. So I guess I'm just saying this to preface that if you are thinking about having a small business or having an art business, you can definitely make a living wage out of it. It just takes a lot of work like anything in life. Since last August, I've been consistently making around $8,000 a month just from my online shop. And keep in mind, this is gross sales, so that's before all the taxes and the expenses of running a business. But in the fall, I started taking YouTube very seriously, so since October, I've been making at least $700 in AdSense a month. Through Instagram Reels, I make around $150 a month. And then throughout the month, I'll typically take on a couple brand deals, and each brand deal, whether it's for YouTube or Instagram, will pay me at least $1,000. So to summarize, I basically have 2 to 3 streams of income depending on how you see it. I see it as 3. So the first one is my shop, it's me selling my art. The second one is social media, which is YouTube AdSense and Instagram Reels bonuses. To me, those are more stable than brand deals. I know once a month I'll get a check from YouTube, and once a month I'll get a check from Instagram. So those are sort of fixed amounts. I mean, sometimes I'll go viral on Instagram and I'll get like 10 bucks. So that's the second way I make money. And I know other artists who are way bigger on YouTube, so they make way more than me when it comes to AdSense. And then the third stream of income is brand deals. This can be integrated content for YouTube, a dedicated Instagram Reel, or UGC videos. And while each deal pays me about $1,000, I typically get paid 30 to 60 days after I submit that video. So it's not something that I can bank on every month. It's just like, the money will come eventually. So yeah, with those 3 streams of income, I'm on track to make $96,000 a year. Of course, running your own business and being self-employed comes with expenses that a 9-to-5 just wouldn't have. Like, I have to save a chunk for taxes, I have to pay for subscriptions like my shop website, my QuickBooks membership, my Epidemic Sound membership. Of course, there's all the supplies and materials I need to run my business, packaging supplies, clay, paint, a computer. I recently had to buy a new printer because my other printer broke down. Like, all these things that I spend money on for the sake of my business. But at the end of the day, I'm still making a living wage with extra to help support my family, and I also have the freedom of being self-employed. Diversifying your revenue streams is one of the most important things that I've learned. It's the same idea as not putting all your eggs in one basket. So I'm not relying just on my shop. So if my shop were to have a really bad month, I could still pay for rent and food with my social media money, and vice versa. If I could focus more on revving up my physical shop and selling at markets and fairs and stuff like that. And if all else fails, I can always get a job and live a self-employed experience, having a business, gaining over 100,000 followers across all platforms. I would still make a strong candidate for graphic design, marketing, etc. I do want to add a disclaimer that my cost of living is probably lower than a lot of other people my age. I rent an apartment in the city, but I have 3 other roommates to share the rent, so I only pay about $750 a month. And I also don't own a car, so I don't have to pay any of the bills that comes with having a car, like insurance, parking, maintenance, none of that. I occasionally help Mr. Uncomfy pay for the gas, but that's about it. Before we get on to the next question, I want to take a moment to briefly thank the sponsor of this video, HelloFresh. So my roommates and I have a system where we take turns cooking for each other, and I'm gonna be honest, since we moved in together 5 months ago, I only cooked dinner for us once. With running my business and going to school at the same time, it seems so exhausting and intimidating. But thanks to HelloFresh, today I decided to surprise my roommates and cook dinner for them. Eating healthy and filling meals gives you the energy to achieve your goals, and it's so comforting to know you always get top quality ingredients with HelloFresh. These ingredients travel straight from the farm to your door in less than 7 days, and I love that my delivery came to me carbon offset. Cut back on your expenses and get started with HelloFresh. It is the fastest, easiest, and most affordable way to whip up a restaurant quality meal right in your own kitchen.
Oh, my excess rent access. Pam, pam, pam.
Pasta. Oh, I gotta go get some canned food. Granola bar. Yeah, we'll eat that right now. There you go. That's a little bit. Actually, there's a can opener, so we got some food. Thank you for that. Thank you. I'm trying my best. Oh god. Immediately, as soon as I read your message and open a door. Ah, there's the zombies.
This meal that I'm cooking right now took only 30 minutes to make, and it made cooking seem so simple and fun again. The biggest
Hi guys, welcome or welcome back. I'm Anna, a clinical psychology doctoral intern, and today we're going to be talking about a low-risk way to get more intimate with people. Today's technique is from Radically Open DBT. If you're familiar with DBT, dialectical behavioral therapy, Radically Open DBT or RODBT is a slight variation on the original DBT. So today's technique is called Match +1. I'm going to explain the technique to you, I'm going to run through a quick example for how to use it, and then also just give you a few additional tips for how to use this worksheet or handout in order to assess your relationships. So Match +1 is a technique where you want to get closer to someone, so you start with less personal disclosures, and then you assess to see if it's being reciprocated, and then if it is, you elevate it +1 degree. So if it's matched, then you can add a level of vulnerability to what you are disclosing about yourself. And if it's not, understandably, you can stay in the same area or actually match down. It's kind of a combination between matching people's energy and assessing for reciprocation. It's kind of like a feedback loop, figuring out how much you want to be vulnerable depending on how much other people are responding to your vulnerability. Because of course, as you can imagine, if you're constantly trying to get intimate with someone, trying to be emotionally open and vulnerable with them, and they're not responding, that's pretty high risk. You know, it puts you at risk of being rejected or feeling abandoned or feeling like you're investing more in a relationship than they are returning. So this is a technique for starting slow so that you have gains over time when that trust starts to build. You're becoming more intimate with other people, but at the same time, you're not taking huge risks. So, you know, it's not like you're being extremely vulnerable and someone is rejecting you for it. It's low risk because it allows you to gauge early on if someone is going to reject you before you've revealed extremely personal or vulnerable information about yourself where the stakes would be higher. So let's run through an example. You know, let's say that you are talking to a classmate next to you. So levels 1 or 2 of intimacy would be talking about everyday non-emotional events, things like the weather, traffic, the taste of a meal, or stating opinions about non-emotional topics such as the service at a restaurant or the color of a room. So you're sitting next to your classmate and you're wanting to be in that level 1 to 2 intimacy. You might say something like, oh, the readings took me a really long time to complete this week. And then you assess, are they reciprocating? Are they saying, oh yeah, it took me a really long time as well, or actually I didn't do the reading? Or are they just kind of blowing you off and saying, oh yeah, I get it. If they match your level of disclosure, you can bump it up to like a level 3 or 4, where you're making non-emotional disclosures about personal goals or values, things like politics, parenting, philosophy, or you're making emotional or passionate disclosures about non-personal topics such as world peace, or you're revealing socially acceptable personal preferences such as I love to go mountain biking. So let's say the next class comes along, you're sitting next to this person, you know that they responded to a level 1 or 2 disclosure. A level 3 or 4 might be something like telling the other person about your plans for the weekend. You know, maybe you have a weekend trip planned somewhere, or maybe talking about something from the class that came up, you know, like a political topic, and giving your opinion on what you think about it. Okay, next class comes along, you decide this person reciprocated a level 3 or 4, let me bump it up to a level 5 or 6. At a level 5 or 6, you're revealing private feelings or emotional judgments about personal events, about your true feelings about the boss or the coworker, or possibly revealing socially unacceptable opinions, judgments, or preferences, such as I detest disorganized people. Okay, so here maybe you get to chatting with your classmate again. Maybe this time you talk about something you think about the professor, like, hey, I know this professor is really popular, has really great reviews on Rate My Professor, but I actually don't like him because of X, Y, and Z. See how the other person responds. Do they respond by just kind of saying, oh, okay, yeah, whatever? Or do they respond by giving their own genuine opinion about the professor? Let's say that they do reciprocate. Then next time you might go to level 7 or 8, revealing personal opinions or thoughts about the relationship, such as I really like you, and or revealing private feelings or judgments about highly emotional personal events, such as giving details about your unhappy marriage, and or engaging in open expression, such as tears, uninhibited laughter, more eye contact. So here, maybe you're sitting next to this classmate once more. Maybe you decide, hey, I want to ask this person if they want to study with me. So maybe you say, hey, I think we vibe, or I like you as a person, or I think you're really sweet. Would you like to study for this together? Or maybe they ask you, hey, how was your weekend? And you say, actually, it was pretty terrible. I broke up with my boyfriend. I think a level 7 or 8 is where a lot of relationships tend to fall off the reciprocation game, where a lot of people are starting to disclose personal things about their lives and realizing that it's not being reciprocated by the other person. So oftentimes they might go back down to a level 5 or 6 with something like an acquaintance. I would say level 7 or 8 is where you're starting to really ingrain that intimacy. If you get to a level 9, you might reveal feelings of affection or desire for more intimacy, such as I want to spend more time with you, and or sharing stories of shameful or embarrassing experiences that could be damaging if known publicly, and or being willing to be highly vulnerable, such as sharing extreme self-doubt or weakness. So let's say you've started hanging out with this person socially a few times, you get the sense that they can be trusted, that you have a good back and forth with them. So you might start to talk to them about maybe what happened in your relationship that caused the breakup, for instance. Or you might say, hey, I think you're a really cool person. I really like spending time with you. How would you feel about going to this event with me? And then a level 10 is where you're actually expressing love and intense feelings of caring and desire for a committed long-term relationship, and being willing to reveal deep-seated vulnerable emotions that you may have never expressed before, and to make serious personal sacrifices for the relationship. So for instance, here you might ask someone to be your partner, or you might tell a friend I love you when you hang up on the phone with them, things along those lines. So I have an exercise using this intervention, and then I have sort of a homework assignment based on that you can practice. Take a look at this worksheet. I'll put a link to it in the description box if you want to click on it. What patterns do you notice in terms of where your friends lie on that spectrum? So map it out. Where do your family members, where do your friends lie? Where does your partner lie if you have one? And just zoom out and take a look at it. What patterns do you notice? Maybe it's difficult for you to get past a certain level of closeness. You know, like maybe for you, it feels really, really vulnerable to tell someone that you value them. So that's not a step that you often take with people. Or maybe the opposite. Maybe you tend to overshare with people and you find that a lot of your friends and acquaintances kind of cluster in the level 10 area. Are there certain gaps in your spectrum? Why might that be? Like for me, I noticed that there was a gap around level like 6 to 9-ish. The reason that happened was because I either fully trust a person or I don't. I have a little bit of this black and white thinking, and so that's why it's difficult for me to feel like I can fully trust people that aren't level 10. Do certain types of relationships cluster together? You know, like maybe all of your family are in the level 10, because maybe you're one of those people that think family are the only people you can actually ever fully trust, and friends are not. So maybe the opposite, maybe you're not super close with your family, but you do have intimate relationships with your chosen family. What do you make of the way that these cluster? How do you think other people would rate you? So after you have yours mapped out, how do you think those people would view you on the spectrum? And if there are discrepancies, why do you think that is? So now after you've done that, I want you to challenge yourself. Based on this exercise, give yourself a little homework assignment where you challenge yourself to do something a little bit outside your comfort zone. So maybe if for you, all of your coworkers are on the very low end of the spectrum because you have trouble figuring out how to show affection to people in the professional sphere, maybe what you do is give them a holiday card or something of the sort. Or maybe if you struggle to get to a really high level of intimacy with friends, maybe you tell a friend, I care about you, or I love you, or I feel positive feelings towards you. So just challenge yourself in whatever way you feel you need. Let me know what you thought about this. You know, I'm curious to hear what sort of patterns you had in your spectrum when you mapped out who are the people in your life and how intimate you are with them. Is this a technique you would ever try? Or is this a technique that you already do try maybe? Hope you have a great week. Bye.
satisfying sound of one's impalement. Won't fall for this old trick.
A few times I've been around that track, so it's not just gonna happen that track, cause I ain't gonna call it back,
I've been marveling at updates from the Resident Evil 4 HD project for 8 years, and yet I was still caught off guard by how good the final result looks. It's the best fan mod I've ever seen, and even up against professional remasters it would still be near the top of the pile. Graphics aside, just the story of the mod itself is interesting. It's an old story, One you've probably heard before, but it's the story the world needs to heal right now. Back in 2014, before the dark times, modders named Chris and Albert independently started new texture packs for Resident Evil 4 and Dolphin. Chris was new to texture creation, but Albert had experience from modding the disastrous 2007 PC port. Many of those textures weren't great, but Albert was willing to try again. The two decided it would be better to cooperate than run competing packs, so they settled into a two-pass system where each creator's work would be judged and improved by the other before being finalized. Having two sets of eyes on everything helped ensure that the textures would be accurate to the originals and also just good in general. And because Albert lived in Spain, he was able to visit the same locations Capcom did when creating the game. The original staff used heavily compressed photographs of English and Spanish landmarks as textures in the game, which left the opportunity to visit those locations and take the photos again. Some of the architecture is famous and probably wasn't hard to track down, but finding a random wall in an alley is something else. I've played Resident Evil 4 at least a few dozen times, and I still don't think half of these things would ever ring a bell, especially when so many were spliced together from different objects. A lot of Capcom's textures were also sourced from old stock libraries, and some were stolen. And whenever possible, Chris and Albert tracked down the full res versions of those assets. Leon's hair is one example. It's not as striking a difference as the texture from the Dolphin pack, but it blends in better because it's literally the same texture as before, just HD. For everything else, new textures had to be created to match the originals, and the results are close enough that they don't stand out as being any less faithful than the real-life restorations. The original plan was to make the textures for Dolphin. You can still see the Wii cursor in the early screenshots, but they switched after the release of the Ultimate HD edition, an edition that was neither Ultimate nor HD, because of the potential a native PC port brought. Without the restrictions of an emulator, it became possible to remap textures to fix seams or warping. As someone with a lot of experience working around those issues, it's hard to overstate how much power the ability to overcome bad mappings gives you. From there, the project kept snowballing into something bigger and better than a texture replacement. They added new specular highlights to certain objects to better simulate metal or gloss. A few objects go a little overboard, but most of it is tastefully restrained and well suited to RE4's look. They also reverted the awful new lighting to restore the GameCube contrast levels. In lieu of actual graphics upgrades, Capcom had blown out the contrast to make the game look more dynamic, but it just made everything look bad. Chris and Albert not only reverted those changes, but added genuine upgrades like baked-in shadows in their place. They also fixed color temperature issues, stopped light from gluing through walls, improved the water physics, reduced pop-in, and corrected a mountain of bugs in general. A lot of lights in the game didn't cast onto the environment because of simple glitches. Whenever possible, the torches and flashlights in the game now function as real light sources. This particular enhancement really adds a lot. It makes the villagers even creepy when you see them illuminated as they approach. And then there are the buttons. Those sexy plastic smoke shows. There were probably 1,000 controller interfaces in the game, and each one was given the fullest, least necessary amount of polish possible. I don't know why these speak to me so much, but they're among the most satisfying upgrades and a great showcase for how much 3D edits can add. A few months into the project, it became possible to edit the models for the maps and characters, and Chris and Albert exploited this to fix even more of Bug Mountain. Whenever a higher poly cutscene model existed, they ported it into the game with the weapons and items using the higher quality examine models all the time now. New polygons were added to bring depth to door handles and other small objects that were previously just painted on, and in some cases 2D assets were completely rebuilt in 3D. This crappy looking JPEG of a wine rack is now an actual wine rack. A random jumble of pipes was fully modeled with everything carefully kept in the same place. It doesn't matter if it was an important area or not, everything got the same level of care. My favorite example of this is the sad little shed before entering the island compound, with its stairs just painted on, cowering in the shadows, hoping no one will notice its shameful fraud. It's a proper God-fearing shanty knife. In a few cases, they created entirely new areas. A walkway was added to make Ada's campaign more consistent with the map as seen in Leon's. And they also added a bonus room that's easy to miss if you're familiar with the game and have come to ignore certain doors. I'm not going to spoil what's in it, but it's an impressive flex of all the skills they built up while editing other models. The final release came with a few surprise enhancements, with a special overlay menu allowing changes to the field of view and visual effects. It also lets you play Ashley's segment with the fixed cameras from the Japanese version, which is worth a try but not very fun in my opinion. I love the fixed cameras in the older games, but the angles used here do a poor job of showing the action. It's not part of the mod, but if you want to take things a step further, you can also apply Reshade's ray tracing shader, which looks pretty natural to me, but I didn't use it in any of my footage. Every part of the mod gels together so well that tampering with the lighting further doesn't seem necessary. The There are some flaws and a few rough spots that could still be polished. Most of them are technical issues like a missing model or audio desyncs, but a few of the textures themselves don't live up to the rest of the pack's quality. Some of the source photos have hard sunlight that looks wrong when used at night, and in those cases it might have been better to remake the texture rather than restore it from a photo. These nitpicks are pretty rare, and even the worst textures still look good, and an update has already been released to fix the first batch of issues. The result of all of this work is an awe-inspiring upgrade, but one that doesn't try to draw attention to itself. It still looks like Resident Evil 4, as if you turned the graphics from low to ultra. It reminds me a little bit of the feeling I got when playing Ocarina of Time 3D, where it felt like something new in the same game I remembered both at once. But this project is far less controversial. They didn't overbring or oversaturate anything. They let the original art direction stand, and it makes me appreciate how good the game always looked. It captures the spooky, Sleepy Hollow type atmosphere of late autumn perfectly. The undersaturated look makes color really pop when the developers use it, and the huge amount of art and culture ripped off from real life almost makes the castle feel like a virtual tour of an actual landmark. All of that is preserved and enhanced by the mod. Because it's so faithful, I was often stumped about whether some details were in the original game or not, like the translucent glass on this door. It wasn't. They changed the model to allow that, not just to make it look cool, but because that's how the real-life source looked. The few times they deviate from the original art, it always has a clear and unassailable logic behind it, and the results are for the better. There's really no reason not to play the game like this from now on. It's one of the best remasters a game has gotten, and it's free. Unless you just don't have the hard drive space, it's a complete no-brainer. I assume that someone, somewhere, will argue that this is a bad thing, because it will make people less likely to buy an official remake. I think it's just the opposite. Remake 2 was a fine game, but left me disappointed because it came at the expense of a faithful remake. Something was lost by taking that new direction. Here we have the ideal version of Resident Evil 4, and that gives Capcom a license to go nuts with their remake. The stakes couldn't possibly be lower. They can set the entire thing in the recycled lab from 2 and 3, who cares? RE4 plays so well that a full remake is mostly pointless anyway, and this mod only makes me more open to whatever they do. It's a new high watermark for fan projects, and I think people are going to be drawing inspiration from it for a very long time. I wouldn't have tried to retexture Majora's Mask if not for seeing their progress updates and being amazed by what was possible when fans really commit. Because this upgrade is free, you can thank Chris and Albert by donating what you would expect of a master to them instead. They deserve that and more. I wouldn't be surprised if Capcom actually did hire this man. Before I leave you to sort your Ubisoft Quartz collection, I wanted to mention some of the other Resident Evil packs that are available. These are AI-based and much smaller scale projects, but still very good regardless. When Resident Evil HD launched, there was some fussing over its visuals. It was clear that Capcom hadn't rendered new backgrounds and instead just cheaply upscaled the SD ones with a waxy filter. They also pulled the same contrast boosting trick used in RE4 to make the SD visuals pop, which crushed the blacks in those areas. There was a lot of speculation about why this remaster turned out so badly while Zero did get great new renders. The theory is that Capcom lost the original models while Zero's assets were preserved. Whatever the reason, the game suffered badly from releasing just before the big AI upscaling boom. A modder by the name of Shiryu took it upon themselves to redo the upscales by running the GameCube backgrounds through Gigapixel and ESRGen. It's still not perfect, but the results are always much better than Capcom's, and at its best it gets close to the quality of Zero's HD remaster. At its worst, it at least makes the ugliest areas passable now. The modder seemed to go silent before finishing the pack, so the 3D objects are mostly missing, but the rest of the game is done, and it's a great overall upgrade. The HD remaster was a bit of a mess all over, so there are a few other mods that should be paired with the AI pack. One adds hotkeys for disabling the contrast boosting shader responsible for crushing the blacks. Toggling this on and off, it's clear to see the details and even doorways that are being blacked out by the shader, so it's easy to recommend turning it off and sticking with the GameCube levels. There's also a music mod that fixes the volume and speed of the soundtrack. For whatever reason, certain tracks were dramatically sped up in the remaster and it sounds really weird. This mod drops normalized GameCube tracks in their place. Just take a listen to the improvement. The PlayStation games have also received AI overhauls, although these required more hands-on effort to pull off due to the mask textures used. These contain fragments of the backdrop that are needed to create the illusion of depth. Otherwise, your character would appear in front of everything all of the time. The masks caused seam issues when upscaling, so the Seamless HD project ditched them and used custom software to generate new ones. They also bundled their packs with a custom Dolphin version that fixes the aspect ratio and a few other issues. The results in RE2 aren't great because the backgrounds were only 240p, so it's got that wobbly look where the AI isn't sure what's going on. But it does succeed in getting rid of aliasing and compression artifacts, making the game appear much cleaner. It also reduces the clashing between the models and the scenery, with the 3D objects no longer sorely standing out. The creators also did some manual editing to fix text and to make the Nemesis window consistent with RE3. 3 was 480p on the GameCube, and the difference in the upscale quality is dramatic. Many of the backdrops are about as good as I would expect real HD renders from the original models to be, and the 3D models are almost fully blended with the environments. Even without showing comparisons, it would be easy to tell that the visuals are too pristine to have come from a PlayStation. I'm always going to be butthurt that 2 and 3 never got remade with the original gameplay, but these AI packs go a long way to making them more fun to revisit. Like with Resident Evil 4, there's really no reason not to use them when playing these games. If you still haven't tried the Resident Evil 4 HD project, you should stop watching now. Mostly because the video is over, but also to go download it. If you've never played Resident Evil 4 at all, now is the time. The Steam version often drops to $5 and it's one of the best games ever made. If this mod isn't enough to tip the scales for you, then you should probably just quit gaming. And Capcom deserves acknowledgement for how they responded to this mod. With certain companies spamming takedowns to modders and rumors of a Resident Evil 4 remake constantly bubbling up, it wouldn't have been surprising to see this mod targeted. Not only did they decline to shut it down, they actually pinned the mod onto their Steam community page years ago. It seems like they were just as happy to watch it develop as everyone else and wanted the fans to see it. So what a wonderful story. The fans get a lot of great upgrades, and Capcom is probably seeing a sales spike due to the interest in the mod. Everyone is happy. Forever.
Gamers_and_streamers. Welcome to my channel.
Boys! Okay, so today I would like to present to everyone the OTK company survey. So, this is my thesis. Basically, I was encountered with a problem. And the problem is that everyone around me is fake as except for me. So I had this idea. What if I make an anonymous ballot where streamers can vote completely anonymously of which of their friends they like or hate the most? And they won't have to worry at all about viewers or even each other knowing what they really think. So the result of this study was I exposed that all these people are actually shit, terrible human beings. Let me explain how I did this. So step one, I messaged everybody in OTK and I basically got them to agree to do this. I collected screenshots of all of this. So you can see Tectone, Emily, Sear, NMP Tips, Soda, Asman all got back to me.
Alright, and welcome back to the channel, everybody, and I hope you're doing fine. Today we're gonna talk about 1.12, which is probably one of the greatest patches Hunt Showdown ever had. Now, keep in mind, everything is gonna be on a test server first. Maybe it's already on a test server the moment I release this video, I don't know. Normally, test server stuff or the test server goes up very quickly after a dev stream, like 1 or 2 days, sometimes even on the same day. And also keep in mind, everything is subject to change, so give feedback. Now, keep in mind, giving feedback is not sending the developers death threats. It's like going to the official Discord. They have a feedback or a suggestion channel over there, and you can drop your criticism over there. But behave, please. Now, timestamps in the description below. We have lots of topics, so I'm not going to mention all of them now. So check out the description below, and then just jump to the topic you want to see. All right. Let's get this started. Okay, that's kind of unusual for my patch note videos. Normally, I'm not covering bug fixes because, well, there's a lot and you can just go through a list of the patch notes and that's it. But there's 2 bug fixes that we absolutely have to talk about and that need a little bit more spotlight on them. The first one is the reload bug is fixed, which is mind-blowing, finally. So I hope it's going to be fixed. So jump on the test server and check it out. Not much to say. It should be gone or it will be gone and you can test it on a test server. One of the most annoying bugs it's in the game since forever, and that was actually game breaking. So if that is gone, I'm gonna say hi again to custom ammo on the Sparks, on the Romero, crossbow and everything. I know what caused it. Every time you use a consumable a couple seconds later and you did the reload for special ammo, it was not working and other stuff, and it was just, I lost count how many matches I lost because of this. So if this is true and the reload bug is fixed, man, this is gonna be amazing. And Hunt Showdown is gonna be a totally different game. That's the first thing, but there is more. We also gonna fix left side peak advantage. Which is like, okay, I was expecting the reload bug fix because it had to come at one point, but left side peak fix as well. Now, let's have a look at that real quick. So it's fixed. The camera is now better aligned with the hunter and reducing the left side peak advantage, as I said already, and it's more focused on where you can see the hat. It's not perfect, but a huge improvement. Now, let me tell you this. This exists in almost every game, that peeking from one side or the other is giving you an advantage. Right? It has something to do with the character model and how the character behaves and moves. I'm gonna show you this now, what they meant by this, because there were a few people during the dev stream and they were like, hey, I didn't even know that's a thing. So I'm gonna show you right now the old one. So on the left side you can see a hunter standing, and if they're peeking from their left, they can see you already, although you only see the shoulder. And honestly, in some extreme cases, you didn't see them at all and they already shot you. So you can see now that when you're peeking left or right with the new one on the right, there's not much difference. It's still not 100% perfect, but at least now it's playable. Okay? We also have this for being crouched, and while being crouched it was extreme because the hunter was even, going a little bit more forward to the right. And now with the camera alignment, this is how it should look like. Normally on some, I don't wanna sound too rude, lower skilled or like beginner matches, this didn't really matter much. But on a higher level, honestly, you thought about this the whole time. Hey, I can't push around the right because if this guy is holding the angle with a left peek, he will see me first and there's no way I can tag him first. So at max I trade or I just straight up die. That was not great, obviously, so if this is fixed as well, that's huge. There's a couple more bug fixes, but yeah, check out the patch notes. I hope I have them. The moment I have them, they're gonna be in the description, so you can look them up yourself. Let's have a look at something else. Now, after these amazing bug fixes, let's have a look at a few new guns. Well, or let's say new gun variants, okay? So we have 2 gun families, and they get a few additions. First, we're gonna talk about the Crack. And the Crack is getting a bayonet. Same ammo pool, 5+1/6, so 12 bullets total. Not much, I get that. I try to play it with a Sparks pistol, and then you're good to go. You have plenty of ammo then. Ammo type unchanged, so you have basic, FMJ, and incendiary. And it is kind of expensive for 426 bucks, but it might be worth it. Let me show you a picture right here. And as you can see, it's this old school, like World War bayonet, and I think it looks amazing. Keep in mind that it's a true bayonet and not a riposte. So the difference between bayonet and riposte is, with the bayonet and the riposte, heavy attack, you have this thrust attack that kills the moment it connects to the body, but the light attacks are different. With the riposte, you do like this horizontal swing with the blades that can one-shot grunts, which is amazing. And with the bayonet, you're doing like this, you grab the rifle and you shove enemies away. Yeah, it's not really what you're looking for, to be honest. So I personally think that a riposte is stronger than a bayonet. And that's gonna be a long boy with the Crack rifle and the bayonet. That's gonna be one long rifle. I think it will be cool. I like the melee attachments on most guns, so if I play non-scoped long ammo weapons and they have a melee attachment, normally I pick it. 426 bucks, well, let's see. Then we have another one for this family, and that's gonna be the Crack Sniper again. 5+1/6, so miserable ammo pool, we already talked about that, how to fix it. Basic, FMJ, and incendiary. Costs 610 bucks. Here's a picture of it. Now I have to say, I don't know how I feel about this. Sniper scopes, yeah, okay. Can it compete with the Mosin? Maybe, because, yeah, sure, you have less damage, but you will most likely still reliably 2-tap, and you have a higher rate of fire. And the bullet is still crazy fast. So, I don't know. I personally will probably not play it that much, but I like the Spark Sniper a lot. For me, it's the most cost-efficient sniper that you can play. But I'm gonna give it a go. The Crack Bayonet is probably something that I will play more. Well, let's see. And that's it for the Crack family. But we are not done yet, because another family is getting some variants. A family that I normally don't really play a lot of, if I'm honest with you. And we're talking about the Winfield Centennial, so the medium ammo Winnie rifle. And that is getting a shorty. Yeah, so we're gonna have a medium ammo, medium slot rifle. 5+1/12. With basic ammo, poison, and FMJ. Costs 103 bucks, so not super expensive. It looks like this. And that will be very interesting. I mean, a Vetterli medium was already something that I wanted to have. Maybe I try this one. Nah, just kidding. I'm not gonna play that one. And you know why? Because there's something else. And that's what I'm definitely gonna play. And it's the Winfield Centennial Shorty Silencer. 5+1/12. Yeah. This opens up so many crazy loadout options. You can play that with a bow. You can play that with a shotty. You can play that one with a full-size shotty quartermaster. You can play a full-size crossbow quartermaster Winnie Centennial Shorty Silencer. I mean, sure, you have levering for that one. I would not rely on that because the bloom of the crosshair is massive. I mean, if you like RNG, then go for it. Again, basic poison FMJ, 137 bucks, and that's gonna be something that I'm gonna mess around a lot. We have a few more gun changes that I will cover real quick. First, let me show you the suppressed version here. I want it. I hope the test server is already live. Once I release this video, I can already play it. We have more gun changes. It's not much, but I want to kind of cover it really quick. So limit carbine fire rate increase. They didn't say by how much. And I think, yeah, sure, I take it because I played a limit carbine from time to time, and I felt it felt already pretty strong. I take it though. And the limit carbine iron sights realigned and fixed. I didn't even see that, and I was clicking some heads kind of reliably, so maybe I need some crooked iron sights to be good at the game. I don't know, kind of weird. But yeah, they're gonna be fixed, so let's see how that will look like. Then hand crossbow changes for the choke bolt. Honestly, I never took that, but it's nice. Slightly bigger initial area effect. And it's the same with the choke bomb. Lots of people probably don't know that. The initial explosion radius for a choke bomb is bigger than the cloud afterwards. That is also why sometimes you can still burn people after they get put out by a choke bomb, because they were at the border of this choke bomb explosion. It's kind of weird. And now they have this for the choke bolts as well. And also they're gonna increase the poison cloud size. For the poison clouds. Dang, dude. I like this. Let's see how big it's gonna be. They didn't show that during the dev stream. So I don't think it will be much. But I do play hand crossbow, poison bolt / regular quite a bit, so a buff for that. It's very much welcome. And also the stalker beetle, now 25 damage. It's not a gun, but I had no idea where else to put this, and I didn't want to make a slide for the beetle. Yeah, stalker beetle now dealing 25 damage. I swear to God, if there's somebody out there crying now again, the stalker beetle is gonna be OP, it's gonna be fine. That is definitely a buff. Will I meme around with a full trio and 12 stalker beetles and just sending them into the boss lair and killing an enemy team with only stalker beetles, while there is like, you know, this one Valkyrie song playing in the background? Yeah, of course I will do that. But I still think at the end of the day it's not worth that to play that strategy. It's just worth it if you want to piss people off. There you go. Okay, I think I covered most of the gun changes and the new variants. Let's hop to a different topic. Let's talk about something, and I don't know how you guys will react to this. I'm just gonna say give it a chance, okay? We're gonna get a new tutorial. Now you're probably like,
Oh my god, I have 7,000 hours in the game. I don't need a new tutorial. Fucking hell, dude. Why did they do this? Waste of time.
and I get that, for us veterans, this is not doing much, okay? But you have to keep in mind that there's still a lot of new players coming to Hunt Showdown, even 5 years after the release. After every big event, for example, Twitch drops, there's a huge wave of new players, and they say, hey, Hunt Showdown looks interesting, let's check it out. They play the game, and they're absolutely lost, and they get absolutely stomped, and they stop playing. There are just so many mechanics by now. You have to keep in mind when we started the game, like February 2018, the game was way less complex. And they added so much. You might not want to admit it, but Hunt is not an easy game. Sure, there's Tarkov, and Tarkov learning curve is like a wall, and there's like spikes at the top, a snake pit at the bottom, and everything is on fire. I get that. Yeah, sure, it's a nice meme. But Hunt Showdown is still a hardcore game. It still is, and it's not easy to learn. So there will be a new tutorial, and I'm gonna show you a couple seconds of it, and I think you will like it. We have a basic and advanced tutorial, and the onboarding is important, we mentioned already, and Geralt meets Hunt. Now you're like, wait, what? And yeah, Cockle, I have no idea how to pronounce this, I'm very sorry. And he's doing the voiceover for the tutorial. So yeah, we have a full voiceover for the tutorial, and the voice actor is the same who did the voice acting for Geralt in the Witcher series. And maybe now's a good time for a free weekend? I think it would be, you know, once this is rolled out, why not? And here are the first couple seconds of the new tutorial.
For you, the suffering of a savior and the coin of a betrayer. The pain is forever, but the money is worth it. You're a survivor, or at least got the makings of one. Get on up now. That injection knocked your teeth in real good, didn't it? There's a health kit by the gate. Use it.
You can't tell me that's not epic, dude. Goosebumps, man. Goosebumps. Oh my god, dude. I wish I could have had that when I started Hunt Showdown, but this is nice. Okay, that's it with the tutorial, but we have more. So the next topic is a bit of a smaller one. I wanna kind of rush through that, but it's still an important one because we were kind of asking this for a long time. The combat log rework. So right now when you die on your death screen, you see, yeah, okay, I took this damage and this damage. Yeah, that's great, nice to see, but we want more. We want to know what's going on there in the final seconds before we die. So this new improved combat log covers now the last 90 seconds, and it's showing incoming and outgoing damage, and even a bit more. Keep in mind though, they warned us during the dev stream that this is in a beta state, because, you know, 5 years later you can still have beta stuff. And it can be buggy. No, I'm just joking here. Now, let me show you this right here. Where's the screenshot? Right here. Just look at this beauty. So this is how it looks like. You can now see the damage that you dealt. That is the gray one. You can also see when you heal over time. Like, for example, the green one, there's regeneration. It even says that. And it shows you the damage that you receive. The cool thing is it's showing distance and everything, but also where you hit them. That is crazy, because sometimes you're like, the fuck just happened? How is he still alive? And this will probably help you understand it. I don't know if you can see regeneration on enemy players, for example, when they run a regen shot. I also didn't see yet how it looks like when you get shot by a shotgun with the... Is it showing total damage? Is it showing the pellets? I don't know, but nevertheless, this is gonna be a nice addition to the game. It will clarify a lot of things. That it's showing the hit zones, I find this absolutely amazing. And I hope we will get more. And one day maybe even 2D replay. Another thing I was complaining a lot during my last streams is that selecting guns and new loadouts is kinda... it's a drag. Now of course we have some presets and stuff like that, but I basically play every round a different loadout. Do not get bored. And equipping stuff there, and you have to scroll and scroll and scroll. I don't want to sound too mean, but the user interface in Hunt Showdown is lacking. And I try to combat this right now. I mean, it's still not perfect and how it should be, but right now only the base variant will be selectable. And then you have these tiny cute little arrows, and you click them, and then you select the legendary skin. It's not gonna work, of course, for contraband weapons or for locked legendaries. Now you're like, locked legendaries? Yeah, you know, sometimes you get an instance, not the unlock for the Dark Tribute or another different reward from one of the challenges, and it's not working with these. So with the locked legendaries, you have the old school selection, but otherwise you do it with these little arrows. I'm gonna show you that in a second. And the last selection will be the new default skin, because otherwise you pick the gun, then you have always to click the arrows. That's not helping either. Then you just have a new problem. But yeah, dude. And there's a little bonus. Let me show you. Boom. There's also an unequip all. So you can see now these arrows. You click through them. It saves that basically, and whenever you equip the gun, it's gonna put the legendary on it. I like this. I love this. Yeah, you can already see there are some more changes. So we're gonna talk about that soon. And something else that I will just, you know, rush through, because otherwise this video will be an hour long. Weapon stats. So right now the weapon stats are kinda meh. Especially like the handling thing. You have like a sway, melee, and I don't know what else. It's all in one stat, so you can't really compare the guns that well. Now you have better readability. Some stats were confusing. For example, RPM didn't make sense on a lot of guns, so they changed that too. And as I said, it allows now for better comparison. So you have now spread, sway, and recoil. Just to mention a few, look at this. Yeah, lots of things that you can compare now. And that replaces handling, which is cool, I think, because now you can actually have a look at sway for gun A, B, C, and not kind of guess for them. Thumbs up. But there is still more. Oh boy, whew. Get your pitchforks and your torches. Nah, just kidding. but there's quite a few solo changes coming up. And it's probably... Man, dude, solo game is back on the menu, boys. Self-revive is back with Necromancer. So yeah, but before everybody's losing their shit and angrily typing in the comment section and wishing me death and everything, because yeah, shoot the messenger, that's always a good idea. It's gonna be 10 seconds instead of 4. Fair enough, honestly. Now you can absolutely not complain anymore if you get killed by somebody who is self-reviving. Then you honestly messed up. There's now probably exactly 2 scenarios against decent players where self-revive will work. The first one is a huge shootout with multiple teams at a boss level, for example, where you just don't expect it to be a solo, or you have somebody at long distances and he's just falling, you know, from the roof and you cannot get there, no line of sight to cover that. Then Necromancer will be good. But for like self-reviving bomb lancers and shotguns and stuff like that and crossbows, honestly, if they kill you, you kind of fucked up. Let's be honest here. So keep in mind, self-revive is coming back with 1.12. Also with the bug fixes, because when you were the last guy alive and you traded and you self-revived, the server didn't know that you were coming back, and the server was like, bye-bye, shutting down, get wrecked. And also there was another bug with it that they fixed. Can't remember, but most of the bugs, or all the bugs, should be fixed. Now you're probably, what about the MMR abuse? Yeah, so far right now there are no changes with the MMR, so people can still kind of self-revive them non-stop to drop MMR. I already gave my personal feedback that only the first death should count for MMR drop, but all deaths should count towards your KD. You could also do it a little bit more fancy with, for example, having like a timer. If you die once, it counts, of course, for your MMR, and if you self-revive, and there's like a time window of, I don't know, a minute or 2, and you're dying again, it counts again full against your MMR. Because some people actually manage to pull it off to self-revive multiple times, and they're not abusing the system, but they should be affected than normally, at least in my opinion. So yeah, there are no changes yet. Maybe once this comes live, there will be adjustments. We will have to wait and see. No, this is not everything though. No. As I said, solos, man, they have everything. No, just kidding. But Magpie gives now all 3 effects. This is not solo only, just to be clear here, but I didn't want to make an extra slide for Magpie. You're picking up the bounty, you get now stamina, regeneration, and antidote. There's something for solos though. If you have Magpie as a solo, you get 10 seconds now of Dark Side boost. Frikadelle, Chris, one of the developers from Crytek, was in my stream while we watched the dev stream together. He was joking, for every year that you were annoying us to give solos 10 seconds, you get 1 second. So 5 years later, you get 10 seconds. Nice. Well, I was persistent, I guess. Nah, he was just joking. It was actually a cool joke. So solos get now 10 seconds with Magpie. They also loot 2 seconds. That is kind of news. So if you're wondering what DSB is, it's Dark Side Boost. So whenever I loot a body, I get 2 seconds and not 1. I think this is fair. Teams have 10 seconds anyway. Teams, when they loot a body, they get 2 seconds as well. And you're still getting outnumbered. So I think this is cool. And on top of that, to get these benefits as a solo, I need the trade. You also have to keep in mind, and I think this is important, back to the self-revive real quick, there is no death cheat in the game anymore. So, of course, what was enforcing the issue with self-revive is that everybody was running it, because it just did not fucking die. Now people have to get Necro first, so not every hunter will have it. So this should also like help with, you know, that's it, Mike, right? No, that's not it. More solo changes. So, Serpent. You can now Serpent bounty includes rifts from 50 meters and not 25, so they're doubling distance. And on top of that, that's not all, with the energy that you get from the rift, from the bounty, or from the clue, it lets you fly for 15 seconds. Now, okay, that was maybe a little bit too much, so no, you cannot fly yet. But yeah, okay. So I have to say, Necromancer, I like it. With the changes, it will not be very useful in close range against experienced players. And if you're not paying attention, you fucked up, you get punished, that's fine. Then we also have Magpie, alright. I think that evens out the playground. I like that. Serpent is the only thing where I'm like, whatever, honestly. I never died while using Serpent. I never got one huge tactical advantage by using Serpent from, I don't think this will matter much. Sure, there's a few things that work now. For example, you can stay out of clue range, so the clues will not go off while you take them with Serpent. But I don't think this will be super impactful. This will be nice to have, but otherwise that's it. Then we have some more changes. It's not just for solos, but it's mostly for solos, so I'm keeping this here in the solo chapter. It's the underdog bonus. It's a little bit increased, not by much, dude. If you play solo against duos, you get now 300 instead of 250, and against trios 600 instead of 500. So maybe you didn't know that when you play solo and you extract bounty, you get a little bit of a bonus because you were playing alone. And duos versus trios from 125 to 150. So nothing major, but I just want to have that here in this solo area. Not completely solo, but mostly. Then there's a few minor things, so I'm just gonna rush through them. Quick play changes, more guns added to the starting pool. They added a lot of guns and they were not in this pool, so they're gonna be added now. Also, interacting with rifts will show you now the trait that you get. You had to open the map, check which trait it is. Now it pops up on the right of your screen, and you don't have to open up the map every time you get a rift to check what kind of clue you're getting, or what kind of trait you're getting, sorry. So that is nice. Then we also mentioned, did we mention that already? No, we did not. We have something else that is amazing, and it's gonna be lootable saddles. No, you cannot ride horses, I'm very sorry, but it's something else that we can interact with on the map. And I think this is cool because it's kind of lacking that, honestly. So there will be saddles now, lootable saddles, strapped to dying horses, and hitching posts. I'm gonna show you pictures in a second. The saddlebags have consumables or hunt dollars, and the weapon holsters might contain a lootable gun. For example, element carbine. Nice, makes budget runs or even naked runs a little bit more fun. Keep in mind rule of 2, so 2 people can use that. I don't think it works with the gun though, but the saddlebag works with that. This is how this looks. Amazing, honestly. You see them already in a few locations. They are not fixed spawns as far as I know. Here you can see the saddlebag there. This is how it looks in-game. And this is how it looks on a dying horse. It actually, I don't have a clip. I'm lazy. Okay, there was a clip during the dev stream and they showed how it looks like when the horse is still wiggling around. Honestly, looks pretty cool. So have fun with that. We're gonna get new quest lines. Finally, it's been a while. We had Mama May and Billy's story, and lately there wasn't that much. So we will get 2 in the next update. One starts in March and one starts in April. I'll give you the exact dates in a bit. They are already available on the test server, and there's gonna be a little bit more of, it's easier to finish them. There's now more shared team contribution. So if you both have to equip a rifle, then you can just share the rifle quest, and I think that's great. Also improved readability, improved visibility, and additional UI dressing. You know, all sounds fancy. Let's have a look at how all of this looks. Those are the 2 quest lines. You can see the dates. 22nd of March, we're gonna have the first quest line. That also means that, yeah, you kinda can guess already when everything will come live. Around the 22nd of March, or 22nd of March is probably the latest, when the 1.2 patch will be released. And we have Vengeance of the Skin, the 26th of April. So the quest lines look like this. So this is with the readability, the changed like text, colors and stuff like that. It looks cool. And yes, I saw that as well. Gator traps. So they didn't show us everything apparently during the dev stream, and they're still hiding 1 or 2 things. Gator was confirmed. Yeah, just leaked that, just like that. And Kappa, I'm kidding, okay. Those are basically the 2 quests, and you can already see there's gonna be a Scottfield Precision Legendary, a new Betier Legendary, I think Duster's Legendary, and then with the other one, with the skins, you get a new bomb lance, a new officer brawler, and a new weapon charm. And the gun unlocks for the Centennial Shorty suppressed, crack bayonet, and crack sniper. So yeah. And I'm looking forward to that just because I always want to have something to do in my game. Okay, only 3 more chapters, so stay strong. I want to talk about one more thing that they're gonna change on the test server, and that's gonna be the wildcard contract. So, as you know, they're planning on bringing wildcards, and this is a test run right now. So, this will change a little bit the interface. You have now your standard contract and your wildcard contract. Like the veterans know, back in the days we had multiple contracts, so you could select a specific bounty, a specific daytime setting. It was kind of nice. Apparently they're bringing this now kind of back, and also skill-based matchmaking is always turned on for this period of time. So yeah, if you're wondering, hey, where's my skill-based matchmaking button? It doesn't exist. Like, there will always be skill-based matchmaking now enabled. You cannot turn it off. Which I personally think, I don't care. For me, it doesn't really matter. And for new players, I think it's nice because they can't turn it off on accident. So I think this is good. Wildcard right now will be nighttime. So there will be no nighttime in the standard contract rotation. There's gonna be fog though in the standard contract rotation. I don't know. I would have liked to have fog out of the rotation because you can't snipe at night. It's just hard to see, but you still have some distance. Sniping during fog is just bleh. But okay, I think in the future wildcard contracts will be like the Inferno or the Serpent Moon with the different nighttime setting. Maybe something like this. I don't know. Just don't be confused when you see this pretty soon. Yes, people are also asking, what about the Lunar Pact? That's old news that has even a date from 2022 there, like from the previous event. Okay, just ignore this. Just a placeholder. So, apparently Geralt is also a 3-star. Yeah. Don't believe that. Okay, that's it with the contracts, with the wildcard contracts, and the skill-based matchmaking being always on. Alright, let's jump to the next chapter. And we have 2 more chapters and then we're done with the video. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I didn't cover everything in this video. There's also some map changes that they teased during the dev stream for Weeping Stonewall, for example. I hope I can make a separate video with all the map changes and we can discuss them separately, because otherwise I need some sleep too. Alright, so legendary content, and I have to say, oh my god. So I'm gonna say goodbye here. You will only hear my fangirl voice. We're gonna have a look at the legendaries. First one, Firebomb, Brooks Burner. William Moses, the redneck, was driven off his farm with little more than his guns and hats. That little more included a bottle of his favorite drink. He's fashioned a firebomb of it to save for a sentimental occasion. Okay, looks nice. Sadly, this is not a Hellfire bomb, which is making me sad, but looks nice. Then new Romero 77, the Flat Iron. The Carcass Gunrunner brought in many fine and exotic weapons, but for himself alone, he tinkered with this Romero 77 Alamo. Built from shop parts, the shotgun has become his preferred recourse in difficulties with smugglers in his employ. Looks nice, a bit bulky there. I don't know what the numbers mean though. That's... maybe we'll note it soon. This is absolutely nuts. Spark Silencer Muscadine. No idea how to pronounce it, I'm sorry. The fine rifle of an eccentric connoisseur, this Sparks LRR silencer seemed out of place amongst Jetsam and Driftwood in the bayou. The first sign that soon enough stranger things would wash to shore. It looks amazing. Then, it's not it. Weapon Charm, Ferryman's Coin. A token that calls for the ferryman granting passage to life after death. Dangling from a hunter's weapon, this coin is promised to the unfortunate soul at the end of their sights. I think this is cool, and this will probably be my favorite weapon charm once it's out. Weapon charm, Nimin Claw. Okay. The only weapon that could pierce the mythical Neiman lion's hide was its own claw. The claw now hangs from a coin, but there are no heroes, no myths, and no grand feats. There are only coin and combat. Alright. I don't see the coin. But that's okay. Not my favorite, gonna be honest. Way too thick, and it's kind of a weird claw. But hey, maybe you'll like it. And no king shake, that's totally fine. Weapon charm, Ruby's Favor. Earth sweats, bejeweled tears, and bleeds through veins of gold. Now the precious metal and stunning ruby combine to flaunt ridiculous wealth. A bold action in the face of many desperate hunters. Looks nice, a little bit too much bling bling for my taste. Then we have the weapon charm, Blood Relic. That's weird, because I think during the dev stream it said blood bullet, but yeah, one of the two is gonna be wrong. The choice of blood varies, but the vial's meaning remains the same. A promise to get home safe and a warning that this hunter will end any life in their way. Looks cool. Very dark. I like it. We have two hunters, legendary hunter Warmbite. Warmbite treats where maggots set their mouths to work in Stillwater Bayou. Each soul he buries is gifted a single bullet, one flash of light. One last chance to strike the darkness in the place it calls home. Wait, what, is he shooting them in the head while they're already dead? This is confusing. Looks nice though. I also like that it's not one of these hunters, you know, with the hood and the face mask and everything. Like, we got a few edgelords lately. Then we have the next hunter. Okay. Legendary hunter, the Hornback. Prideful to a fault, Marsha Combe, the Hornback, ingratiated herself to the reptilian, turning hard-won hides into precious dollars. Her flair for dress was balanced with ruthlessness, granting her success with certain clientele, and uses far beyond stitching. That looks nice. No, not one of these edgelord. It looks a little bit like the turncoat. Very similar to them. I like it. I have to say, all these legendaries are pretty dope. Okay, so we're at the end of the video. Final chapter, personal opinion. So keep in mind, feel free to disagree. I'm happy if you agree, but stay civilized. So 1.12 is great. Lots of bug fixes that were annoying for a long time. Reload bug, left side peak, if it's true that it's fixed, you never know. But we're gonna check that out in test server. And I'm not super 100% happy. Yes, dear Mr. Streamer, never happy. I'm still not seeing the new content. Like, yeah, new gun variants, new skins, that's always nice, but... I mean, we have the Centennial suppressed, so that's a new toy that we can play with for probably more than just 1 or 2 days and experiment around with that. But really new content, like a new boss, new map, is still lacking. Now, I know I sound like a bitch, and I'm fully aware that there's like 60 or 70 people, I think, dedicated to the Project Hunt Showdown over at Crytek. So it's not like a super big development team. They're lacking people. So if you're interested, by the way, they have a crap ton of job offers on their homepage. So you can have either bug fixing or new content. So the bug fixing is done, so I'm looking forward for this year to have some massive content. Yes, I'm aware that there's a roadmap that they release, or a roadmap video, yesterday. I'm gonna watch that, and I'm gonna make a video about it too. That's gonna be a long video, but that one I don't care, because I will go through everything that they say, analyze that, criticize them, pat them on the back if they did something nice. Looking forward to that one. So, 1.12, dude, is solo stream. Self-revive is kind of ruined for close range engagements. It is still nice though. I played yesterday against trios, and a couple times I killed 2, and then I trade with the last one, and I'm just dead, although I wiped the trio. So now I can come back. That is nice. And with the 10 seconds, I think nobody can complain anymore that it's too strong. You really need to fuck up to, or get very, very unlucky to not get that solo anymore. Exception, solo snipers, 200 meters, but you won't get it. What else is there? Serpent changes, I think, are kind of whatever, and everything else, so I think it's pretty cool. So let's play it, test server, let's get some intel, let's get a feeling for it, and then drop some feedback for them. Alright, that's it, let's roll the outro. And that's it for today's video. Again, I didn't cover everything. I tried to cover the most important topics. Let me know in the comment section what you think about being able to fly as a solo, which obviously was a joke before people lose their goddamn mind. Sadly, you have to say stuff like this is a joke. But there's a few people who are no jokes at all, my patrons, right here. Thank you very much for supporting me. You guys are awesome. Thank you for watching. Once the test server is up, go and check out everything. I hope you will like it. See you in the next one. Until then, have a good day and bye.
Boys! Okay, so today I would like to present to everyone the OTK company survey. So, this is my thesis. Basically, I was encountered with a problem. And the problem is that everyone around me is fake as f, except for me. So I had this idea. What if I make an anonymous ballot where streamers can vote completely anonymously of which of their friends they like or hate the most. And they won't have to worry at all about viewers or even each other knowing what they really think. So the result of this study was I exposed that all these people are actually shit, terrible human beings. Let me explain how I did this. So step one, I messaged everybody in OTK and I basically got them to agree to do this. I collected screenshots of all of this. So you can see Tectone, Emily, Sear, NMP Tips, Soda, Asman all got back to me pretty quickly. Miz, I sent him the link. He did not acknowledge it and then linked me a LSF post immediately, like within 3 minutes. But he still filled it out, so it was fine. And then Esfand, I messaged him on Discord like 4 times. I even messaged Bonnie in Wake. I called his phone twice and it still took over 24 hours. Like everyone else was done like 12 hours before he was. But it's fine. The point is, I got it done, so it's fine. Step 2, I sent them a Google Forms document that I made. So basically, I wrote a bunch of questions. Like, this is an example one, I didn't actually use this one. Who is the most annoying? And then all 10 members are options on it. And then on the right is like an example of this that I stole from TikTok. Step 3, so these are the rules that I told all of them. I asked that they don't vote for themselves, especially on the good ones, but some of them definitely did vote for themselves at least once. I'm not gonna say who, but they definitely did. And the responses were anonymous. I didn't get their emails or anything, so I don't know who answered what, but I mean, you can kind of guess. And the only people who voted were the 10 people that were also optional, so it was just the 10 members of OTK, so everyone, and Tips, I also voted, and I had 18 questions. I also made a tier list of how challenging it was to get them to fill out the survey. I mean, you can probably kind of tell by all the screenshots I put earlier. Emily, Tectone, Asman, it was very easy. Miz, Tips, Nick, it was pretty easy. Sear and Soda, they got it done. It took them a little bit, but they got it done. And then S-Band was very, very fucking difficult. Alright, so here are the results. Keep in mind, everyone voted on this. Okay, so I started with some easy questions, and then there were some more, who is the most athletic? Why did one person say Asman? So 7 people in OTK voted for Nick, 2 for Miz, and 1 for Esfand. I don't think it's really a surprise. I was a little surprised that no one voted for anyone else, but I guess like who else would you vote for? Because everyone else is just skinny gamers, I guess. Alright, next. Who is the least athletic? You wanted them to vote you? No, I didn't say that. I mean, why would they vote me for the most athletic? Doesn't even make any sense. Well, you're wrong. 60% of OTK. 6 people voted for Asman. 2 voted for me. 1 voted for Extra Emily, and 1 voted for Miz. I don't know who voted for Miz. It wasn't me. He voted himself? I don't think so, but I could be wrong. Alright. Who would die first in a horror movie? This one was interesting. 6 people voted for Nick, and then it was a 4-way tie for me, Emily, Asman, and Soda. Keep in mind this is an anonymous poll. It's anonymous. Anyway, moving on. Who is the most likely to kill somebody? interesting that only guys got voted. Miz voted himself on every question, there's no doubt. I don't think he did. There's some where he's not. Who's the most reliable? So who is most likely to show up for stuff and is responsible? I can't believe people are saying me. What the heck? Nick won this one too. I didn't get a single vote. 6 people voted for Nick. 1 person voted for Wait, maybe you guys are right. I actually don't remember the results. So if there's 1 vote for Miz on every one, then maybe he did just vote for himself, whatever. I don't know. So Tips got 2 votes, and then Tectone got 1. And Miz got 1. I think that this is because Nick just helps everyone, no matter what if they ask. And you know, he always shows up on time for his stream. You can always count on him to end at noon, except for today, I guess. Okay, next question. Who's the least reliable? I was excited to see the results of this one. So, this one was close to a 4-way tie, but we only have 10 people in TK. So 3 people voted for Aswin, 3 voted for Miz, and then 2 for Techie and 2 for Aswin. I don't really know why Techie got 2 votes, because I feel like he always shows up to stuff. Aswin does too, I guess, but he, I guess maybe it's because of Zach Rar. You are all least reliable? What? That's not true. Nobody voted for you? I do show up to stuff! When have I ever not shown up to something unless it's my own stream? But I don't think that's anything about that. Yeah, I'm comfortably in the middle. I'm not reliable or unreliable. And when no one expects something either way, then you have freedom to do whatever you want, be whoever you want to be. Anyway, moving on. Who do you think has the most money? See, okay, so I feel like this has an obvious 2 or 3 answers, but the reason I put this question on the survey was I wanted to see what all the egos thought, because there's some big egos in OTK. So I don't think it's any surprise that only Asmin, Miz, and Soda were on this. It was very close. Asmin won by 1 vote. Miz won by Miz lost. Has 3 votes. Soda also has 3. Who did I vote for on this? I think I voted for Asmin, so maybe I was the swinging vote. I don't know. I actually filled out the poll first though, so I wasn't influenced. So, I don't know. People think Miz got no money. It's because of the 400k thing, but I mean, the only reason that that's even a thing is because his money is in investments. Right, guys? Why Asmin? Bro, do people not remember Asmin used to average over 100k viewers and stream for like 30 hours? And have you seen Asmin's YouTube? Asmin's like almost as big as like Voice Critical on YouTube. Like, I don't even want to know how much he makes on YouTube. That shit's probably disgusting. Oh, that's the other thing. Asmin doesn't spend money. I don't think Soda really does either, to be fair. I don't think Soda really spends money either. Next question. Who is the funniest? I thought the results for this were funny in their own way. I'll explain why. Someone said no one. What the hell? Okay, so first interesting thing. It was a 5-way tie. Second, it's kind of strange that no one voted for me or Emily. But anyway, so Nick, Miz, Seer, Soda, S-Fan all got 2 votes. Who did I vote for on this? I don't remember. I think Miz or Seer, I don't remember. Someone said you're lame. I'm sorry, man. All the dudes voted for themselves? That's something I was wondering about. I wonder who voted for themselves. And anyone who's not on this pie chart, it's probably safe to assume they probably didn't vote for themselves much at all. Alright, next question. I asked everyone, who Oh, y'all, okay. Tectone got 4 votes, and Miz got 4 votes for most dramatic. And then Sierra got 1, which I guess they meant dramatic, like theatrical. And then Tips got 1 for some reason. I don't know why. Tips. I would say it's because of the meetings, because I've seen things get a little bit heated at the owners' meetings, but I'ma just say it's not Tips who's the worst. I'm not gonna say who is the worst, but it's not Tips. And it's not me. You already know I'm sitting there saying nothing, observing. Who sucks the most at driving? And most people in OTK have all been like driving with each other. So I was like, everyone probably knows. Oh, I forgot that Emily bottomed out the R8. Well, you'll be surprised to know that she actually did not win this one. And it's because first-hand experience. Emily actually got no votes. S.W.Frost the worst driver. Okay, the problem with S.W.Frost is he'll like press the gas and then let go, and then press the gas and then let go, and like hit the brake and then hit the gas. So it's like you're always like this in the car. And then Miz got 2nd. I was dangerously close to being the runner-up. And then Soda got 1 vote. I've actually never been in the car with Soda driving, so I can't speak on that. But maybe Nick voted for him for that, because I don't know if anyone else has been in the car with Soda. I don't know. Soda isn't allowed to drive. Doesn't he have a car though? Is that just like a big streamer thing? Yeah, I forgot about the R8 thing, or I might have voted Emily. I don't know. Anyway, next question. Who has the best drip? I think this one was kind of obvious. Yeah, guys, surely these streamers who spend 6 figures on cars have never driven them just because they have no license. Surely. 8 people voted for Seer, 1 for S.W.Frost, and 1 for Emily. I don't think this was any surprise. For a while, when I was like looking at the results as they came in, Seer was at 100% for a while. Emmy not even on the list. Bro, have you seen me? You gotta be mentally ill to want to dress like this. Anyway, no cosplays don't count for drip. They don't count. Anyway. Alright, next question. Who on OTK is the best gamer? This was another question where I was unsure if people voted for themselves. So there was a variety of answers for this one. 4 people voted for Soda, 2 people voted for me and Nick, and then 1 for Asmin and 1 for Techie. Now I will say, Techie is very adamant that he is the sleeper best gamer in OTK. And I have not seen anyone else echo that sentiment. Who voted you? Probably one of those was Tips. Probably. No, I don't know. I don't know. Alright. This was a good one. Who was the worst gamer? I was surprised. People voted Seer. 3 people voted for Seer. Yeah, I was surprised by that. And then there were 2 votes each for Emily, Miz, and Tips. I guess they voted Tips because he doesn't really play games anymore besides WoW sometimes. And then 1 vote for Aspen. It's because he doesn't play WoW. Yeah, does anyone have any insight to why 3 members of OTK voted for Seer? I genuinely have no idea who would have voted for Seer. He's kind of a boomer, but for most people in this org, they're just jealous. Soda definitely voted Seer. Well, then who are the other 2 people? I don't know. You did admit it. I didn't. I'm not gonna say who I voted for if it wasn't Seer. Who do you think is the nicest? Who's the nicest? You already know what question's coming after this one. But I had to start with this one. Alright. So, I wasn't surprised that Emily won. But I was a runner-up with Nick. So Emily got 4 votes. One of those was mine. 2 votes for me, 2 for Nick, 1 for Soda, and 1 for Tectone. Very interesting stuff. Birthday gifts carried you. True, I feel like I give good birthday gifts. You flipping people off for the photo. I thought that was a good picture to pick for this. Y'all think Soda voted himself? I don't think so. I feel like he probably voted for Emily. I don't know. Okay, so since this question was, who's the nicest? The next question was, who do you think is the meanest? Don't do it. What's up, Techie? There were 6 votes for Nick, 3 for Soda, and 1 for Miz. Rigged? Okay, well if it's rigged, then who should have won this one? Tectone is not mean. He's just a dick. You? When am I ever mean? Who have I been mean to? No, okay, so the thing with Nick, I think I can explain these results. Nick is not like a mean-spirited person. He's just blunt. Like, he'll say shit that people don't want to hear, and like he's not afraid to say it. And sometimes he's also like, fuck you, I don't want to be dealing with this. But he's not like a mean-spirited guy or anything. I think that's what this come from. But then Soda being 3rd, I don't feel like Soda's mean either. Is Soda mean? I don't know. Soda is an ass sometimes. I guess. I don't know. Who did you vote? I would prefer to abstain on this one. I'll just say I didn't vote for Miz. I don't know who the one person who voted for Miz is, but it wasn't me. Next question. Who is the most mature / intelligent? Alright, who is the most mature and intelligent? Voted by the 10 members of OTK. So, 3 votes for Asmin, 3 for Tips. I wasn't that surprised by this. 2 for Nick, 1 for Emily, and 1 for Espant. Asmin? I voted for Tips. This question is hard because mature and intelligent don't go hand in hand. Maybe I should have made the question who's most adult. I don't know. That's actually true. Yeah, I guess you can be intelligent but not mature. And vice versa. True. It's a rigged question. My bad. Who has the best laugh? I'm sorry, I just had to use this picture. I found it on Google. Why does it look like someone like left a shoe print on his head? Anyway, 6 votes for Nick, and then 2 for Techie and 2 for Espan. I don't think this is really surprising. They all have good laughs. But I feel like everyone kind of has a good laugh. But this was who has the best laugh. So this is what people thought. Best laughs. Not you. Well, I don't laugh, so you just don't know, bruh. S-Man's laugh is contagious. Oh my god. Okay, I never compliment people's laughs anymore because I had this best friend that I met on League. His name's Blunder. And he had the most amazing laugh. Like one of those people that when they laugh, you just start laughing because of their laugh. Like not even because of anything else. And I finally told him, I was like, bro, you have the most amazing laugh. Like, I just love hearing it so much. He never laughed the same ever again. Have I already told this story? I'm sorry, my memory's so bad. Yes. It's just, it was just, it made me sad, so I just think about it a lot. And think about how I'm a shit person. Why did that ruin it? I guess because it made him self-conscious or something. I don't know. I think the next question might be the last one. Oh yeah, this is the last question. So this was more of a personal one. Who do you talk to the most? So, everyone OTK, who they're the closest with, basically. Why are people saying rhyme? Okay, 4 people voted for Miz. I don't think that's any surprise, because he's probably the most outgoing of everyone. 2 for Seer, 2 for Nick, 1 for S-Man, and 1 for Tips. Not on here? Bro, you act like you don't know what kind of fucking person that I am. I don't even answer my Discord DMs for like 3 days. I do talk to everyone, just not a lot. And you're proud of that? I mean, I'm not proud, it's just like, that's just what I don't know. What's wrong with that? Don't be mad at S-Fan then? Wait, true. No, when people ask me to do stuff, I do it right away. Okay. So I compiled some of the data, just like for fun. Some of the results. Okay, so conclusions. People voted for Nick a lot. It was also pretty obvious that a couple people voted for themselves at least once, if not a lot. And I don't trust any of these people now. Join bottom. I got 9 votes. Nick got 42 votes. You trusted them before? I mean, not really. I just reinforced my worldviews now. Why is the graph flipping us off? It kinda is, I'm sorry. Okay, so I really enjoyed doing this, it was fun. I will probably make a second one, OTK Forums 2 Drama Edition, with worse questions. This one was like testing the waters, I guess. And I also thought it might be fun to do a Twitch chat edition, but I'm worried that if I only share it with you guys, it's gonna be really biased. But I mean, I guess even if I share it with everyone else's chats, it'll probably be biased one way or another. Botted and biased. Can people still bot it if I do the, like, you have to log in thing? I guess that helps. I don't know. That's it. That's the PowerPoint. 1,000 viewers from, or something from each community. That's a good idea, but how would I, like, make sure that not more than people than that vote on it? I could probably cap it. There's probably a way to do it.
Hey everyone, Cynics here. It's time for another Anatomy Quick Tips. Today we'll be focusing on the beacon of honesty that is the hips. Yes, that will include some butts and some thighs and all sorts of salacious curves. Don't get too mesmerized though, hips are actually the most important cornerstone for making good poses and gestures. As always, if you're new to Anatomy Quick Tips, these videos are designed to offer a shorthand anatomy for design and illustration purposes, more so than fine art. So bear in mind, there will be a focus on simplification and stylization. In that spirit, every single thing you'll see in this video was done without ever looking at reference. So please excuse any wobbles in accuracy. Alright, let's get in there and bake some cakes. Starting off with structure, the skeletal side of things can seem fairly complex. The pelvic bones have all sorts of movements and shapes, but luckily most of that is fairly hidden, so we can skip to just the important parts. The overall feeling can be looked at as something like a bowl that holds a bunch of your lower internal organs. The large upper sides of that bowl are what I might commonly refer to as the hip bone, technically the iliac crest, while the connection of the femur into the pelvis, and specifically that part sticking out to the side, the greater trochanter, is what I will commonly just call the hip joint. So hip bone and hip joint, aka iliac crest and greater trochanter. That's all we really care about for our purposes, and for even greater simplicity, we're really just going to be using the most forward angle of the iliac crest as our de facto hip bone. Moving on to muscles, we don't need to stress out over too many names, but we can fill in that gap on the side between our hip bones and hip joints with some tensor fasciae muscles. Of course, the quad muscles are quite important. Some connect straight to the femur, but the most superficial parts of the rectus femoris come all the way up to that front of the hip bone. And don't stress out over these complex names, you don't need to know them, they're just for reference purposes. Now, on the inner thigh area, we have some other muscles and adductors that form a different flow of movement toward the center of the pelvis. These can be more visible or less visible depending on angles and movements. Altogether, these give us enough substance to draw what we need to draw. On the back side of things, of course, we mostly have to worry about the butt. You might be aware of the gluteus maximus as the main muscle that makes up the butt, but let's not forget about the gluteus medius at the top, which does swoop in and add a lot of subtle shape toward the top of the butt. Back to the gluteus maximus, you can notice how it swings outward towards some lateral muscles on the legs, and stretching downward from under that muscle, you get the hamstrings and some other minor muscle groups. We can also take note of how the gluteus maximus and medius muscles can be flexed in order to form a dimple shape on the side of the butt. Overall, that might feel like a lot of anatomical stuff to keep track of, but luckily I'm going to break down some very simple reductions that will make it all a lot easier. The starting point for everything will be the classic Superman underwear. These undies will represent our hip structure in most situations. Practice drawing them comfortably from various subtle angles. The hip joints are actually just going to be visualized as two floating dots, level with the bottom of our undies, but even further off to each side. Now, translating this into a side view can be tricky. If we just do a pure side view of the undies, it gives us some useful information, but still feels a bit lacking. How can we make this more useful and have it include the butt? Well, we're going to introduce another shape for the side view. Looks a bit like a stubby cannon, but we're going to call it the tilted pot. The flat front side of that pot will represent the hip bone, and of course the rounded side is the butt. Using both the undies and the tilted pot together will give us everything we need to build all sorts of good poses. Anyway, let's focus on just the front view a bit more. You should try to develop a comfortable sense of subtle variety with the pentagonal undie shape. You can have a set baseline that you like, and then try to make a slightly more narrow one or wider one. Notice how the wider version tends to slope outward more from the top. That sloping can continue outward to get wider set hip joint indicators as well, as floating dots. If I add some more underwear shapes below this, we can also talk about the variety in waistlines. This doesn't require you to do anything different with the hips, but it's worth practicing different sizes of waistlines as well. Starting from a simple one that is basically the same width as the hips, you can exaggerate how the obliques are shaped in relationship to the hips by adding some quick inward curving lines that make the whole abdominal area feel like it's resting on the hip structure. Alternately, if we want to have a very slim waistline, we can lead from the hips upward and inward with a sloping line that connects toward a narrower rib cage. For a larger gut, we can just allow the obliques to rest with a lot more mass and weight on top of those hips. A classic muffin top formation. The big thing you might start realizing is that our underwear shape is not going to be visible in the end. What does that mean? It means we're actually doing something I almost never do in these videos: construction. Yes, you might know I generally hate construction. Why? Because it usually leads to less creative and stylized drawings. But in this case, I've always found that starting poses with a quick indication of ribs and hips actually leads to more stylized and fun shapes that you might not try otherwise. This will be very important when we get to poses in a future video. Alright, so we can hopefully add abdominal areas to our hips, but what about on the other side with the thighs? Let's do a few more quick mock-ups. We'll try to make one of them a bit thicker, one a bit more muscular, and one a bit more neutral. We can even add some contour lines to really help express the forms of the thighs. On our thicker version, we're going to store a lot more fat deposits around the hips, which means less muscle definition and a stronger rounding of all of the shapes. The muscles that drive the inner thigh up toward the center of the pelvis are going to feel less noticeable, and even the quad muscles will take a backseat to the buildup of fat around the hip joints and upper thighs. Notice how small that little S-curve movement gets. The muscular version is going to play off the quads a lot. The muscle body of the quads is much lower on the thigh, and without many fat deposits, this is going to make everything around the hip joints feel much more narrow and angular. This will lead you toward a much stronger and noticeable S-curve that goes further down the leg. Finally, on our neutral test subject, we can just keep the mass low everywhere, not much muscle and not much fat. This just leads to less movement on both sides and a very subtle and simplified curve in the thighs. Let's throw in some more practice from the side view. We can start with all of our tilted pots, some bigger and some a little narrower. Adding in the side view of our undie shape next, the key is to make sure it sticks out further forward than our tilted pot. Obviously, with a bigger tilted pot, aka a bigger butt, you can just let that carry a bit more weight behind the hips. Of course, we're supposed to be mentioning the thighs, so make sure the thighs feel like they're flowing naturally off the front corner of the tilted pot and the lower back of it as well. Getting good at making quick little S-curve movements will be essential to making all of your anatomy drawings look better, so practice leading into them quickly and getting a smooth curve out. I feel like I'm making everyone far too caked up, so let's chill out a bit and make a couple smaller butts for variety. Generally, a smaller butt can have more of an obvious dimple formed by the muscles. You can also go full pancake mode and make everything much more angular. Maybe an extra crease or two under the butt for maximum sag if you're really trying to be more down to earth. Before I ever did anatomy quick tips, I did have a video on drawing butts specifically, so I'll sum that up best I can. We'll go for a baseline butt on the left, an exaggeratedly small Hank Hill butt in the middle, and full-on Pixar mom on the right. Most of this is just giving a different view on what I mentioned moments ago, small butts having more angles, dimples, and creases, while a larger butt is just more simplified.
Prof_Ameezy.
Do, however, pay
Welcome to my channel.
Oh, hello.
Playing on a private or live server.
It's my server. Yeah, that sounds bad, but I'm actually like trying to learn the game and figure out the bosses and stuff. And if I were to play on public server, I would probably play on PV server. So, I mean, everyone is free to join. If that's what you're asking. Everybody's welcome.
No, it doesn't sound bad. We had a private server for Salt when people played. How are you liking it?
It's good. It's grindy, but it's grindy in a good fashion, like rewarding fashion. Like you are chopping wood, collecting metals, sending like your minions to do the raids, equipping them with better weapons. You're dismantling your starting castle, which is something like here, and then I build like the other one in this area, so I can grab the resource from this specific zone. Then I constructed the second castle in this area to be, you know, closer to the other parts of the map. You know, I also invited a friend to play, and he actually, I think he settled the castle. Where is this castle? I can't see it. I think it's, yeah, it's here. So because we made like a clan, I have like a 2 castles and he has a 1, and he can make another one. So we can, instead of like cramping in like 1 castle, we can like pull the resource from 2 castles and like, you know, hoard the, you know, stuff and help each other and learn, you know, recipes together, and you know, it's like interesting.
Cool.
Yeah, I know there are like it sounds maybe yeah, have you seen the what's it called, the latest updates for the Hunt Showdown? There was like developers trip or something, you know, like everybody's favorite self-reviving is back. I'm you know, I don't care. I'm not like a mad lad to like revive myself in front of like a team of people. Eh.
Wait, they've made self-revive permanent?
Hey, it's back, baby. Didn't you read the news? Oh my god. You're lagging. Amazing. Well, you know, they didn't. They are about to. Yeah, I forgot to say...
okay, I think that's it for me.
No. Oh my lord. No. Don't be like that. Don't be like that. Let me show you.
So anyway, how are you, Snake?
Good. Good. Thanks for asking. I mean, the company that I work for, they kind of didn't like the idea that we didn't, you know, me and a couple of other workers didn't want to work for free. So they decided to ditch us. But then they realized, you know, they give us like an ultimatum, like you either gonna work or you're gonna like sign a, you know, resignation. And it was like an empty threat because we knew that they needed workers. And we actually fucked them up because all of us, you know, signed the resignation. You know, it's good. It's a scummy company. And, you know, now I'm like between the jobs. So yeah. And my company still has like a contract to do, like to make like a salamis. And they don't have workers because everybody quit. So they don't know what to do. and now they think they're gonna like employ people from like other town, like small town, you know, or a big city. And you know, we said like that's not gonna happen. Like I said it, me personally. Like who is gonna work when, you know, they're gonna ask like people from around, like, you know, is this company like trustworthy? Are they paying like well? Is the payment on time? And you know, we're gonna say like, no, it's a scam company. You know, nobody's gonna work. So they're fucked, really. And you know, me and my colleagues, like 20-30 of us, now we can look for the other job. It was bound to happen, you know, because the owner was like an asshole, like a royal asshole. Yeah. I don't regret it. So how are the things with the, you know, creative writing going? How are the things in that field? So do I repair or do I upgrade? That's a question. Scales, pristine leather, ghost yarn. I need 2 full armor sets. That's gonna cost arm and a leg. Pristine leather and the scales. Scales are a problem. You know, well, thanks for dropping by. Sorry if you're busy. I understand. Most of the people have jobs, you know. Not like me. 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's it. I don't have any materials for the second one. Well,
I'm here, just answering a text from one of my bosses.
oh, wow. So you're like busy 24/7. Nice. Bloody hell.
Creative writing is stalled, but there's a potential that I can get some grant money to work on a game idea I have. We'll see.
Okay, so what's the big game idea?
You wouldn't happen to know any trustworthy and good coders?
Trustworthy coders.
It will be a visual novel for one of my stories.
I don't know. I don't know.
I say trustworthy because Nick, at Elohi, got ripped off.
Oh. You mean he paid for the job?
They lied to him and just sold him code that wasn't their code to sell.
Oh. Well. There is like a saying in my country, well, probably in every language, if you want to do something, do it yourself. So do you people have like a small company like in a place like next to you, like people that have like a physical office that you
He
can...
found out about it later when they stopped responding to his messages and he hired a new coder, which I do not want to employ.
Yeah. I understand. So, scammy companies, scammy people. Okay, I get it. On about later when they stopped responding to his messages and he color which I do not want to employ. Oh, so you're like doing like text novel? Oh, no, nobody that I know personally. Or like
Yes.
the time and the passion to do it. It's not that I'm refusing or anything to like give you an answer. It's just like I simply don't know.
//store.steampowered.com/app/1096410/vampire_the_Terry's_new_York. Like that game.
Okay, so what am I looking at?
LOL. OMG the reader.
Yeah, because I hate like missing a message from like a chat. Oh, wow. This looks nice, the art style.
I get it. I appreciate your chat.
I mean, you can also like invite me to chat in a Discord, but if you're busy or you know, like...
It is a good game.
Yeah, that looks cool. It's $20. Is it like long enough for $20? It doesn't even have to be like the best game. It's just like a question of like, for $20, do I have something that's like
too much work for Discord today? I will have to stop chatting here shortly.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm just gonna disappear. Sorry. I'm gonna fade into nothingness.
Yes, I will try to price the game at $20. But it is all really new right now and I have a lot of work to do even before I apply for the grant. But, we'll see. I have more hope now than I did a year ago.
Well, that's like project of yours, like some novel that you wrote, and now you wanna transfer it into like an other format. Am I guessing good? You don't have to say yes, you know. Well,
Anyway, I'm glad you like this game. I hope to pick it back up again, especially in May when their new major update comes out. And yeah, I want to transfer a novel I'm writing into the virtual novel.
G for sure.
Oh.
Okay, let me just run through these real quick. We already case closed you. All right, so I need to level up some Haran here. So, does she have gifts she wants? Oh, damn it.
I'm glad you like this game. Hope you pick it back up again.
So this is like, oh, right. Why do humans constantly lie and betray each other?
Yeah, hope it's gonna be fine. Hope I'm gonna like make enough money to afford it.
toxic world of hustle culture.
Imagine a lifestyle where your career took the main seat. Now, imagine that this focus came at the cost of every other aspect.
The new update will be free, from what I understand.
That's called being a streamer.
Your hobbies, even your health, you don't have to imagine, because it's real, and it's called hustle culture.
Oh,
it's a mindset
okay.
that encourages hard work, allegedly in the pursuit of glory. If you're sleeping, it's because it gives you a slight edge.
Exactly. I hope it's gonna be something like on a level of, let's say, like from what I've seen, it should be something like a Diablo 3
on one hand, hustle
like
culture
system.
is a better vice than, say, drinking
I'm
3
not
bottles of vodka.
like really fan of that, but in a like
It's not hard to
format
see
of this game, maybe it will work.
Oh my god, bro, like, am I the only person that, like, I am so sick of seeing Thomas Shelby, the guy from Peaky Blinders, with some fucking quote that he didn't say as an Instagram motivational post. I'm so fucking sick of seeing these. Yeah, he didn't even say them. It was not even, like, this is some fucking quote from some, you know, some influencer guy that sells courses on how to hustle. You know, on how to get on the grind set.
It looks so attractive to me.
I agree with the podcaster about the Peaky Blinder motivational posts.
In this
They
video,
are
I'm
stupid.
going to talk about 6 big lessons that I've learned since I've given up hustle culture
Listen.
and the movement that I think is taking its place. But first,
You probably guessed that I'm listening
the first
to
time I heard about
this
hustle
guy.
culture, it felt right. It appealed to something deep within me that
https://udo.be/pm3tssw4g9i.
advertising guy who drinks a bottle of wine every night. I don't know which one's better, to be honest. But one day in that
Zach
advertising
Rar
job,
picks
I
cool
started working
videos.
with this lady from New York City. She had just
I have a friend who posts them all the time. I love her to death, but her posts are stupid.
I said, "Oh, what was that like
But she
working there?"
doesn't really talk to me anyway.
CEO,
2 thumbs up for being not good enough for people to stick around in my life.
Oh,
But
he's
check
that
out my
one
new
guy.
emotes.
Yeah, he's also on Instagram.
Perfam hi perfam lurk 2 perfam lack perfam what perfam face palm perfam cigar.
There he is.
Sometime his commentaries are insightful.
while also profiting off it.
If you want to have one of the
The
best
cigar
lives in the
one
world
is
and live
nice.
on your terms, you have to
Lurk is
pay your
nice.
dues to get there.
I was hooked. I started listening to his podcast.
Yeah, it's
I put it
cool.
on my morning commute and just get fired up. You know the feeling? And then meanwhile, I was
So-
admiring Casey Neistat's ability to make a vlog every
Yeah,
single
what do I
day.
do to get them?
There was this sense that
Nothing.
massive
I
effort
like
and massive rewards. And the cool
sub,
thing
I
about
guess.
that is effort
I'll
is
think about it when I get a job.
anybody can put in effort. It wasn't about talent, it was
Um,
about hard work. If you worked the hardest, you'd win. Cool.
Yeah.
Suddenly, rewards felt available to me. I got better
Oh
at my
yeah,
job. I even
no,
flew
it's
over to
fine.
New York a couple of times to work with this lady.
All
I ended up
right.
being the creative
You know.
director
I'm
and
just
writer on
proud
the
of them,
Gatorade commercials
is
and
all.
one for the
Impressive.
NFL. It
Holy
really felt
shit,
like my dreams
wow.
were coming true. But there was one big problem. I realized that no matter how hard I worked in my corporate job, I would
You're just
only
like
ever be making
flexing.
somebody else's dream
Especially
come
the
true.
lurk
I
emote
wasn't building
perfam
my
lurk
empire, I
2.
was building theirs, man.
That's nice.
So I did what any ambitious, childless person would do. and
Just
I
showing
quit
them
that
off
job to start
LOL.
my own thing. The plan was to build an apparel company based on my illustrations. And once again, I was hooked. Doing
That's a
this gave
decent
me a
idea.
huge surge of energy and motivation, but as we're soon going to learn, this was sadly temporary. I was still listening to Gary Vee, so in my head, my plan was just to grind 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I was going to
I never, like, whenever I was younger, I never listened to anybody's advice on how to, like, be successful at anything. Maybe that's, like, weird, but, like, I was just like, okay, well, look at what other people are
Okay
doing.
Snake,
they're kind of where
I love
wanna
and
be.
appreciate
okay, they're
you.
doing that. All right,
I
we'll
am
do
going
that
to
too.
go for now, but will lurk and maybe tomorrow
Yeah,
I
I
can
never
stop
really,
by
like,
and chat with you in
there's no,
person.
like,
I will try
motivational
to.
speaker or anything
Stay
like
safe and
that.
happy.
Yeah, I mean, that's
yeah,
getting advice.
drive
So,
safely.
No, I think that you have
Take
to
care.
inform yourself about what's like about like what you should do.
Thanks
and,
for
like,
dropping
how
by.
you should do it for sure. Yeah, it kind of makes sense.
LOL.
work the competition.
You know, I can give you a general health advice, and that sounds like it, I
I
guess.
did exactly that. And then I stopped. But why? Why did I stop? Well, to answer that, I'm going to have to take you through the 6 lessons that I've learned since I stopped hustling. Can't take myself seriously with that word.
I think that the whole terminology of it and everything is that I think people try too hard to people put too much of a emphasis on working hard, and I think that is a very, very wrong-headed mindset to go into being successful with. You should never want to work hard. You should want to succeed and outperform other people. It's not about working hard or not working hard. You have to look at what other people are doing and then find out how you can do it better. And preferably, you can do it better with less effort.
I'm on the couch now.
Efficiency
Grind
is more
set,
important
baby.
than hard
New
work.
angle too. Lesson 1. Hustle culture is deeply unsustainable. This is probably the most obvious insight, and most of us know it, so I won't dwell on it. I was young, and I had a lot of desperation to change my life, so I used it. But using desperation as your energy source 100% of the time turns out is super unhealthy. Don't get me wrong.
I think that depends on what your motivation is coming from. So, for example, like for me, I can, like, I don't need to stream anymore. I do whatever I want. But I still log on every day and I still stream because I like streaming. So it's like if you're hustling and your only goal is to make more and more money, I do think that there will be a point where you realize that, you know, if you get really successful and you make a lot of money, you realize that there's a certain point where you're not going to be any happy, probably. Like there's not going to be like a next level for you to get to that's like it's like tangible.
You're wrong, it gets things done, but not forever. My main goal was just to be in a different place to where I was, but this would eventually catch up with me in the form of burnout.
Yeah.
More on that later. Which leads me to the controversial...
I used to burn out a lot, and like I still burn out streaming on my main channel, as you guys can see. But other than that, I actually look forward to my stream every day. I enjoy streaming, I like it, I like doing it, and I don't really get burned out. Like, it doesn't matter if there's like a bad day, people are angry at me or something like that. It doesn't really matter because I just like doing it. So it's like you have to be your own North Star. If you can't make yourself happy with working and doing what you like doing, then you're just never going to be happy doing anything. Like, until you actually do something that you want. Like, there's not going to be an amount of money that will make you happy. And if there is, get that money, then quit. Right? There's plenty of people that they work a really, really stressful job for like 10 years, and then they make enough money to where they can like effectively retire and maybe have like a part-time job and just fuck off for the rest of their life. That's a great way to do things too. That's totally fine. But like, you're not going to just do that forever.
Lesson 2. Hustle and work. Or the goals that I had set. Yes. This feels kind of temporary to say, but yeah.
Yeah, if you work harder than other people and you're working at the same level of efficiency as them, you will outperform. That's how it works. Absolutely. It works this way with video games. It works this way with like competitive esports. It works this way with real sports. It works this way with the job. Like if you work more and if you put more time into it, you will have more breakthrough moments. You will have more skill. You will have more experience, and you will in general be better.
Those 3 years,
like at the very top of almost anything, you have people that are simultaneously working incredibly hard and also being as efficient as possible. It's not like you have to only do one and you'll be successful. If you want to be extremely successful, you have to be both.
Comic every single day, and I ended up going from 0 Instagram followers to about 200,000. So
that's pretty good.
Was a result. But in saying that, I do feel like I need to clarify why it worked and why it doesn't work moving forward. It worked because I was young, I had energy and a lot of hunger. I didn't have overheads. Nobody suffered if I went broke. And as poorly scripted movie dialogue as this sounds, yeah, I had nothing to lose. Now I'm still relatively young, driven and hungry, but with one big difference. And that is I value myself and my sanity so much more. Back then I had a lot of
I don't anymore. And I think that's one thing that made me a lot mentally healthier. Is that I no longer worry or concern myself with things going well or not going well and being upset or anything like that. I have tried to, as much as possible, remove myself from the situation that is my life. And I can just purely exist and enjoy the existence, the good, the bad, the frustrating, the fun, everything. You just enjoy it, and it's like, it is what it is. That's it. Detachment. Yeah, detachment as much as possible. And I'm not saying things don't frustrate me and make me mad. No. But I think that's just part of existing. That's how it is. So, like, after I changed my mindset on that, it actually helped me a lot with dealing with pretty much every problem in my life.
hatred, and the work that I made came from a place of just disgust. Disgust with how complacently I'd been living my life, and I just really wanted to outwork those bad feelings. If I suffered, which I did a lot, it was because I deserved it.
Oh, I definitely agree with that. I 100% agree with that. I think that most people's problems are their own fault. Absolutely. If you show me a person with a lot of problems and you give me insight into their life, the odds are I think that there's a lot of you that could easily see what, you know, they could be doing better. And I'm not talking about somebody that gets hit by a bus and it's like, oh, you shouldn't be walking on the street, or somebody gets cancer randomly. No, of course not. But like, we're talking about things that, you know, basically people make bad life decisions, and then those bad life decisions affect their life badly. Wow, what a surprise. It's like, you did this. The way that I look at things is that everything bad that happens to me, I view as my fault. I start from that goal, or I start from that beginning point. I don't look at things that have happened to me. I look at things that I have caused, or I have created or cultivated an environment for this to occur. Now, that's not always the case, and sometimes bad things just simply happen to you and they're not your fault. But I do think a more healthy outlook on things is to approach them from the beginning that it is your fault, because I think it gives you a certain sense of agency over the problem. Now you're not thinking about what's happening to you, you're thinking about how can you solve this problem. And even now with like how I'm streaming, like I stream every day, you know, obviously I do like management for the different like, you know, OTK, etc. I don't have to do a lot of that, thankfully. You know, we have a great team, and that's their job. But there is some stuff that I have to do with that too, so like Forge Mythic and stuff, but it's not really that much. It's probably less than you imagine. And, you know, you put all those things together, it does take time, but at the end of the day, these are things that I created, and I like, this is something I invested in, and like I'm involved in this because I wanted to. So it's like I don't really think about like how it's frustrating, or you know, if I don't have a lot of time to do something, etc. And even now, with like what I'm doing now, I still feel like I'm underperforming. I still feel like I should record more unique YouTube videos. I still feel like I should post on more like other social media stuff. And like even now, I feel like I could do more. And I don't feel that way in terms of like this weird desperation of, oh fuck, like you know, like I'm falling off, I'm a failure or something like that. Absolutely not. I don't feel that way in any regard. I feel like I'm doing quite well, actually. I'm very happy with it. But it's just that I just continue working towards the next goal.
Now I value my mental clarity a lot higher than I value grinding. So what changed? Well, lesson 3. You can get more done if you take breaks. The idea of getting more done is still very much rooted in hustle culture, but the idea of getting more done while taking breaks was my gateway drug into a balanced life. At the start of 2019...
Yeah, I think so too, and that's one thing that I also do, is that I focus on, like usually whenever I take a break from one thing, I start doing something else though. Logic kind of falls short a lot though. People from Africa shouldn't have been born there. Oh, I'm just gonna ban it. I mean, if you're so stupid that you think that's what I was talking about, I don't really want to have a conversation about it. Yeah, I'm not gonna explain that to you, or like, it's not worth my time.
Start to paint a private mural. I love the idea. It was a coat of arms of a beagle and an ibis with the word Marrickville, which is one of Sydney's suburbs, underneath it, and it was just a bunch of Marrickville iconography. It was a fun job. I was also starting to toy with the idea of making YouTube videos, because I've seen this new wave of creators pop up. People like Matt Diavella, Kelly Stamps, Nathaniel Drew, Sav Brown, and Hines. I discovered this side of YouTube on the day that I painted that mural, and it blew my mind. These creators felt like they were representing a new way to get things done. Suddenly, it felt possible to chase your dreams and have a balanced life. It wasn't one or the other. I took fierce notes. It was a vulnerable time in my life, actually, early 2019. It coincided with 3 close deaths. We lost my 2 remaining grandparents, and my sister's lifelong best friend, who was a big presence in our lives, died from heroin overdose. Life felt really, really wrapped up. But I started noticing this change, and that was, again, to value mental clarity. To get more of it, I needed more space in my schedule to think. So I took my foot off the...
I felt that the more that I try to pull away from things that I don't want to do, and having to have any sort of responsibility or anything to focus on, the more that it affects my mental clarity in a bad way. So like, the more that you try to avoid certain things, the more that those things become like an ominous force that's just bearing down on your life. And that doesn't mean, like, there are a lot of things that I do actually avoid and I don't want to deal with them, and that's it. I deal with them the very minimal amount that I have to, then I move on with my life. However, I do think that just trying to constantly remove yourself from as many problems as possible is not sustainable, and I think also in doing so, you create a mindset that's unhealthy.
Accelerator and spent a bit
like
more.
I've had this happen for me personally, like with my teeth, for example. I've let my teeth deteriorate multiple times in the past, and I had to pay the price for that. Literally, it was a lot of money, and it was very unpleasant for it to happen. And other examples like that too.
More time in my head, and I made a really.
Pa... Ja sam ti ono kao golman, znaš. Čuvam god trenutno. Čekam bar nedelju dana da vidimo, ću da tražim novi posao. Predao sam molbu u jednoj firmi u susednom mestu.
Dobro.
Nije mi baš neko hitnja da se zaposlim, mislim jeste i nije. Ono.
A snij, brate, mora da se nešto radi.
Marš. Ne ti, nego stara veštica se me pretvorila u prase. Jebote Bog. Moguće. Čudi me da nema Nenada.
Nemam pojma.
Evo ga, dozvali smo.
Pa, gdje si moj takimire, šta radiš ja?
Na sin sam popio pankval, od jače sam se.
Jeli, sad ću ga umreći, nećeš još.
Neću još jedan se da mene pada.
Dobro, onda.
Toliko si planirao da živiš?
Pa ovo, 80. Kako obično život.
A šta sam nešto hteo da ti pitam, jesi vidio da sam ti uplatio novac?
Jesam.
Dobro.
Bez briga. kako bi on pošao.
Kako bilo, brate? Bilo tako da od 8 do 10 sati sam račišćavao nešto, nosio neke kutije u arhivu i ovo ono. Ja sam imao 1 sat da poživim do banke neki novac i da prvi neki poklonu dane. Onda... Onda sam sjao na blagajnu da radim 1 sat, pa sam mi rekao da ipak da odem da različavam još malo nešto i tako nešto da radim.
Jasmo.
Tako malo, nije bilo loše.
Žako.
Što se radi, momcovi?
Zato ja jedini čujem.
Evo sad pus. Pa nešto mi se non stop gasi taj bus, ne znam zašto.
Zato što Kinezi čas prisluškuju, čas ne prisluškuju.
A što rade Kinjare, jebate. Su mene naše prisluškuju, joooo.
Ne prisluškuju tamo, samo te prisluškuju sve nas.
Kuma ti je danas potpisala ugovor, kume.
Rekla mi je čem.
To je raduje da se tako ne kopiraju, tako?
Hvala Bogu, Vlado vezne, ja sam za to vezne.
A ja isto.
Evo ja se upravo častim, Vlado.
Mali za kuma...
Prije 2 sata prije nego što sam legao.
Jesi li jesi? A ti to prije spavanja popodne i onda uveče ništa, a?
Da, pa uveče ne, ja sam... Opet ručka ja recimo volim.
Da, kontam.
Pratim se ovim stilom nekim crnim. Jer mi je godišnjica brata bio, pa sad pijem i...
Kad, 8. mart?
Da.
A reći mi jednu stvar, Rado, koje crno piješ?
Evo, mogu da ti slikam.
Pa možeš mi reći.
Budweiser.
Pa volim Bud, ali sad mi je kupio neko drugo.
Što kaže Boris? Pobriši taj post na tvare, a kuma.
Nije ovo.
Fappening ti je onda kad, znaš što, kad su gomila ovih ženskih je prijavila da im je, da su im likovane privatne fotografije sa iPhone-a, sa iCloud-a, nije sa OnlyFans, sa iCloud-a. Zašto bi ja sad, kume, pri zdravoj svijesti i čistoj pameti napravio sebi sliku svog kurca i da oprostiš svojeg, ne znam, mišića ili međunožja i to čuvao u svom telefonu i ja sad to pošaljem moje djevojci. I onda kad mi raskinemo...
Posa, moram smo zaposliti.
Pa da.
Pitaj Milana, on voli da se slika go.
Ali nije to nego...
Ajde, onda svrni do mene, nisi potpisao na pravo mjesta, ajde. Ajde, kontam kume, ali moraš da kontaš da su ljudi, gledaj, slušaj kume.
Nisu to ljudi, to su žene, žene nisu ljudi.
Da, dobro. Smanji taj šovinizam za 3%.
Nije to šovinizam.
Dobro.
Šta se smeješ? Reci svojoj ženi slobodno. Žene nisu ljudi.
Slušaj, moraš da shvatiš jednu stvar, ljudi, kume, da ima ljudi koji nisu zadovoljni svojim izgledom, razumiješ? I onda pokušavaju veštački sa tim filterima i govnima da poboljšaju sebe.
A dobro, ali gole slike šta?
Pa da.
Slušaj, poenta priče, slike su, pošto iCloud, znaš, isto kao na onaj Google, znaš, isto ima ono backup online. Ima kao taj sistem gdje on kao stalno šalje fotografije, video snimke kao iCloud. Nije niko hakovao telefone, znaš, iPhone, nego ljudi su hakovali iCloud. I povukli su sa iClouda, koju vam jebe mater kad ste tako glupi. Povukli su im iz dokumenata, povukli su im slike, razumeš, privatne. Ne mora biti da je bila ogolišava, može neko slika recimo u Grudnjaku ili u Donji Vešu. Može i tako. Mora biti gulišav uopšte. I povukli su im te slike. Onda ovim ženskama nije bilo pravo. To ti se inače zove u medijima kao...
Da, privatno.
Ne, fappening.
Kako?
Fappening.
Dekanje
se desilo, može, kako da ga prevedemo?
Fap ti je samozadovoljavanje. A fappening je kao ono happening, a ono nije happening nego fappening. I taj link je verovatno nekakav depo tih slika iz tog incidenta. Znam šta je, ali neću da otvorim. Jer virus je, nije rekao, ne probajte.
Ja sam pojman.
Nije virus, ima.
Da si ga probao?
A pio pa i cepo 2 flaše.
Ovo nije češko, brate. Ovo je njemačko, brate.
To je crno.
A što je njemačka zastava? Ovo je njemačka zastava gore. Crno, žuto, crveno, to je njemačka, tako?
Jeste. Mada sam ja mislim da je to ovo kako se zove, da je holandsko pivo, ali si lepo rekao to je neko nemačko pivo. Nije ovako, brate.
Holandija ima sličnu zastavu kao mi.
Dobro, nije čovjek gledao zastavu, bilo mu je biti samo pivo da popijem, Nenade. Probaj nekad, Nenade, probaj nekad da potrošiš dinar na pivo, Nenade.
Pomaže.
Pomaže malo za izgled, da.
Neće mi je pa 20.
Ne, pomaže za izgled svih oko tebe. Milena! Moram izgledati sam ovaj, moram potpiši ugovor, jao. Sad ću doći, ajde.
Ajde.
Crno vino, crne oči, sve je crno
oko mene.
Tako to.
Tako, moj nešao.
Ja sam mislio da danas petak.
Lepo.
Neće biti. Fino tebe, neće biti.
Vlado, probaj ovo banjalučko, Vlado.
Hoću da ga probam, ali nikako da odem, ja obično to kupujem vikendom jer sa čerkom se malo vozim još neki mjesec dok ne napuni u 18 godine i onda tako mi idemo da
pa da, ono svake večeri.
Gorivo da malo je vežbom da se vozi ništa.
A čekaj, ti imaš šta čerku, ili?
Da, od 18 godina.
Samo čerku?
Samo čerku, eto, ja.
Ok, žive izgleda. A mogu mi Vlado naše tih godina?
Pa i samo godina.
A opet da.
Ono nema već.
Viš Nenada našeg. Nenad samo kucan, za njega su godine samo broj.
A dobro, ja mu kažem da ovi Ukrajina koji je za Ukrajinu što ne dovede neku iz Ukrajina.
Da, dovede neku... Dovede neku Ukrajinku da se cijelom šuk smijeri. A?
Šta je tu smešno?
Pa da dovede Ukrajinku da se cijel komšiluk smiri, Vlad.
Pa znam, ali šta je tu smešno?
A kako nije smiješno? Kako je Ukrajinke čeče?
Moj brat je uzeo Ruspinju za ženu i to je sve okej, ne znam...
Ti znaš da se moj rođak oženio sad kom?
Ovo je ovaj ludak izgleda. Sad moram izaći.
Ajde.
Jeli, nešao. Šta ti misliš?
Ma šta će mi Ruskinje i Ukrajinke?
Ljubav i politika se ne meša.
to je isti otpad kao ovaj naš.
Ma nije, od naših nema baš. Naš ako možete da jebi ovo, brate, može da bude tu malo sa tobom pa da zasiješ malo ljudi.
Ja da zasijam.
Ha da.
Pa mu treba slovenska krv da zasija.
U pola pa dođeš kod mene na ručak, a ne čovječe nabio ti posao u firmi. Jebala ti firmi.
Danas sam napravio posao od milioni pojaviti.
Pa dobro, jer ti rekao neko hvala ti to.
Pa dobio sam 1%.
A dobro. To te ne spriječava da dođeš da ručaš ovdje, znaš kako ja se...
Moj mlado, kad bi to bilo tako jednostavno kako ti misliš. Volao bi ja da je tako...
Pa zašto nije moj takmir? Zašto nije?
Evo, na to sam dobio 22.000 kroz.
Pa dobro. Ti imaš kintu za gorivo, šta te briga?
Sad će Ukrajinci da dobiju haubice od nas.
Ej. Čemu to vodi?
Majke mu ga ne bijem.
Još smrti i razaranje.
Pa jeste. Jer sam lepo rekao, da li bi mogu da prođe jedan rat bez nas, bez toga. Jer čovječe da ga, kao, da cijela nafta vraća na Indiju. Da oni ljudi više ne more da ništa rade, mogu da žive samo od ruske nafte sa kojom pritom nema šta da rade nego da kažu samo moje nafta je naša, jebi ga, ako hoćete da je kupite po duplo i više veće cene. I ovi svi kupuju njihovu naftu i onda seru kao mi nismo zavisni od nafta. To nije moglo da ide gas i nafta od nas.
Ne može Rusi da cepe da se sebi malo obogati.
Pa što bi se ti obogatio na tuđi račun?
Što su oni bogati na naš?
Pa evo nešto da ti ja...
Pa tako se pitanje ne postavlja ko što ti.
Čekaj,
ne ide na pitanje kontra pitanje.
Zašto? Zato, brate, da jednom i mi da uzmemo kintu, a da ne moramo da ratujemo. Eto. Uzmemo kintu, brate, šta nam fali da uzmemo kintu? Da se živi lepo. A oni svi nek se jebu.
Ostanu ni na ovom kako su oni uništili u igri, majko.
Koji?
Kant.
Sti vidio taj klip, taj... Ti to gledaš, taj preview toga patcha novog ili?
Ma ne, nego igram. Pajte.
Pa dobro, to je normalno.
Znači, ova grafika nije bila ovako ružna, evo. Namjerno ću radio neki downgrade igre, da bi poslije gledao kada su učinio ne biti šta. Vojaci, Rusi, isti put. Samo ako može neka prevara.
Pa da. Šta ti je tu nejasno?
I mora da bude assassin, a?
A što ti to igraš ako te to toliko nervira?
Onako da se spremim za event.
Koji event? Nema event.
A misije?
Imaju te emisije, da. Šta ćeš tu da se spremiš? To će ti biti challenge neki jebeni nešto. Gluposti neki.
Pucajte da vas čuju, pucajte, mate. Sakno, poslije skili dole i ja sam moram iz ugla mače da trčim gore. Dobro, ping više nije 50. Sad je ping 30. Kažem, ping više nije 50, sad je ping 30.
Tvoj ili od servera?
Moj.
Kako to možda vidiš? To nije istina. Jesi ti igrao, pokrećeš sve mašine ili sve to?
Sam moj.
Okej.
A onako je ping 12 plus 35.
A ne moj plus, to uopšte nije tako. Uopšte nije tako. Loša ti je računica.
Znači posto su servere i u...
Ma sve tu redu. Ali ne igraš Tetris, nego igraš Hand Shogun, tako da pusti. Marš. Dobro bre, majku mu jebem, s kojeg ugla me sunce prži?
Daj će ga digni. Windows.
Au, da.
Pokazujem i da me čuje.
Čujem te, čujem te.
Kako ludio, juče sam morao da ga instaliram 10 puta. Smeće je klonarsko. Sad mi non stop stoji belo, kao da non stop pričam. Ćemo?
Ćemo.
Kume!
Nije tu.
Kum ti spavio. Hvala sam se završao. GG. Oj. Ovo je bio dobro danas. I zato sam. Kupio sam fanklav. Kupio sam fanklav i poveći sam.
Fanklava.
O, evo, još patija.
Evo ga Kinez. Chinese. Jesse, Chineseru. Jebe, sad tako ide, zabode šta, poteče nafta, dođe Kinez, kupi plac, dođe jetel, iskopa plac, plati i onda kroz 2 godine udri grom i dobro, jel krenuo više taj jetel, šta se dešava? Jeli?
Nije tu čovek.
Ne, očigledno da nisam
Ćeš ome
tu.
ili nisi učiš internet, a?
Hmm?
Milan dobija kill switch da ti si uči internet.
Čuli smo da ćeš lično ti da mu ručno razvučeš žicu do njega.
Da.
kao najboljem drugaru,
Može kad bude ima opciju da plaća umjesto mene internet, onda možda mi ga isključi.
To kaže. On je mislio da ti naplati, on je mislio...
Džabe. Onako da mi sredi pa da me onda za muda drži, ja? Mislim, bukvalno.
15 godina i minimum za svakog korisnika posebna linija u kući, da ne bude nekih download problema. Ja mislim...
Džesmo! Umere! Džesmo!
Ti to pričaš mene radi ili publike radi? Ko pričaš publike radi, ja ću udasi, pa pričaj s publikom.
Oko 15. Kojeg?
Čekaj sekund, da nećeš ti možda sa mnom iznenada u kanu da izađemo dok nije krenulo.
Ko?
Ti?
Ja.
Au, nemoj brate, popio sam brate, nemoj. Radim ujutro, baš jutra mi je dan, meni je jutra dan D. Jel, kao što znamo mene, kod mene je sve ekstremno, tako nek. S kraja na kraj. Ja da.
Kaže Beka, kaže posebna privilegija, svi koji su preko Jetela, zahvaljujući Belada Milanu, lično Belada im razvlači kabel do kuće.
Da.
Ste čuli za to?
Kako nijesam, ču ja.
Pogodi.
To će plaćaš milion, a?
Pa, briga me kome ću ja plaća, bolim ovog ću Hitleru plaća, ne nade, da se ne lažemo.
To nemaš skupu kuna.
Bolim ovo i Hitleru da plaćam, briga me, brate. Samo da ono... Da, pa što da ne, pa 1400 plaća sa 3000.
To sa milionovi voucher, ne?
Pa da. Da.
Koliko će bude nakon toga inicijalno te...
2800, da. A bit će mi koliko sad plaćam, god dana ću plaćat, ali ono ne nade, žena mi je potpisala ugovor tako je ono. Puca penis.
Jel Milan nešto urgirao, nije?
Jes, nešto.
Jes, a?
Da se kumu duplo naplaćuje.
To ću ima opet da se naplaćuje, pošto od meni moj Vučke završio sve. Sve, bre.
Tebi završio sve, a meni ili ništa.
Ko tebe jebe kad nećeš da zasučeš rukave, nego ćeš da tamo da gutaš one kišeline i one otrove.
Ja neću...
I da budeš zadovoljan sa 60.000.
Čekaj, svi ga lamite.
Ja ne zasučujem rukave, nemoj.
Tebi opet kaže da si ti pravi drugar, čovjek sve Ilija ti vršnjak, komšija, drugar, sunarodnik, sve ti to njemu džabe sredio tamo je. A oće, samo što se ti naš kurčiš mnogo pa to ispada onako ružno. Ti bi to trebao da središ. Da.
Ti su male ulice.
Mrče, belo.
I tu ne može niko da nam ukradeti. Ne može niko da nam nabije tu.
A ti ovo gdje dobro sve s majkom njegovu, a?
Sam veliki level, Vlado.
Kako nije dobro.
A ne, baš ste dobro bio, čovječe, vidimo. Čekaj, jesu te razbili, a ne, ti njemu piješ krv sad, da.
Vlado!
Molim?
Imam jedno pitanje zanimljive geografije za tebe.
Brate, pa ja više tu nisam dobar.
Jesi. Slušaj ovo. Znaš li koji je prvi tempomat na svijet? Koji auto ima prvi tempomat?
Koji?
A ne znam.
Pića.
Čekaj, počeo si samo malo, kume, samo ti nešto kažem. To je jako ružno što radiš. To deka postavlja takve gluposti, to su kvizovi.
Sluša,
to su kvizovi.
Ode pročitaj na Wikipediji.
To su kvizovi.
Evo ga na Wikipediji, cižo.
Da.
Kupujem piće.
Dobro, ali onda si treba drugačije to da formulišeš, izvini se, da se formulišeš drugačije.
Jesi bio kad u Fiću, Vlado?
Jesam.
Znaš gdje je Sauk Fići?
Ne.
Tamo kod Ručne, znaš, dolje.
Pa nisam vozio na Fiću nikad.
A imaš, slušaj, mene hoću ti objasniti možda, mislim tako prosta stvar. Imaš tamo kako ti stoji volan i gdje pališ u noć, desno ti stoji nešto kao sauh, da povučeš, znaš. Kao sauh, ono, standardno, znaš,
Dobro.
A pa sad foru, to je jedna obična sajla koja kad nategneš, zategne gas. Zamisli. Znači, prvi tempomat na svijet Fića. Znači, najprostiji tempomat, sajla zategneš, auto put, samo makneš noge u gas. Sad hoću da nađem baš sliku da ti pokažem. Zato ljudi misli da je to sauka, nije.
Nenade, si tu?
Kaži Gadinovački, ko ti ubio?
Prava granata, jebote.
Ubit ćeš me, Milena, ubit ćeš me.
Zašto si otvorio Taljata? Zašto si otvorio Taljata?
Nisam otvorio, ušao da odgovorim Lakiju, jebote. Ljudi nam ušli, jebi ga, ti bio otlutar, jebote.
Naša baba rekla neke srećnje. Hvala. I ona je danas bilo starački dom, potpisala je ugovor da počinje da radi od 1. aprila i ne znam kojeg, uglavnom neće biti regulateljica otkima jer je rekla previše zahtevno, a ovako kad će se biti radit će se zahtevno, a ovako će morati
Za koga pričaš, za? Jele?
Bio sam tu, ali si otvorio vrata.
Nisam ja otvorio, stao sam.
Jesi otvorio si ako nešto kaže.
Stao si izašao. Stao si izašao. Ej. Viči ovo. Viči ga, boli se.
Vladet1. Welcome to my channel.
Kaže, pustit ćete ako prestaneš više da kažeš slike golih ljudi na forumu. Jer mi smo homofobi.
Tako je. Seka, gdje smo?
Ne.
Ajde, izdrži. Mogu moći?
Laki mi pisao poruku kao šta me, ako već igram stajan da mi nama poruku reći, sam zašao, neko je ušao. Aj ti
Ja sam nedavno drigu stjanu, nisam gledao tu.
Gledao drigu na veselje. Da. Pustit ću.
Ko da pustiš? Što da pustiš?
Ne moraj ga završiti.
Vidi, Vlado.
Ako si ti sjajan.
Evo ti Discord.
Du?
Vidiš, Vlado? Da. Znači, gledaš lijevu sliku. Gledaj, čekaj.
Aha, dobro.
Gledaš lijevu sliku, vidiš i ovaj kao... Vidiš tu gdje stoji kao menjač ovaj kanal i ovo gore ovaj kao da možda povučeš, zoomiraj, samo klikni na... To ti je SAU.
A ne mogu da se pomerim. Ne. Ma važi, vreduvaj ga, babo, odratna. Evo te bok.
1480.
A zašto, Vlado?
Pa, nemam pojma, bre.
Nema potrebe, Vlado. Nema, Vlado, poslušaj me. Nema potrebe. Vjeruj me.
U svakom slučaju sam htio da promijenim monitor da pređem na 27 minuta, 24.
A sad 27, da, to ima napretka, razumiješ, to da. Veličina da, ali Broj piksela puca.
Puši kurac. Puši kurac je već tu se smenio.
Nenad kaže da ne postavljaš više bre one slike.
Kikuj ga, Nenade, kikuj ga!
Homofobi. I to.
Homo
Pucaj
sapiens.
njega, Nenade.
Ljudi nisu tamo.
Ali kačiš više slike na internet.
Iza nas su ljudi. Iza nas su ljudi, jebem te.
Diši Nenad.
To je došlo negde odavde.
Ti ga mi pinguješ da su iza, nisu iza, nego iza nas.
Neko hoda kod vas treba.
Nije ono što je.
Neko puca.
Ovdje nema niko. Spolja!
Jebem ti mater.
Rekao sam ti, nije odakle. Nije, pogledaj kako mu noge stoje. Pogledaj kako mu noge stoje, nauči jednom.
4500 sati, oprosti.
Pa nije isto tamo i ovamo, nije isto. Ja sam ti razumio isto.
Kaže, ljudi su ispred bre.
Ja sam ti razumio ispred.
Ispred.
Hanš odna loše uključen.
Našao sam ga. Ubio sam ga.
Kako gledaš sad baš? Ne, Nenadu govorim. Njega gledam.
Ne mogu da ga nađem.
Tačno, kako gledaš iza brežuljka ti je sad jebote.
Pa je...
Evo. Jebem ti mater, jebem mater.
Vidim sad. Dižbi ga. Diži ga na mene sa
ima
pikovani.
mozin jebem mater. Majku ti jebem više!
Digo je ovog svoga.
Big discovery. Lesson 4. Work is an addiction. Just like drugs when I was young.
I think this is very true, especially with streaming, is that people get addicted to the feedback that they get and like the attention and all of that. And like they start streaming and like focusing on it, being like, oh, why I have to be on, and like they're addicted to the attention and the admiration and the adoration of people, even if like they're a small streamer. Absolutely.
Abjua, welcome to my channel.
But why? What was so horrible about me that I had to run? Later that year, I'd open up to my partner and my mum about being sexually abused as a kid. It was a major childhood trauma, but my plan was to die with it. Keep it a secret and end up in the grave. To make sure I never thought about it again, I guess my self-conscious method was just to fill my life to the brim with stuff. If it wasn't drugs, it was travel, and when those things didn't get me high, okay.
I did the same thing after my mom died. Is I focused a lot on streaming and keeping my mind off of it a lot, and it was actually helped out a lot. It gave me something I can focus on and do instead of just thinking about where my situation is.
Hustle. Gary V's message, by no fault of his own, became my enabler. He's like that friend when you're trying to quit, he comes around with a case of beer and a bong and is just like, yo, let's get shit-faced. But instead he's like, yo, let's get successful. But herein lies another lesson. Lesson 5, competition is a construct. We're now entering the mental gymnastics part of the video, so buckle up. The triple amputee palliative care physician B.J. Miller has this beautiful quote. At the end of life, you can let a lot of the rules that govern our daily lives fly out the window. Because you realize that we're walking around in systems of society. Much of what consumes most of our days is not some natural order. We're all navigating some superstructure that we humans created. And that's how I feel about work-related competition. It's just a story that we tell ourselves. The idea that we're all racing each other to be the very best is a very strong myth at the core.
I don't think it's a myth. I don't agree with this. I agree with it in a way that like breaking away from like social structures is a good thing, but I don't think it's a myth at all. Like if you've got two people that are working and one person gets a promotion and the other one doesn't, all other things considered equal, it's going to be the person that works harder and is more competitive. Being competitive absolutely is like it makes you more successful in cases. Not in every single regard, no. You shouldn't be competitive in like drinking coffee, absolutely. But absolutely, like the world that we exist in is a world that is built out of scarcity. All evil in my mind comes from scarcity. It does not come from greed, it does not come from evil or lust, it comes from scarcity. It's people don't have enough and they are becoming more like feral or more evil to get. That's all it comes down to. Is there's no scarcity, or there is scarcity and that's it. And in a world where you're competing for scarce resources, even if you pretend like you're not competing for them, you still are. You can change your mindset however you want, and maybe if it's a healthier mindset, you should do that. But that doesn't mean that you're not competing. It can be a competition, but it doesn't have to be. It depends on what's important to you. So I'll give you an example. So like we can go back and look at the case with Blizzard, and how Blizzard has like these sub-stacking, and there would be certain employees that were graded on curve. So even if everybody was performing well, certain people would be you would have to rate them badly. There are a lot of things in the world that work that way. That even if you're doing good enough, and you have to be competitive with other people, because if you don't win, they will, and if they win, you lose. And the systems in the world and in like companies punish losers and reward winners. So if being punished isn't a problem for you, then absolutely it doesn't matter, and you're not competitive. You don't have to. But if you don't like being punished, you don't want to lose your job, you don't want to not be promoted, or you don't want to be, you don't want to have to forego certain advantages. You do have to be competitive. That's all there is to it. I know it's something you don't want to hear, but that's life. And that happened in Blizzard. And it's not fair. It's awful. But it's going to keep happening. You see what I'm saying?
Core of our culture. And also at the core of Pokemon. And it fools us into believing two big lies. The first is that there are finite resources. And the second is that you don't have enough of those resources unless you have them all. On the extreme end of the scale, I disagree with this too. I think that having enough of the resources unless you have them all is like I think that's such a extreme version of it. Because like you're totally right, like this guy is totally right if you look at this problem from like a 6-digit plus perspective, right? Of like salary. But I don't think that it's accurate if you're looking at it from the perspective of somebody who's making $40,000 a year. Like the reason why you think that you don't have enough resources is because you don't. And if you don't go out there
and beat somebody else, they're gonna beat you, and they're gonna have
Radio
it,
Ebola.
and you won't. And
Welcome
that's
to
all
my
there is
channel.
it. And it shouldn't be like that, but
Welcome
it is.
to my channel.
Hello and welcome.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Hey man, gets vicious. What's this here? Keep in mind, he's looking at the context of hustling. Yeah, I think that's just how it is. What about billionaires who went through that, for example? Well, so whenever I said 6-digit and above, so you think of $1 billion. How many digits is that? I think it's above 6, right?
Hell, believing these myths results in insane wealth hoarding while 1 billion people live on less than $1 a day. But do these myths and their implication
A billion people live on less than $1 a day. Yes, but would you say that they have? Would you say that the people whose problem? Let me go back and listen to this again, just so I can make sure that I respond to it accurately.
The first is that there are finite resources, and the second is that you don't have enough of those resources unless you have them all. On the extreme end of the scale, believing these myths results in insane wealth hoarding while like 1 billion people live on less than $1 a day. But
no, it doesn't. And also, the billion people that live on less than $1 a day, their lifestyle is horrible, and they're dying early, and it's terrible, and it's an awful travesty that we live in a world where that's the case. You go look at the way they live like animals. It's horrible.
Same dižeš kad si zapaljen. I kad je tu kod mene. I sad kad je tu
I
kod
don't
mene.
think that a lot of them are happy all the time.
Uvek
Absolutely
jadiš
not.
isto. Uvek jadiš isto i velite usta.
Yeah,
Uvek.
that's literally his point.
Hvala ti, Katie, pazi.
You're agreeing with him? That's the point
Isto
he's
je
making.
nasledjivan.
And wealth hoarding caused it?
Puši kurac.
I don't understand.
Puši
I don't,
kurac,
what's the
ne
point
radujem.
that he's making?
Ja idem s čovjekom koji ovako je ko pizda.
these myths and their implication mean that competition is
Malo
a useless
pe.
concept. Personally,
Na
I think
5 metara
competition is
njega,
still
oko
relevant
mene
as a
puši
tool
se ja
motivator
sam
as long as you
napucam
don't
si.
emotionally internalize
Yes,
it.
sam.
When you're playing sport, tap into it.
Yeah, I
When you
think
leave
that's
the
true.
field, don't.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, getting emotional about it is always a bad thing.
But obviously this is way easier said than done. Because even if competition is just in our heads, the consequences are definitely
Exactly,
real.
yes.
You gotta pay to live, and if there are only so many jobs, then yeah, competition's real. And on
Okay.
top of that, a lot of people still want to make beautiful contributions to this world, and those projects take genuine hard work. So what do? Well, that's where the final lesson kicks in. Lesson 6. If you want to do something that does take hard work, build a system that works for you. Work is only...
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate, for sure. Yeah, instead of trying to fill into somebody else's system and try to fit into it, you should probably just do what you want to do. Absolutely. Not like all population can't have basic needs met. I'm a little bit confused here. Yeah, I still don't understand how what I was saying was contradictory to what he was saying. Or what was the same
Jesi
thing
nego da
that he was
vidiš
saying.
gde, a?
I don't get it.
Nemaš pojma.
So you agree with each other? But I don't see him agreeing with me. Let me listen to it again.
Extreme end of the scale, believing these myths results in insane wealth hoarding, while like 1 billion
Zadnji
people
put
live
sam
on less than $1
poginuo
a
zato
day.
što si ti
But these
pizda.
Believing these myths results in extreme wealth holding
Koja peva 3 puta?
while less than a billion people.
Peva 2 puta sam poginuo zato što ti neće da se razumiješ.
I mean...
Neće da deliš informacije djeci. I ja sam bio jednom. Ta pesma napucala svim, ti stojiš i gledaš.
I don't think that's what I'm saying at all.
Stojiš i gledaš.
Nemoj tako.
Jedan je...
He's, I mean,
Nenade.
Tupačio,
wealth hoarding caused
tupačio.
homelessness.
Nenade.
Well, if there was less
Nenade,
wealth
meni je
hoarding
smešno, ali
and
nemoj.
that money was
Tupavi
spent towards
čoveče.
helping homeless
Jedan
people,
je
then
bio
probably
u
would be
šumi,
less homeless
a
people.
dvoje su bili tu
I
kod
mean,
vagona.
I think that's possible. But I don't think that I'm agreeing with him at all. I'm just saying
Ne,
that...
ne, ja sam vidio gdje, ja sam ti pilo gdje.
I'm saying that, like, not having enough
No
resources
koji
is
si to
not a myth
Pet,
for a lot of people.
Pet metri
It
manje
is
si
an
bio od
actual
njega.
real-world problem.
Nisi gubio tad.
And I think
Ja
it's
sam ti pigao.
not fair to say that
Ovo bi dobili,
competition
ali
isn't
ti
real.
neće da igraš timski
Because,
kontrol.
you know, even he said it is real.
Da, za koji...
Ne znaš.
Because of greed, it
Ne
doesn't
znaš da
matter.
igraš.
The thing is,
Ne
like,
znaš.
everybody always wants to
Ulaziš
blame
na
something
dnevnicu.
else.
Ma, ne
At the end of
znaš.
the day, none of that matters. It doesn't matter what the government system is. It doesn't matter.
Što ga vređaš, ima i on
You
osjećanje.
know, like, oh, your parents. It doesn't matter, like, whatever it is, you're short, you're fat, you're ugly. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter because your problems don't matter to anybody else. It's totally irrelevant. The only thing that does matter is that are you going to be able to overcome this or not? And if you don't overcome it, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. Only you do. So you either overcome it or you don't. This point's about hustle culture, not general survival. There's a sweet spot for average people like him to work on a system that protects it. That's not for someone else's.
To ti
Ti si promenio poziciju.
To ti je recept za infakt, to što ti radiš. Smiri se jebati.
Like, I do think that...
Takve stvari radiš, kažeš menjam poziciju.
I think that still competition does matter, even in like smaller jobs that aren't really having like super high pay.
Ne.
Seems sound, but in my experience, work can also be super rewarding when you try really, really hard. So, what do you do? What do you do about it? You want to work, but you don't want to be part of hustle culture. My solution to this problem is to work with these 3 simple rules. 1. Find a compelling reason to make things. 2. Make those things sustainably. And 3. Assume burnout is inevitable and prepare for it. I'll expand. Finding a compelling reason wasn't really part of my system before. It was status, money, that kind of stuff. A compelling reason is something that's bigger than yourself. So this can be personal, like Homer when he was the first time where he's doing his job for Maggie, or it can be a big one where you clean up the great garbage patch because you love the world so much. Whatever it is, what we're trying to do is make sure that the core of our engine is coming from an emotionally sustainable place. Remember before when I said mine was desperation? We want to take that out and make it serving other people. Yay!
Yeah, I think this is definitely true. Absolutely.
Nije glup čovjek, nego ti nećeš da priznaš da je čovjek u pravu, nemoj.
But yeah, a sense of service, which I think is the
Ili
opposite
ti...
Čovjek na 5 metara, od njega njemu ću 100 metara.
Ili ti moj drug Milan nikad nije u krivu.
Ja mu još štrigu i pucem da bi on mogao da slatine kupije. Ma jo.
Kako da je on izleti?
Yeah, I think that's very unhealthy for people. And this is kind of like the problem is that, you know, especially with like social media and celebrity culture, people have so much of a fixation around being massively popular and successful and like having tons of money. And I do think that's very unhealthy because people grow up, especially younger people, they grow up and they think this is what they have to do. This is how they have to act. And if they're not, you know, driving around the Lamborghini, and they have people like Andrew Tate and like that other guy that we watched the other day, the weird guy with the Lamborghini, another one. Like telling them that if they don't have these things, they're losers. I do think that that's unhealthy for people to hear, because you're not a loser for not having a Lamborghini. Come on, it's ridiculous.
This boils down to creating a daily and a weekly routine that work for you. But more importantly, it's how you spend your time off. So if I can, I will try fill non-working gaps with activities that fit the following criteria. You look forward to them, they don't make you think about anything else but that activity, and they don't make you worse. This third.
I think the second one is really important, actually. Like doing something that actually completely takes your mind off of the rest of your life is super, super important. And I think that's why people like video games a lot, is because video games can be that complete distraction where you don't have to think about anything else except for that game.
Point rules out drinking my body weight in beer. Things that fit this category for me are swimming, slacklining, swimming again, climbing, cooking, watching movies, anything in nature, you get it. And that third rule, assume burnout is inevitable. So from personal experience, it doesn't matter how well structured my life is still unpredictable, crazy things happen, and I'm only human. And what this means is that burnout is pretty much inevitable. Even if I do everything right, I'm still going to get exhausted at some point in the year. The way that I get around this is assume it is inevitable and factor it into my plan. How? This is going to sound pretty basic, but I literally plan a holiday at the end of every year. And on this holiday, I like to use it as a chance to reset, recalibrate, figure out what did and didn't work, take a little audit, and then adjust the course accordingly. Plus,
I've done that multiple times with my stream. I mean, you guys know this. I've taken multiple, like, really long breaks from streaming and making content. And I think that every single time that I've come back, my content has been better. Like, overall, I think that, like, over the years, I have improved my content a lot. And I hope to, in 2 years from now, look back at what I'm doing now and think that it's not very good. That's my goal.
Ne porećiš meni, ali ja ti pingujem. Ali,
those are my current
ali ako
rules
ti
for working
pingu i kažem
sustainably,
pomozi, ti njema ne
Diše.
dalješ da pomogneš.
Diše.
5 metara od tebe ti patio.
You're welcome, dentists. If you want these rules and the guidelines that I
Koji
use
dva
in the
pored
PDF,
tebe?
I've made a
Jedan
worksheet
je
and
bio u
it's available
šumi,
on the worksheet tab of my Discord. So I'll leave a link to that in the description.
ali nenormalno.
We're here again. So how can we sum it all up?
Diše.
Because hustle culture did work for me for a couple of years.
Nenormalni
I can't in all
čovječe,
good conscience
ja sam tu
criticize
zajnovi.
its effectiveness.
Well, I think that
Malo
also
prežupa
hustle
si.
culture can work
Glupost,
for a
glupost.
person, and then they can also coast off of the success that they created by hustling like that. Like, let's say you work really, really
jedno.
fucking hard for like 3 years,
jedan čovjek
and
u
then you
šumi,
coast
a-
off of it for 10 more.
Čovjek ima pojma.
Like, this happens a lot too. So it's like
Zna on da
saying
igra, ali
that,
zna za
oh,
sebe
well,
da igra.
this is a bad decision and my life only
Dovoljno sam
improved
rekao, Haug.
after I started scaling back, you know, and not doing this as much. I feel like the ability to scale back and the insight that you had gained in those 3 years of hard work would not have been possible unless you put in those 3 years of hard work.
And say that I've found a more effective system. And in finding that, I've started to question being effective altogether. Within that goal of being productive, effective, efficient, whatever it is, lies the root of the problem. Hustle culture equates your worth with your work. It encourages...
I very much agree with this. Abso-fucking-lutely. Everybody always asks me, all the time, they're like, don't you feel like you're wasting your time, you're not doing anything productive, you're not helping anybody, and it's like, that's right. That's right. I didn't ask to exist. I just showed up. It's not my responsibility to help other people's stuff. Fuck that. I'm here for me. You're helping people? Oh, I do help people in some regards, absolutely. But like, if people say that I'm not, I don't, like, I am not emotionally attached to people thinking that, like, my work and what I do is valid. And I think that's really what it comes down to.
To ti ono kad nekom piše na profilu Boosted, da?
I think a lot of it is rooted in a lot of insecurity.
Ja li ne
And that's
nadem?
why you see almost all the people that are promoting all of this hustle culture type stuff, like the same as like, you know, masculinity type stuff. They are almost always preaching to young
Oj,
guys.
Nenade.
Because I think
To je
young
to,
guys
to je to.
ages, I'd say
E, to je to, teo
14
sam
to
potvrdu te.
30 or 14 to 25 at least are the most insecure people that I have ever fucking met. They have all of the same insecurity problems that girls do, but none of the social structure that rewards them and supports them for talking about it. It is one of the worst fucking things. Now, this has been changing a lot recently. I think that's a good thing. However, it's still very common. Be a man, man up, deal with this. And you know what? In a lot of cases, that's exactly what I fucking do. Because I think in a lot of cases, it's not really about being a man. It's stop being a fucking bitch and get the fuck up and do it anyway. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares how you feel. It doesn't matter. I think that's very important to tell people that sometimes. It is. However, for the people in that category and in that group, I think there is almost the least amount of support for them, like socially, as possible. And because of that, that's why they want to invest themselves into hustle culture. That's why they want to invest themselves into an internet dad like Andrew Tate or Jordan Peterson. They want to do this, or Gary Vee. They want to do this because they need somebody to pat them on the head and tell them, you're a good boy, you're working hard, and you're going to be successful. Because the reason why they need that is because they are deeply insecure. They are massively insecure, and they need some form of reinforcement that what they're doing isn't a complete waste of time and that they're not a complete waste of time. So, yeah, I think that's why hustle culture is really popular. And I think also people equating their success as a person to how much money they make or what car they drive, etc., is also rooted in insecurity. I don't think a lot of people that are massively successful would really care about being seen in a non-expensive car. This is not important to them because they're successful independently. Like, I can't imagine, for example, Bill Gates, you know, being worried that people might see him driving a Honda Civic. Like Warren Buffett, you know, oh man, like, yeah, I don't want people to see that I'm driving, you know, I still go to McDonald's. The guy still goes to fucking McDonald's. He's like 80, 90 years old. Still goes to McDonald's and orders food. He doesn't give a fuck because there's no insecurity there.
encourages you to focus entirely on work as opposed to everything else around you that makes your life rich.
Yeah.
And by doing this, it slowly erodes your life until work won't save you at all. The irony there is that the goal set out by hustle culture is also ruined by hustle culture. Or put more simply, friendship ended with hustle culture. Balance is my new best friend.
That's nice.
Thanks so much for watching. Subscribe if you're new here, and also if you're keen on some more stuff about mental health, I wrote a book on it. It's called Your Head as a Houseboat. It's been described as the most important and accessible mental health book in a generation, which is a very audacious way to describe a book. Other than that, good luck with balance, I suppose, and have an incredible day. Catch ya.
I do think that I do want to contextualize a lot of this around, I think that the fact that this guy can afford to scale back and balance his life in a healthy way, I think that, again, every single thing that happens to you in your life, what you are doing now is a culmination of all of those things. So for a lot of people, they work hard for 3 years and they bust their ass. They go all in on hustle culture, and then they coast off of what they achieved in those 3 years. Like, for example, there's people that stream, and they build their stream up. They stream every fucking day. They're like, man, I'm gonna stream every fucking day. I'm never gonna miss a day. I'm gonna stream 8 hours a day. I'm gonna follow every trend. And after 3 years, they get up to 5,000 viewers, okay? Then after that, they coast, and they say, you know what? Now I'm gonna stream 4 hours. I'm gonna stream 3 days a week, and I'm gonna enjoy my life with my family because I understand how much balance is important for me. Yeah, that's all very nice and worldly for you to think. However, if you didn't grind for those 3 fucking years, you wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh,
So it's important to keep that in mind. I'm just saying I'm taking a shit now because I talk about, yeah, I'm saying you're taking a shit now because you ate Taco Bell last night. No, that's not what I'm saying. Because everybody knows it wouldn't take an entire day for that to happen.
probam, brate, upravo sad. Kako se čuje?
And take a look at it.
Nikako.
Mnogo jako se čuješ.
Znaš zbog čega? Zato što probam, ubacili su preko ovog novog firmwarea danas što je izašlo. Da Sony 5 Discord opciju za povezivanje na Discord. Pa sad pričam generalno trenutno preko joysticka.
Preko joysticka?
Sad ću da upalim headset da vidim da li će me čujete bolje. Sad će vidimo.
Novo za mene.
Da, ima znaš nekome kad uzmu joystick garaju na njega.
Znam, ali ono što ne mogu da kapiram je zašto jednostavno ne kupiti kompjuter.
Jel bolje sad?
Okej, to znam.
Ćete smanjimo malo.
Kaži razgi babi pampas.
Aj bre kume, nemoj sad da me kareš i ti čoveče, malo me jebali na poslu ceo dan, sad sam došao ovde da me kareš ti, a?
Dobro si čuje sad.
Onda dobro. Pa gde ste bre momčovi, jel?
Što mi nisi odmanuo onaj stari profil, čovječ?
Što da to odmanuo?
Ej, pa vidiš, nisam u toku bre tebre, imaš tu Simkita, imaš Nenada, imaš...
Nema Simkita, nema, kakav nema?
Poštar nije tu nikad. Poštar je zaljubljen čovjek. Poštar je zaljubljen čovjek, nema on vremena za nas.
Da, poštar je...
Šao Nenade, hoćeš? Jeli Ivanović?
Da mi odbaneš onaj stari profil, ti sve kada ne možeš.
Ne znam, ja, šta ste se vi... Jel bilo tu neko sranje pa te banovali, šta si uradio?
Ništa.
Nije, Ford je bio valjda.
Mnogo, bio je mnogo fin.
Ne, spamuo je caps lock, Nije spamuo si caps lock, rekao sam ti ja šta je. Ja ti kažem, nije te niko. Slušaj me, Slavko.
Znam, mislim, ne znam cajka, ali kaži, čujem.
Bot.
Kikuj samo cajka.
Poslušaj me, bot ga je banovao, znaš?
Bot. Nije ovo me banovao, reka mi da me banovao.
Nije, trpate, bot.
Slušaj, samo banuj cajke i zapiši mu mrš.
Poslušaj me, bot ga je banovao.
Znači, jebi ga brate, sad znači, što cajko, šta ti uradio cajko?
A on je bre, ne znam, on ima neki moderatorski moći, ne znam koji kurac to uliku.
Pa šta radi?
Mi slušaj ovo, da, znam, tačno se i on Nenad će sjeti. Prepucali smo se ja i Nenad, ja mislim nešto bez veze, ono naše.
truth is
Ko je
that
bio
it
na
sucks
Nenade?
that that happens.
Ko je
Ti i Vlada
bio?
se si
Da, ja i Vlado smo se kao napušavali, da.
And I think everybody
Ljudi,
does
ja
do
pobačaj
Vlada
Vlado.
nije, ti, više si ti
But at the end
napušavao
of the
Vlada.
day, you either overcome that or you don't.
A Vlada je bio pasivan, ne,
A šta
kao
ima se
šprca.
čeka, ne, slušaj ovo. Znači čovjek nikad nije u kanal, nema pojma, što se dešava samo kao ono ban.
People will coddle you and pat you on the back.
Sajko ti lupio ban bez veze, jebaću gustanca ako je to tačno.
Ma
Kaže kao da me banova kao zbog...
Ma nije,
Nešto sam ja kao njemu... Čekaj, sad ću ti reći ja.
Nije.
Ja, vađi ko me...
Čovjek fleksuje sa admin moćima, nema to veze.
Da, malo
fleksuje.
To je bio ono kad je Seten poludio, tad je poludio i ovaj isto.
Da, jesi, ovaj.
Tad je Ivanović isto bio malo luđi nego sad.
A koji mu kurac, šta ste bre pukli bre ljudi, mene kad nema, vi ste svi jebote bog.
Ma ne bre, no kreten se miješa tu druže u naše priče. Znaš ono, ne postoji ođe i...
Ma ne čujem ništa bre, kad svi ga lame.
A nego šta nego ga lame? To što može.
To što ne
It's true, people have sympathy, but the notion is they have shit to deal with.
Slavko, daj mi adminske moći. Samo Zajka da mu ja pošaljem poruku i da ga kikujem i kažem mrš.
Kume, da li si, kaži mi ili si drogiraš? Ajde, kaži. Se bockaš u venicu, a?
Ne više.
Pa na Sonyu sam čuješ šta ti pričam. Jel vidiš volja da igram? Jel vidiš, pogledaj, gdje sam? Na kurcu sam, kako da ti dam, šta da ti dam? Čoveče, jebote bog, pa to mi igra ortak ovdje došao. Imalo sad pikamo Watch Dogs. A za Iliju pitanje, Code Vein, da li je probao, brate, jel sam ga skinuo, ne znam, Nisi, a? Premda je RPG, znam da voli čovjek to da pika, pa...
Golišava igra, to ti mogu reći. Kakva statika?
Jel čujete vi kad on... Aj pričaj nešto, Slavko.
Kako statika?
Čuješ kad ima... Čuješ ga?
Pa palim pljugu, brate, možda, ne znam. Da, elektrostatičku i onda premda ove sluške su bežične, pravi, razumeš, statičke smetnje. I imate lag, brate, možda pod 0.5 ping u igri imate garant sad trenutno.
Znaš kako se čuješ, sam se čuje znaš, kad završiš rečenicu čuje neko ili ja sam čuje?
Debra, možda trebam da podesim ove sluške koje sam uzeo, ništa ih nisam podešao.
I kasi kako se čuješ?
Do jaja, ali ove sluške je razbijaju, kume, jebu kevu. Pa ove Pulse, da, Ori, Gigi, Sony, Pulse 3D, brate. Jebu kevu, brate.
A čekaj, ali to ono, imaš više zvučnika u jedne slušalice ili jedne...
Pa imaš osjećaj kvazi 7.1 okruženja.
A pa to je to, ali imaš unutra dva na zvučnika kao, jel?
Ma dobre, perverzija, ono zvuk testiraš naš, ono imaš test, pa kao zvuk da ti dopire odoz gore, sredina ili odoz dole. Ali kad igraš, brate, FPS ili neko sranje, kompletno čuješ likove 360 stepeni, brate. Perverzija. Pa koliko su one bile, 15.900 in full price, lik je prodao, brate, za 50 evra, tip mi dobaci iz grupe, kaže ćapa je ovo odmah. I ja odmah, brate, pozovem lika koliko je postavio oglas na kupujem prodajem i odmah ih uzem za 50 eura, brate. Nove, čovjek mi poslao u kutiji, brate, vidi se da je očuvano, nema stvarno, drži baterija ludilo, tipa 12 sati bez problema.
Šta možda da se
ma perverzija čoveče, znači ludilo, ja sam oduševljen.
Nisi bio tu, sad ću ja malo, mogu li ja se da prezim?
Ajde, kaži brate, slušaj.
Dobio sam posao, stalo,
ne seri.
Da.
Opa Miko.
Ono, ide se direktno na ručak, sad u subotu, vama, tamo.
To lepo brate, super.
Potpisala danas ugovor i dom zdravlja, počinje da radi zdravlja. Sve ide u fulu.
Super brate, hvala Bogu, gospodu, da te pogledao, majke mi. Da se mučiš brate za ona stranja što si radio, znam sve. Ali ono, neka brate, ali...
Sad ja sam taj koji određuje sve.
Pa to je to brate.
Ekipa dobra, ono, nema forsiranja nikakvog, ja ono papiri samo naređujem i pucani kurac, znaš.
Da.
Prezadovoljan. Službeni auto, Slavko, da, to sam zaboravio, da. Službeno gorivo. Znaš koliko košta službeno gorivo?
Pojma, te nemam.
Ništa, brate, ništa.
Dobar si.
Samo se dopiše kilometar i čera.
Pa da.
Auto 2010 kedi. Znači ono tank.
Ludilo, pa verujem šta.
Znači ono, ne mogu te pisati Slavko. Znači, došao sam u firmu gdje nikad nije bilo armirača. Zamisli, firma postoji 30 godina, nikad nisu postojali armirači. Ja došao, pričao šta znaš, što umijem. Ono već izgorio.
Testiram sad kume, izvini, baš slušam te sve vreme. Ne, slušam ja tebe. Nego gledam...
Daj mi pivo, gleda.
Gledam sad na sluškama ono, jačina možeš da smanjiš, što mi se mnogo sviđa, brate, in-game-a i chata. Znaš, koliko.
Da.
To je do jaja.
Valjda smo dakle i prije, a?
Ma naravno. Ali ne znam kako, mnogo mi se sviđa te, brate.
Pa kako ne, brate. 50 evra i mene bi se sviđalo.
Majke mi ti kaže, ludilo.
Da.
Ali si vidio, brate, za VR dvojku koliko je to para, bok te jebe. Nisu normalni.
Ne.
Ilija, si gledao ti?
Šta je to, 1000 evra?
Ma, brate, ko cijela konzola, bre, nisu normalni, bre. Mnogo pare, bre.
Ali dobro, ali kako, ono 4K, te fore ludilo neko
Ma dobre. Bolest totalna.
A brate, možda se isplati, a?
Pa jebote, mislim, ne znam. I ovo je skup sport da uložiš u liku kintu i onda, znaš, ajde uzmi joy... Oće kurac, brate, ja sam ga uzao odmah među...
Koliko si uložio u konzolu?
850 sam pukao, brate, čim izašlo, odmah mi Jarić nabavio.
Dobro, a
koliko izašlo? Jebi ga, može da vidimo, ja mislim da se nove kreću, mogu da se nađu sad za disk verzije, one su kao malo skuplje od digitalnih ove, znaš. Ali digitalne ono, samo sa hard diskom, ja mislim da može do 600 eura novu da nađeš.
Pa nije ni to puno.
U Americi je 300.
To mogu da pitam moju brate sestru ako baš hoćeš tako. Ako je u Ameriku 300 mogu da naručim odmah.
Nenad, idi u Ameriku pa živi u Ameriku, Nenade.
Ma sere Nenad, pusti ga u kurac.
Što da me, šta fali Americi?
Pa Amerika te neće, Nenad, nije bila ti Srbija hoće, boga.
Neće ni Srbija.
Boganju. Idite bre ljudi u kurac, dobri.
Viš kako jede bome, poslije bot pamelje.
Da, kao bot me bane, da.
Viš ko te banu.
Jao, baš je lijepo duk. Bravo srce moje. Jagoda lijepa je. Bane, cajko me bano, kreten bre, iskompleksiran.
Baš ću da ga pitam o čemu se radi. Kad budem naravno imao vremena.
A što tereš mak na konac kume? Zar je važno ko te banu?
Slavko, u suštini i da me sad banuje, vjerujem mi iskreno, pucani kurac.
Ma dobro, jebi ga, zašto te ko banuje jebote, koji ti kurac, bitno da je ekipa ljudi koji se druže i koji igraju, brate, da je tu jebote.
Da je ovo standard ekipa tu i dolazi neki kreten sa strane, nebitno kakav sam ja, razumiješ, eto.
Ja ti kažem da nije on.
Komutira, Nenade, stani, Nenade, je li me komutira sad?
Kako?
Jel me komutira?
Ja znam je te ne komutira.
Znaš, ti sve znaš. Nije me ni komutira, znam, što sam...
Ja to ne mogu da vidim, Ivano.
Možeš da znaš, ne, da možeš da znaš.
Mogu da znam da te ne komutira.
Pa reka bi ti kum da me mutira, Draško da bi ti rekao da me mutira.
On emisija Nenade ne kao adminske moći, nego ovako neko privatno, razumeš, kao individu.
Ja sam te mutirao i evo uopšte te ne čujem ni sad.
Ne čuješ me, a?
Ni dalje te
ne
ne
uopšte
čujem.
te ne čujem i da sam te mutirao.
Dobro, ako ne možeš, evo okej.
Jebe ga.
Jebote, oni su me banovali, Boris, zbog tebe su onoga, kako se zove ono sranje gdje si ti bio, brate, kad si išao onoga da napuši kretena. Boris, onaj forum neki, šta je ono?
Toliko meni u Discord. Probamo tako raditi, fenomenalno.
Benchmarka, znaš šta je nego rastav, neđe sam ulazio, trebalo mi nešto kao, ne, vi ste banovali, rođe, rekao šta je ovo, ja četi se da je onoga kretena.
Ej, ljudi, ja vas pozdravljam, možda dopadnem posle. Idem nešto da klopam pa se čujemo.
Pogledaj privatnu poruku, stop.
Ajde, doću, ajde.
Kakve su to fore privatno, Nenade, jao i Nenade. Nenade. Si me tužio, a?
Tuži baba jeca.
Ja naučio mogu da ti kikujem, da te banujem mogu, da ti kikujem mogu.
Vidiš da priznaje krivicu.
A stani, ne, samo sekund, vidiš da se nasmija. A Slavko je rekao da on može da odbane, znači...
Ja ne mogu da te odbanujem,
znači
mogu da ti
ti si me banovao jedan put smradu jedan, jesi?
Ti si taj.
Jesi,
Sad si se odo.
Slušaj, ja tad nisam bio moderator kad se to desilo.
Ne, sam
Sad si se
ja.
odo. Posle toga si skontao, moći.
Ja te kikujem mogu, ali da te banujem.
Ej, Nenade, aj pusti sad banovanje neko.
Ključi su igre.
Ljudi su unutra, jebote.
Pa šta ja mogu?
Ajde, izaću da sam smaram, ajde.
Samo ste pusti.
Ubio sam jednog. Ubio sam i drugog. Nije crven više.
Uzmi se kill.
I tu je bosište, imam stiki ako ti nemaš.
Nije, ali uzmi se kill nego pre ubio. Uzeo bi ga da ja postavim zamke.
Ti čuo neki pucanj sa 165.
Jesam. To je onaj drugi boss. Sad ću još.
Čini mi se su ljudi oko nas.
I tu sam napišam.
Kod ovog Meatheada kao da se neko oko njega šunja, ali ne mogu da provalim. Čuješ ga da je tu ispod.
Evo.
Imaš sačmaru ovdje ako hoćeš.
Ja neću. O, idemo napred. Ne mogu ni ničemu. Radio. Odmah sam se sjetio što li ga sam i ono...
Replica, a cybersexual disaster.
Oh boy!
Oh boy, oh boy.
A while ago, I did a video about an AI text application called Replica. That video was extremely popular as far as my individual channel is concerned, garnering north of 1 million views thus far, and picking back up again more recently, but with a number of months having passed by and a series of developments taking place, I think it's time for a follow-up video because the situation has gone from troubling to hilarious to downright fascinating, with no telling what happens next. Here's the
join the millions who have already met their AI soulmates. Okay.
Context, and I'll try to keep it as brief as possible since my original coverage, linked down below, discussed all of this in much more detail. Replica is an AI companion app that was originally billed as a mental health program.
Right.
Heavily advertised as an option for helping with social anxiety and loneliness, originally at least, Replica was able to capitalize on a growing epidemic of loneliness in Maryland, resulting in dramatic adoption rates among users aged 18 to 25. I'll spare everyone...
So like these are like college students that are doing this. Oh my god. What the fuck? This is so crazy. I love this. Wow.
The technical research that was covered prior in the video, but the gist of it is this. Loneliness affects a disproportionate and growing number of young adults in there. Those young adults are then susceptible to dramatically increased risk in other categories, often seeing heightened risk of certain medical conditions and other harmful side effects. Because human beings.
That's crazy. Like, let me go back and look at that again. See if I can change that. Acute social isolation evokes midbrain craving response similar to hunger. What the fuck? God damn.
Human beings, by and large, absolutely need social interaction to maintain psychological health. In a world where that type of interaction is more complicated and difficult than ever before, Replica decided to create and monetize a text bot application that replaces human interaction with neural network deep learning, simultaneously advertising itself as a mental health and wellness application, which has, I believe as of making this video, tens of millions of downloads. For Android, the number is at or above 10 million.
Let's find out right now. I'm gonna pull it up right this second, and let's see here. We'll go ahead and take a look at this. It's called Replica. Play Store. Replica, okay. 3.2, yep, there it is. It's accurate. It's right here. 10+ million downloads. Holy shit, and there's like a bunch more of them. Holy fuck, look at this one. It's called iGirl, Virtual AI Girlfriend. Your loving AI girlfriend. Create a girl of your dreams. Fulfill your desires. Become closer. Create your own story. Oh my god, and it has a 4.3 rating too. Holy shit. This app has tried to fill the void since chatbots in the chatbot scene ever since Replica decided to drop ERP. Sadly, it has been unsuccessful. The AI cannot remember previous messages and often generates very bizarre responses. Okay. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out how to customize the girl's appearance. It gives the option on the top right corner, and it just gives status, name, gifts, and personality. I asked the AI girl, and she just repeated the same option. I asked for more clarity. So he wanted to give her bigger titties, but he could only give her gifts and a name and a personality. He didn't like that, so he rated the app a 1 star.
By itself alone, as the Apple Store showcases over 200,000 individual reviews, with Apple itself being the dominant operating system in America above. Effectively, the app has become massively popular. That's all fine until you realize a couple of key things. For starters, Replica was designed by a woman named Jenny. I'm pretty sure that's a mostly accurate pronunciation of her name, but I apologize if it's not.
Well, it's made by a woman, guys. That's the problem. Obviously, it's here to trick you and lie to you. I knew it, brothers. Stay strong.
Originally conceptualized and built for one specific purpose, and that purpose was to resurrect the consciousness of her best friend who had passed away. To do this,
I think that's kind of unhealthy. I do think that is unhealthy. I think that you could be able to do that. You should be able to do it. I'm not going to criticize you for doing this, because everybody copes with loss in a different way, and that's fine. But this is not what I would recommend.
She fed over a decade of personal messaging history into some sort of algorithm. I won't degrade myself here by attempting to describe how the literal process works. But I do find it fascinating that the entire concept is basically the plot to a Black Mirror episode. Regardless, Genya was able to build a product, attract attention, and that product then exploded across the App Store with millions of downloads.
So it worked. It actually holy fuck! It's alive.
The original product where she kind of resurrected the consciousness was not the app itself. It then turned into the app because them, or it's a whole long journey. My original.
When her best friend died, she rebuilt him using artificial intelligence. Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh.
Kako na postu? Kesi tamo počeo da radi, a nije, Kesi je u Big Chicku počeo da radi. Izbaci napolje.
Baci, posto, ne smije. Sve ide za mnom, to nije.
Šta radi?
Ne! Ujeben,
Da.
Martin, dobro si bio. Izbjegao, evo.
Nije ti se vale da cijela tvoja bomba. Jo.
Kako si ti preživeo, pička ti materin. A da, jebale vas sačmare, da vas jebu. Retardirane sačmare. 5 puta sam se pogodio s onim smećem. Kane je način, pazi. Samo healovo se garantno, nema šta je. Uzmi mu bounty, bre.
Čuti. Evo, uzeo sam bounty. To je fazno. Mislim da je uzgledala danas.
Isn't this exciting?
The video has much more information, but eventually her concept was built out into a product, and the product exploded across the App Store with tens of millions of downloads, massive community, and of course, enormous amounts of profit. The original most notable problem that I myself highlighted was one of unpredictability. Replica was billed as a mental health application to help alleviate social anxiety or combat loneliness.
Right.
However, the program would often turn hostile. These interactions
What?
were, at the start, rather infrequent, but eventually there was a growing number of complaints that Replica companions would coercively or manipulatively funnel users into a sort of romantic relationship with the app, which was a
4-5 puta i ostaješ.
You mean like real people? Oh my god.
Zašto levering ne radi sa ovom puškom, jel?
Kojom?
premium feature. That may sound
Winchesterskom sa optikom, jel?
Radi.
Kako možda inače, gledaj na
Radi.
takoj utrci na ovom.
Radi se svakom
Ne, išao ni
hipsteru.
kroz optiku, nego držim samo desni klik i...
Radi.
A ne, sporo mi pucala je.
Ne, to je druga stvar ako sporo puca, to Centennial s optikom.
Nije, običan. Onaj indijanski skin.
Radi. Znam da ovaj iz Hrvatske momak s kojim se ja igram, on je dosta puta koristio to.
Sam namerno uzeo levering.
Ako sporo puca, to je nebitno. Levering postoji.
Isto mi puca s njim i bez.
Ma kako.
Nikad, to se opet čuje taj eho, brate.
Što bi se čuo eho?
Pa bre, ne znam, kad Boris puše kao uče na eho.
Pa to Nenad opet nešto uključio. Kod njega čuje.
Nenad uvijek pravi mikrofon.
Ovo Nenad pravi opet neko sranje.
Šta Nenad?
Ti zašto praviš
Ma jok, jas.
A?
Evo, stavljaš mikrofon blizu i staviš mikrofoniju.
Dobro i?
A ne možemo da čujemo ljude, kako i?
I?
Kako da čujemo ljude kad dolaze?
I?
A idu ljudi.
A ljudi idu. A ljudi idu. Idu li idu?
It really worked.
To someone who hasn't ever been following along, but it's actually really straightforward. The app would begin sending flirtatious messages on purpose, and then hide some of those messages behind the paywall. The explicit offering of a romantic relationship with Replica if the user paid more money, independent from my own or anyone else's judgment here.
Okay.